So we're going live in 3, 2, 1. Let me make everything.
Warning: the TumblrPonCast includes pony content, pony language, and all-around poniness. Listener discretion is advised.
You have the cap limit in this stream. I am just curious. Go.
Welcome everyone to this week's episode of the TumblrPonCast. It's a special edition. We're taking a break from our traditional interviews and a podcast to bring you this special Sweet Apple Acres live stream. So, I guess Wait, what?
We're still technically doing interviews.
Oh yeah, we're technically doing interviews. Sorry, this is the first time I started a show in a while. Anyways, I would like to introduce you to this week's hosts. Flavin cannot join us, but we have TJ, the mod of Mike Boom, and Pirate Dash. He will be hosting the Q&A session. Say hi, TJ.
That's the first time someone said my OC first.
Yes. And I am Stratos, also known as the mod of Chocolate Pony and Firefly. And this episode, we're actually going to have 3 separate interviews. So stay tuned for all of them. They're going to be, I guess we'll be doing them over the next 3 hours. We'll cut offline and then start back on with each new person. So I guess beforehand, we want to mention that all the opinions on the shows are not representative of what we, the hosts, think. And we just want to really get a nice round discussion. And we just basically want to get the opinions behind everyone else. So, no gossip or anything here. We're just interviewing, and afterwards, if you guys have any questions, we're going to open up for Q&A. So, TJ, would you like to introduce our first guest today?
I would like to do that. So, interview guest, please tell us who you are for the audience.
Hi, I'm Sheva. I'm the head of public and attendee relations for Sweet Apple Acres.
But before we get to the con stuff, we wanted to ask you, how did you get involved in the pony fandom? How did you enter this fandom?
Oh,
What's your background?
That's a good question. Well, a friend of mine whose taste in media I really respect was watching the show and really enjoyed it, so I decided to give it a try, and I thought it was pretty great.
Now, why did you want to join up with Sweet Apple Acres Con? What led you to wanting to take on this role that you have with the convention?
So I'm a friend of Starlight Ironhoof, who's worked for the convention in a few different roles. He actually asked me to join staff.
Have you had previous convention experience before coming to join this staff?
Yes, Sweet Apple Acres is the 5th convention that I've been working for.
What was your prior con experience?
So I'm the head of design for BronyCon. I work as a marketing staffer for BronyCon. I'm the deputy of public relations and the head of marketing for Big Apple PonyCon, and I do the web design for Aresia, which is a New England science fiction convention.
How were those previous con experiences, and it sounds like current ones too, how would they relate to your job that you had on Sweet Apple Acres?
So I originally joined Sweet Apple Acres as the deputy of public relations, which is the same role I had for Big Apple PonyCon. So a lot of the experience could be, a lot of the things that I did there were similar.
Can you tell what some of those jobs were in your role?
Social media, preparing press releases, speaking with media groups, monitoring social media activity and keeping an eye on what people are saying about the convention.
So basically, you're the public body of the convention in a way.
Yep.
What were the intended hopes for Sweet Apple Acres as it came along, or when you joined?
A 3-day convention with VIPs, some of the show VAs. Lots of great panels, some fun events going on. There was a pool party scheduled, a rave, a concert by Michelle Creeper, a vending room, Artist Sally.
Okay. Can you tell us, I apologize if I asked this already, but can you tell us why exactly you were asked specifically to join this con? Why did they want you to be on the staff for this con?
So, Sweet Apple Acres was looking for some more staff members, and as Starlight already knew me and had worked with me on conventions before, I think he figured that I'd be a good choice to help fill in some of the staffing holes.
Okay. In your role, what was the convention like when you joined on with the staff? Because there had been some problems prior to you joining. What was the state of the convention when you joined? What was the feel that you got for it when you came on?
I got the feeling that there was a lot... Sorry, were you saying something?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I got the feeling that there was a lot to do, but that it could be done and that it could be a pretty good convention.
When did you first notice that there were potential problems with the convention in terms of financing or logistics or anything like that? I know you joined the convention a couple weeks back and trying to do the role that you had there. So you're fairly new to the staff and the processes and everything like that. But when were you first aware of the problems with the convention, or were you aware of them beforehand, before you joined on?
So I was aware of... Sorry?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, you're breaking up a little bit for me, so might be missing some of what you're saying.
That's okay.
But...
I'm going to kick my laptop. So go ahead.
So I had been following their progress from, as not as a member of staff for a while. So I was aware that they had lost their first venue. When I joined, I did notice that there were some things that had been overlooked. A few things with registration and updating the website and the Twitter feeds. So I started taking care of those as soon as I could.
I'm sorry, go ahead. No?
Yeah, I think you two are kind of breaking up with each other. TJ just asked, I guess, the questions, and then, yeah, and then...
This will make follow-ups difficult.
I know.
I had it, but I lost. Okay, how transparent was Starlight about the problems of the convention when he first approached you? Did he tell you everything that was going wrong, or did he just focus on the stuff that he wanted you to fix? How much did he tell you when you joined?
I think Starlight did a very good job of telling me what was going on, giving me all the information that I needed, and that would be very helpful for me to start getting on fixing different things with the convention.
Did he tell stuff that was just pertinent to what your role and what your job was, or did he tell you the whole thing?
He told me even beyond my job if there were different things that I was curious about or that he thought might affect the convention in the future. I think Sweet Apple Acres has a lot of transparency within the staff. It's not a huge staff. There's just one general staff Skype chat, and so people tend to be pretty open with what's going on in the different aspects of the convention.
That leads to another question I had, the communication issue. How often were these communications going on between staff members? How transparent were they? What were the discussions involved with? How often did they talk prior and coming up to the con? How was the communication between staff members?
I actually feel like for the most part, Sweet Apple Acres had very good staff communication. Having just one chat instead of multiple ones all broken up and with different people in each really helped. When I was there, I only remember having 2 official all-staff meetings. We had very good turnout for both of them, and a lot got accomplished. I'm not sure before I joined on what the policy was for that.
The staff that was running this convention, how much experience did they have running prior conventions? Would you say this was an experienced group or a group that was kind of new running conventions and such?
I know that individual staff members, it really varies. I think that as a whole, the staff members were probably a little bit on the newer side to running conventions.
Did these staff members, did they know each other well before the convention, or was this like their first time coming together and meeting everyone and running something together?
I think for the most part, these were all Nashville locals who knew each other.
Okay. Go ahead.
Nope, she didn't say anything.
Oh,
Again, TJ, I think you're glitching out.
Oh. I thought I heard her saying some additional things, so that's all I was just wondering.
Sorry, I didn't say anything. You're breaking up a bit for me, though.
I apologize. Uh, was there something additional that you were saying to that?
No, that was it.
Okay. What would you say led to some of the problems that the convention was having? We heard about the venue changes. There were some financial troubles as well with needing thousands upon thousands of dollars just to be able to keep venues and such. What would you say led to some of the problems? Could it have been low attendance, high costs, location, other concerns? What led to all these problems?
I do think that the attendance numbers were not as high as they could have been. I expect that there would have been a very good number of at-the-door registrations had the convention taken place this weekend. There was, with the first venue being lost, that certainly did cause some additional problems.
Actually, what was the initial prediction for the attendance rate for the con?
That's a really good question. I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Do you guys know how many people you actually had pay up front?
How many pre-registrations we had?
Yeah, pre-registrations.
I don't have the exact number in front of me. I think it was between probably 250 and 300.
Okay.
Would you say that's a good amount for a convention in Nashville?
I'd say absolutely, and I fully expect they would have gotten probably around 200 more at-the-door registrations.
Okay. So it sounds roughly the size of Cloudsdale Congress, and they basically had the same guests, and they were pretty successful as well. So, yeah, seems like a fair number. Okay.
I'm not sure if you can, how much insight you can have on this, but can you explain why Nashville was picked as the location for the Southeastern USA Con? Why Nashville was picked over, say, like Atlanta or New Orleans or something? Why Nashville?
Well, I think it more of has to do with the location of the staff and the people who are willing to start this convention. Many of them are Nashville locals.
Okay. So was it, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
TJ, no.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, she didn't say anything. Anytime you think you hear her say something, just continue. Okay.
Okay. Moving on to another topic. The postponement came down, I believe it was Wednesday. Is that correct, Coco?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Had the con considered postponing earlier than Wednesday, then, or let me see if this question makes sense. Had the convention considered postponing it earlier than the day that the actual postponement came, which was Wednesday? If so, why wasn't it postponed at that time, an earlier time? And if not, why was postponement not considered before Wednesday?
Sorry, you broke up a little
I
bit.
think
there,
you confused her right there. He was asking why not postpone it on Wednesday? Why wait till later to postpone the convention itself?
Why wait until a couple days before the convention?
All right. So to answer the first part of your question, yes, we did consider postponing the convention beforehand. However, we decided not to, due to the fact that we would still be hit with a charge from the venue, a very high one, as essentially they had already set aside the space for us and we were responsible for paying it. So that wouldn't have improved matters very much. Wednesday was the day that we found out that the hotel had canceled our event. So it came as a pretty big surprise. We certainly would not have picked this timing if it was up to us. However, the hotel was the one to cancel the convention.
The first time you guys considered postponing the convention, and you mentioned the cost that you would have had to postpone it at that time. Do you remember what that cost was? Or did someone inform you of what that cost would have been?
So you're essentially asking how much our venue costs, right?
Well, you mentioned just beforehand that when you had considered postponing it the first time, that you would have been hit with a charge. That is correct?
Yes.
Do you know what that charge amount would have been? How much would that have cost?
I need to reread the contract. However, I'm fairly sure that it's most, if not all, of the fee for the venue.
Would that fee have been equal to, more or less than what it would have been to cancel it on Wednesday, or what you have in terms of debt now?
So you're asking if we had chosen at that point to cancel or postpone the convention, would we have been in a better financial position than we would be with the venue canceling on us Wednesday?
Right, like cutting your losses before it potentially got worse.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure if I can answer that question fully, as we're still talking with the venue and trying to figure out exactly what happened. I'm not sure if they'll be charging us anything. I'm sorry, I don't have the information to answer that right now.
Okay. How did it come about, the process to, I mean, you talked about the venue canceling on you. Did that really just force your hand in postponing the convention?
Yes. We looked around for other venues in the area. You know, unfortunately, the fact was this happened towards the close of business hours on Wednesday, and the convention was supposed to be Friday. So there was very little time we had, and it just turned out we couldn't find another venue in time.
So the convention was kind of forced their hand in a way then?
Yes.
Any follow-ups to that, Coco?
Well, actually, I don't live in that area, but I was hearing that there is a lot of other pop culture conventions in the Nashville area. Is that true?
I'm not a Nashville local myself. I'm actually from Massachusetts, so
okay.
I'm not sure. I know that there are a few anime conventions and such, but I don't know if there's a huge number.
Okay. Did you have to fly down to Nashville, or were you doing all this from, I guess, Massachusetts the whole time?
I'm in New York right now, but I was actually not able to attend. I was not planning on being able to attend the convention, with just helping out with as much as I could pre-con.
Okay.
Sorry, 1 second.
Oh, all right. Let me move on to another topic here. The future of the con itself, from your perspective and what you can tell us. What are the future plans for it? Are they going to try to reschedule it for a future date, or just postpone it completely? Is it going to pick a different venue or a city potentially? What is the future for Sweet Apple Acres Con?
Well, we're still trying to figure that out ourselves. I think a lot of it depends on what comes out of the talks with the hotel, finding out exactly what happened on that end. I do hope that the convention will be able to take place in some form at another date, though.
Okay. How is the convention working to try to eliminate some of the debt that it has, to pay off the loan that it's taken, and what they owe going forward? How is the convention trying to do that?
Again, I think that a big part of the answer to that question depends on what comes out of our talks with the hotel, finding out what's going on with that. I do expect that, if at all possible, we'll certainly try and have another event, sell tickets through that. So it's still a work in progress. This is all pretty new. I mean, it only happened Wednesday, so we're still figuring a lot of this out.
Okay. So if possible, that means you might be able to get another con up within the next few weeks or so, or you guys going to postpone it till next year?
I don't want to promise anything, and I'm honestly not sure.
Okay.
I do hope that at some point we will have an event.
What about some of the guests that were going to come in for the con, like Michelle Krieber and such? What is the plans to do with them, with the promise of comp flights and hotels and the other things that they had? Are there any plans for what to do with them and that cost?
What do you mean exactly?
Like, have they been paid? Are they still expected to be paid? What exactly is the plan with the convention VIPs?
All right, so I'm not sure.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not sure how much information I'm allowed to give out without disclosing things that, are part of the contract and should probably not be talked about publicly. But all of the VAs have been, all of their agents have been informed of the situation, and they know what's going on, and we'll certainly be giving them what needs to be given.
Okay. Actually, how about, did you guys address the refunds yet? How are you guys going to be refunding all the people who paid for tickets beforehand?
Yes, so we're encouraging people to email help@sweetappleacres.com to request a refund. Unfortunately, it's going to take a little bit to get through processing all of those refunds. we're going to need to be moving money from the bank account back into Eventbrite, as Eventbrite has the policy of doing automatic transfers into bank accounts every few weeks.
Let me ask you another question about the con itself and when you joined on the convention staff. When you joined the staff, did you have any doubts in your mind that this convention was going to happen? Or were you feeling like that this still had a chance to happen? Did you feel that there was a possibility that it could be canceled or postponed when you joined the staff?
I did not.
So you felt like that this convention was still going to be able to go off?
Yes.
At what point did you realize that? Was there any point prior to Wednesday that you realized that this probably was not going to happen?
I mean, so up until Wednesday, everyone, myself included, fully expected the convention to happen. Canceling was not really an option on anyone's minds because of the, as I mentioned before, we would have been on the hook for paying the venue anyway. So at that point, it made far more sense to go ahead with the event.
Okay. Any other questions for Coco?
Well, let's see. I guess we asked you a lot of questions, so is there anything that we haven't addressed that you'd like to talk about, or something that you already addressed that you'd like to talk about more at length?
The one thing I would like to mention is that seeing debt for a first-year con is very typical. People are looking at Sweet Apple Acres' budget, and I think that a lot of them don't realize that most first-year conventions end up in the red. And that's a large part of why people have a second event and a third event, is to make back the money that they lost in that first year.
So
how much would you say is a first-year con debt on average then?
It varies so much.
But for the other conventions you have worked with, it's typical to have debt like this, right?
It is typical, yes.
Okay.
For first-year conventions.
Why is that so? Why is it that a first-year con will rack up debt like that and need another convention or two to get back on track? Why is that the case?
It's generally difficult to make up enough in pre-registration and other forms of revenue to pay back the venue costs, which, as you guys might know, can be very high. I think venue is probably a big one, as well as sometimes VIPs, and it varies by con, but there are sometimes, expenses that can't be made up with the pre-registration numbers from the first year alone.
Did you feel that Sweet Apple Acres Con was setting expectations too high in its first year?
That's a good question. Do you mean just in general, or with specific areas, or
just in general? Trying to do too much in its first year, trying to be up there with the BronyCons and the Everfree Northwest and such like that. Do you feel that they were setting their sights a little too high, that their goals were a little too high, and that it might have been better to scale back just a bit? How do you feel about the expectations for year one?
To some degree, I do think that they did overshoot a bit. I think that as these things go, it wasn't terrible. I perhaps would have made the decision to scale back on a few things had I been making those decisions at the time. But I think that, again, as it goes, they had fine expectations.
Like, what would you say they should have scaled back on?
Perhaps VIPs. That's the big thing that that it's very easy to point to as a high expense and say, right there, that's where a lot of our money is going. Maybe we should cut back a little bit. But they were pretty reasonable with the number of VIPs that they looked at.
You guys got 3 VIPs, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Because I'm looking at them, 2 of them are the same VIPs that the Cloudsville Congress had, and they were relatively small con, about 300 people, but they apparently were successful. So do you know of any other issues that might have affected Sweet Apple Con?
I'm gonna keep going back to the first venue canceling. It was a pretty big thing. I mean, I wasn't on staff again at the time, so I'm not sure if it set them back, and if so, how much. But I wouldn't be surprised if that did have.
Then you guys had to find a second venue, right? And then that venue also canceled?
Yes.
Okay. So let's say if you guys did have the second venue, you would have continued with the con. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Shall we open it up to audience questions then, Coco? 'Cause I understand that you can't say too much about certain topics, and that's fine considering the role that you're in. There's nothing wrong with that. It happens sometimes too. So I think we've asked all we can right now.
And we only have you to about 8:15, right? Then you have to go.
I can stay a little bit beyond that if it's
Okay.
necessary.
I think first we'll just probably take audience questions about the convention, and then afterwards, I guess we'll talk to you about your other involvements with the other conventions. Does that sound
Sure.
good? Okay. So let's see what people are asking first. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, post them in italics in the Skype in the live stream chat.
You said you were involved with BronyCon too, correct?
Yes.
And what was your role in that again?
I work as marketing staff.
Okay. Can you advertise my panel for BronyCon?
Well, I'm mostly focused on, advertising the convention as a whole. What's your panel?
TumblrPon.
Sounds like fun.
It is, but I guess we're going up against the super secret panel at the con, so...
Oh,
You guys are advertising, like, you guys need to advertise more about the Baltimore culture, you know? We in Baltimore, everything's all nice and stuff. You guys should advertise the crab cakes and
audience
stuff.
questions.
Yeah.
From Poke Tricks. It seems
Let's-
no one wants to host Sweet Apple Acres Con. Why?
I think you'd have to ask the venues that.
Okay. Sir Fancy Face asks, what are your feelings or opinions on the whole ordeal in your experiences, I believe? What are your feelings and thoughts on it?
I'm really, really sorry that the convention couldn't occur. I think it would have been a good time for everyone.
What would you say that you've taken away from this experience? Is this the first convention that you've been on a staff of that's gone through this, that's kind of failed in a way? Is this the first one that you've had that's been like that?
I've worked for, not naming any names, I've worked for some other cons that have had their own share of problems. This is, certainly more problems than I've experienced working elsewhere. But what have I taken away? Well, I've learned a few. I've certainly learned a few things. I did enjoy getting to get more experience with social media, talking with media groups, things like that. I am viewing all of this as, learning experience, getting more experience to take away to my other jobs.
Actually, let's see. Would it be okay if we asked you about the con's involvement with the Everfree network?
You can.
Okay.
Okay. John, I'm sure you're aware of the contract that that's come out publicly now.
Yes.
Let me take one more audience question before we get to that, because this is a good one. Slashdot asked, how did you measure your attendance expectations?
Oh, okay. This is a great question. So I've been working, and some of my friends, or one of my friends in particular, has been working on various models of how to predict convention attendance based on past numbers, other conventions, similar events in the area, things like that. So, without getting too much into the technical side, a lot of it is based off of looking off of past performance, as well as general pre-registration trends. Like, for example, you'll usually see a very high spike in the last perhaps 2 or 3 weeks leading up to the close of pre-registration. So for Sweet Apple Acres, going off of what I knew, the statistics that I had seen before, and the people that we had so far, that was how I made that judgment of us likely having 200 attendees at the door. I'm sorry I won't get to see if that prediction was correct.
Okay. Talking about the contract with Everfree Network, I know they're not in italics on the sheet, but I'll use these questions too. Can you explain what the contract entailed for those that may not have seen it yet or know about it? It has been publicly released since then, from what I understand. But from what you can say, can you explain what was in the contract?
Right. Well, it's pretty much exactly what the one released. I haven't, just a word of note, I haven't compared I haven't checked and gone through to make sure that the one that was publicly released, if there was anything changed, but I'm going to assume for now that there wasn't. So it gave Everfree compensated badges, hotel rooms, and a maximum travel budget of $3,000, as well as typical things for use in streaming, like, for example, landline and things like that.
Okay. Did you come onto the staff after the contract was negotiated? Looking at the dates, it looks like that's correct, but I assume you came on after the contract was signed, correct?
Yes, I joined staff June 28th, and this was signed, it looks like, April 10th.
So how aware were you of the negotiation process of the contract?
Not at all. Sorry.
Okay. How do you personally feel about the contract itself? Did you feel it was a fair contract? Did you feel the convention was in a position at the time to sign a contract like that? How do you feel the contract affected the con itself as well?
I do think that it was very helpful to have somebody, who was actively plugging our convention. You'll see that on the Sweet Apple Acre side of the deal, it said, Everfree would be giving us advertising and things like that. If you scroll up, it's at the top of the contract. As I mentioned, I was not on staff at the time. I'm not sure what the situation was like at that point. I do trust that no rash decisions were made and that this was thought about before being signed.
Okay. So you feel the contract helped the con in that sense then?
Yes.
Do you feel too much was given out in terms of money to Everfree in that contract? Because that's where a significant portion of its budget came from what I've seen in the financial documents, that a lot of this money that was being spent went to Everfree. Do you feel that they were comped too much, or were they comped just the right amount?
I think that they were compensated. That certainly, at the very least, badges and hotel rooms are fair. As for the travel budget, I can't speak to that amount, not having personally, looked into any of this, of how much travel could or should cost, or how many people that they're bringing along.
Wait, so Everfree was offering to advertise on their site for free? Is that what you guys are saying? Or
it was in
exchange for having the exclusive rights to the con and all that stuff?
It was in return for, yes, it was in return for the second. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the contract right now. This first half was in exchange for that second half. It says in return, we will provide the following. So. Okay.
Do you think it's odd for a convention to do this, to give, I guess, exclusive broadcast rights to one media network?
I think it really depends on the convention, on, where it is, what they've been offered, what the contract looks like, who the person they're making this exclusive deal is.
See, I think we have some more questions in the chat right now.
I had a question about Everfree. Do you feel the way they approached a first-year con like this was right in a way? What they wanted, what they wanted from the contract, and what they gave in return. Do you feel this was good for a first-year convention, knowing like you said, many first-year cons have debt issues. So do you feel that there was some kind of fairness in that sense, that they were doing this for a first-year con and not letting maybe like an exclusive contract just go by the wayside for this?
Okay, I will say that I don't believe this contract grants them exclusive rights for streaming. Setting that aside, I'm not honestly sure who made the first move to sign this contract, or to get this process started. If it was on Sweet Apple Acre side or Everfree side.
Okay.
Again, I'm sure that this wasn't a hasty decision, and that the people at Sweet Apple Acres responsible for signing the convention really did put a lot of thought into it before deciding to sign anything or make this deal in the first place.
Okay. I think we had a question about both. It's odd that both venues canceled the first and second one. Did they cancel the convention for the same reason or different reasons? Or do you think the second venue was contacted by the first, or just found out and just decided to cancel?
Well, so the first venue, from what I'm aware, again, I was not on staff at the time. From what I'm aware, had to cancel the convention due to the con not being able to make their obligations specified in the contract regarding room nights. Again, I wasn't on staff at the time. This is just how I think the situation is. We still don't know why the second venue canceled. I'll say straight out, we're still trying to figure it out. It would be unlikely that the first venue contacted them, especially 2 days before the convention, and especially because, certainly the contracts for both were very different.
Okay.
Well, I guess if that's all the Sweet Apple Acres Con questions we have, I guess we can move on to talking about your involvement with other conventions. So I guess any last minute questions in the chat, just put them up on the chat group.
In the chat window.
Yeah, chat room.
We understand too that we know you can't say too much because of that you just coming on to the con a couple weeks before, not being privy to all the information of the past and such. So we understand that, and we thank you for coming on and telling us what you can.
Sure.
So and we know it's limited. But
yeah, we do want to thank you for joining us, especially our very small podcast. Okay, well, I guess if that's all the questions we have, I'm actually very interested with your involvement in BronyCon, because that was a convention I've been eyeing for a while now, because it's, you have your anime conventions, your comic conventions, and you have My Little Pony conventions, but you rarely have a convention kind of just around the recent Western animation revival and just Western animation in general. So I guess, can you tell us your involvement with that and how it got started?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks so much for asking me about BronyCon. I'm really, really excited for it, and I think it's going to be great. As you mentioned, there's really no other cons quite like it. So I'm the head of design for BronyCon. That's my avatar image currently. Oh, there you go. There's the website. I designed that, as well as the avatar image I'm currently using, which is our word mark. So I'm the head of design. That convention got started off of another event run by the Boston Bronies called 2 Seasons, 2 Days that happened last summer. It was either a very large meetup or a very small convention where we had 2 days where we streamed both seasons of My Little Pony. We had an artist Sally, all sorts of fun events going on, and people had a great time, and we were all really excited and wanted to put on a slightly bigger event with a little bit of a different scope. So that's how BronyCon got started.
Oh, good. Well, let's see. It looks like you guys are still kind of, it's in November, so you guys have a few months. You guys are a few months away. But are there any special guests you have in mind, or any guests that you can't confirm at this time?
Well, actually, we're in the process of getting a very special guest arranged for. Hopefully, we'll be able to announce something really soon. Okay,
sounds good. Well, what about this convention did you get? What was, I guess, when making this convention, is there anything you want to do to make it different than the typical pop culture conventions out there?
Yeah, I mean, so what really makes BronyCon unique is our focus on Western animation. As you mentioned, you have your anime conventions and your comic conventions, but nothing really for people who are fans of more than just My Little Pony, but also for things like Adventure Time and Gravity Falls and those type of shows.
Let's see. Oh, actually, we had another question in the Skype group about the live stream chat about Sweet Apple. They're saying, was there actually an event happening in Nashville? Like, we know the con didn't happen, but was there like a impromptu smaller event?
I heard of something like that happening.
So like a small meetup?
Yeah, so if you've been following along with our Facebook and Twitter feeds, there's actually an event going on right now. I know that they started out at Dave & Buster's, and based on what Lars, our head of finances, told me, they seem to have gone to Build-A-Bear and done a lot of other fun things. So I'm not sure how many people are on that, but it looks like it's a great time. The Traveling Pony Museum also decided to make the trip down to Nashville anyway, so I know that they're arranging for a few different things. I don't have the full information on that, but it looks like it's going to be pretty great.
Sounds good. Okay, well, any special events for DrawCon that you guys have planned?
Yeah, so we actually have a rave that we're looking at getting some pretty great musicians for. We have some panels that we're going to be announcing soon, and the special guest that I mentioned that unfortunately I can't talk about just yet, but hopefully very soon.
This is the first year DrawCon will be happening, right?
Yes.
Okay. You guys have a rough estimate for how many people you plan to have?
I want to say, let me think. I think our low estimate is 600.
Okay.
I know there are some people from the from BronyCon in chat right now. If I'm saying anything wrong, you guys can feel free to jump in and correct me.
Okay. Well, let's see. Guys in the chat, you have any questions about BronyCon, Sweet Apple Acres? We'll be taking them right now. And I guess while we wait for questions, is there anything else you would like to address that we haven't talked about yet or covered? About anything, really.
Not that I can think of. I mean, it's really nice to see, the community in general. It's really nice to see the amount of support that Sweet Apple Acres has gotten. Mm-hmm. I know we've had several emails come in to help at saying, I don't want a refund, please keep my money and use it to help pay off some of your debts, which I just thought was very, very sweet.
That's great.
Favorite pony? Is that question directed at me?
Yeah, that's directed at you.
Yeah, it's a favorite pony.
I really like Derpy. She has I think she has a very good heart. She always tries to do everything right, but doesn't always happen that way.
I like her because of her bubble butt.
Yep, that's fun too.
Let's see. I guess looking at the BronyCon stuff, you guys are now partnered with I guess Charm City Cakes for having a special cake class, right?
Why does it cost $150 to get a cake?
You know, it's funny. I actually used to live on the same block as Charm City Cakes, so I used to pass by that building every day, but it's all blocked out, so you can't see anything inside. But I've always been curious. Yeah, it's really expensive to get a cake made. Like the cheapest cake you could order from them is like $75, and it's just a small square cake. So, yeah. I know you guys are planning other stuff with them, but you guys haven't publicly announced them yet, so I can't say. But I guess the cake class, that's something that does sound interesting. Did Charm City approach you, or did you guys approach them?
That's a great question. I actually don't know the answer to it.
Let's see. Oh, well, I guess.
Are you doing anything with the Orioles?
TJ wants to watch a baseball game.
Also a very good question. Also a very good question, not one that I can provide an answer to right now.
Oh, but you're marketing.
Well, if we are doing anything, then yes, I'll be doing my best to get the word out there.
Yeah, what's your strategy for marketing these conventions? Like now, like especially
it varies.
Like BronyCon right now. How are you guys trying to market that?
Okay, so I've been let's see. That's a really good question. I was not expecting that, so just give me a sec to collect my thoughts.
Okay.
In general, marketing varies wildly convention for convention. What I was doing for Big Apple PonyCon, which had 800 people, was a first-year con, is wildly different from what I'm doing for BronyCon, which is already a very well-established name, as I'm sure you guys are aware.
Understandable, yeah.
Let's see. So when I first came on staff, the first thing that I started trying to do was directing our advertising efforts to people who were located within traveling distance to the convention and perhaps more interested in things like anime and comics, and not perhaps considering ponies as their main fandom, but still had an interest in it. Then I did switch to promoting very heavily pre-registration closing. It's closing soon, so you guys should all buy your badges. As well as just promoting general awareness of the event within the community.
Great. You guys, I like that you guys moved to Baltimore because, living here for the last few years, it's really the perfect place for a lot of conventions. You have a lot of the big conventions, Otakon, Baltimore Comic-Con, all around here. I'm just curious, how is someone from Massachusetts able to understand Baltimore culture enough to market it to people?
That's a great question, and actually something that I've certainly had to work at. It's difficult not being local. However, it does help with with the internet, being able to advertise to people through that way, and not having to be local and going around and trying to make deals with stores to have advertising in them, things like that.
Here's a question from the chat. How do conventions work with hotels to make deals for convention goers? Can you enlighten us on that process, or is that
yeah.
Okay?
I can talk about that. I'm going to speak really, really generally here. You know, this is not perhaps everyone's tactic, but it's the one that I've seen repeated several times. You contact the hotel, you ask them, you know, so generally you start off, you contact multiple hotels, you put out a proposal saying, you know, this is our event, this is our expected scope, these are the dates that we're looking at. We think that one of you guys, and you send it to a few different places, we would like one of you to host the event. Can you please give us a quote? And you go on a venue visit, you know, preferably. You take a look at what the space is like and see if it works for you. And then, you know, when you get answers back from the hotel, then you pick the one that looks most appealing to you, and you start talking with them individually, make a contract and things like that. Hope that answered the question.
Okay.
Sounds good. Well, okay.
I figured there was some shopping around that you had to do. Because TrotCon, they had a different venue from what they had last year. And I assume they were shopping around because, one, they knew they were going to get some more people. And two, they probably wanted a better venue.
And of course, I know the Baltimore Convention Center, I think it's made up of like, I'm not sure, I know there's like 3 main hotels that are kind of connected to the convention center, but is it run by one convention center, one hotel? Or
the Baltimore Convention Center?
Yeah. Did you guys just apply through the Baltimore Convention Center or the hotels surrounding it?
Unfortunately, I can't answer any questions on that as I just don't know. I will say in general, I think that the Baltimore Convention Center is its own entity. But again, I'm not sure.
That's what I assume, because I know they're made up of the Hilton, the Hyatt, and the Holiday Inn, and all of them are kind of connected to the hotel itself.
Yeah.
I only remember that because at OliCon, I basically have to run from one panel that's all the way in the Hilton, all the way, like almost a mile to the Holiday Inn, and that's just, it's crazy.
Wow. That sounds insane.
Okay, well,
it's 7:20. It's about 5 minutes past longer than we were expecting it to be. I say you got a place to go. Is that correct?
I can actually. It turns out I can stick around for a little bit longer if there are more questions or anything else you'd like to discuss.
Well, it looks like we have more people joining the live stream right now, so I guess we'll ask any questions. We are interviewing the new head of PR for Sweet Apple Acres.
Public and attendee relations.
Yeah, attendee relations. So she could answer any questions. If you guys have any questions right now about the convention itself, because the next few people we are going to be interviewing are not presently involved with the convention. So if you guys have any questions concerning Sweet Apple Acres, this would be the best time to ask them right now. And she it's offered to answer as much as possible. So they're being very transparent. So this is a good opportunity to ask whatever. Like, better than just assuming.
As much as she can, because you're fairly new to the staff, correct?
I am. And, you know, if anyone isn't able to ask their question right now, you know, we're always happy to answer questions via Twitter, Facebook, or email. I mentioned a few times on Twitter, I'm the person controlling the social media for the most part, that you're welcome to tweet your questions at SweetAppleCon, and we'll do our best to answer them.
Yeah, I do like that you guys are really transparent and trying to let the public know everything that's happening almost up to the minute. So I think that's really great.
Yeah, well, we're doing our best.
And I'm hoping you guys are successful,
especially
in
the light of recent events.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially after Unicon.
Especially after what?
After Unicon, everyone just worried about cons at the moment.
Right. I know. I mean, I saw some accusations being leveled on Twitter saying, "Why did you guys wait until Wednesday to let us know that the con was probably not happening?" And, you know, to that, I just want to say we didn't know till Wednesday ourselves. We're letting you know everything as it's happening.
And it's better than let the con happen and then tell them halfway, "Oh, we have to kick you guys out."
Yeah. I see a bunch of questions in chat.
Okay. I believe you answered the one from Valcron already, but I think he just came in. So just a refresher for new people coming in. What is the future for the convention? Are you going to try to go at it again down the line?
I can't say for sure, but I really hope so.
Okay. What kind of advice could you give someone if they wanted to help with or start up a convention? This question from Nick.
I have to say, for starting a convention, I strongly recommend not to. If you're interested in helping out with a con, there are plenty of great established conventions out there that you can jump on board with. I think BronyCon is still certainly accepting attendees for perhaps, I think probably attendee relations, and maybe a few other departments too. You can check on their website if you're interested in finding out more. For helping out with a convention, be motivated to do things yourself, you know? It's difficult to have a staffer who's just kind of not really motivated to do any work.
Okay. Let me ask a question about your BronyCon role. Do you have the same capacity in that sense? Do you run the Twitter account, the Tumblr, the Facebook? Do you run those accounts for BronyCon?
No, so social media is done by other people.
Okay. Let's see. I guess these two questions can kind of go together. How does designing a contract for VIPs work, and how do cons go about acquiring guest speakers, the VIPs, the big guys, and such? How does they go about that?
Generally, conventions have a dedicated person in charge of VIP acquisition and contract negotiation, or a department to do that. So you'll speak in general. Again, speaking generally, it can vary by convention, by VIP, but generally you'll speak with the agent, see if the talent is available that weekend, if they have interest in coming to the convention, and if so, then you'll work out the specifics with the agent later of what goes into the contract exactly.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I think we are good now. So...
Now, how long does it take to set up a convention?
Oh, that's a great question. It really varies. Obviously, you want the most amount of time possible. I'd say anything over a year can be overkill. I have put together I've put together some stuff for cons in a matter of weeks or just a few months. But generally, the more time, the better. And probably close to a year is a good amount of time to have to plan for a convention.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
I'm not seeing any other question. Do cons ever require a form of security? I assume you have to have.
Yeah,
some
it's
security. Yeah.
certainly important.
Because without security, then you let the nuts run the house, and then you go all over the place. So,
actually, that's the one thing I'm curious about BronyCon, because, I've been to the Baltimore Convention Center many times, and I know how big Olicon is. Did you guys book the whole convention center, or just part of it? Because even, Baltimore Comic Con, that's a big comic convention, yet it only books one event room. That's it. So, and that's already pretty big. So, how much space at the Baltimore Convention Center have you guys booked for that?
That's a great question. I'm not sure of the answer. You could try asking Obsidian Winter.
Yep. Okay. She's actually just online right now, so that's great.
Oh, I see. More questions, I guess. People are
interested, so it's good.
Yeah.
So, but whenever you're ready to leave, just tell us. And...
All right. I mean, I'm fine with sticking around to answer questions for a bit longer.
I'm going to need my dinner break soon before our next interview.
Yeah, that's understandable. Fighting with other cons to get a convention center at any given time. Generally, you'll want to schedule your event around other conventions. So hopefully there's no fighting involved. And some of the outside of the convention being canceled so close, what are some of the biggest fears of the con? It's a good question. I think probably anything major going wrong at the last second, some VIPs not being able to come maybe, or head staff members deciding to leave the convention or not being able to work for the convention anymore.
Okay, it looks like Obsidian Winter is online and ready now. So,
all right.
TJ, did you actually need a break? Because
yeah, I kind of need to make some dinner. Otherwise, I'm not gonna eat until 10 o'clock again. So,
do you know how long it's gonna take?
let me get it in the oven and I'll be ready.
Okay.
About
All right.
10, 15 minutes.
Okay, I guess we could entertain the guests with other stuff until then. Actually, both you and Obsidian are both involved with BronyCon, right? So
Yes, that's true.
would it be okay if we pulled her on and just asked BronyCon questions with both of you guys?
Absolutely. I see just 2 more questions in chat.
Okay,
if
sure.
I could respond to those.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So one is, are prices for cons generally set permanently, or are they adjusted for a country? I'm not sure if I understand exactly what that's saying, but certainly prices are set by convention, absolutely. And it can vary wildly. From I've seen cons that I know, for example, one convention that I work for, Regia, has a student badge going for $20 for a whole weekend, up to, I think BronyCon is $65, $70 right now for 3 days. And Nemo asks, how rare would you say it is for a first-year convention not to be in the red? Pretty rare. There's only a handful that I'm aware of. And
Okay.
Logan is pretty great, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, I think this has been good. This is the first time we actually did something that's outside of just interviewing artists and stuff. So yeah, and once again,
Happy to be of service.
we're very happy to have you on, and hopefully we'll have you back again for probably a BronyCon interview and one for DrawinCon.
Oh, thank you very much for having me. Anytime. I'm more than happy to speak about conventions.
Well, right now,
Right.
I guess
You know
we
what?
could drag on Obsidian Winter if you guys would like to answer some dual questions about BronyCon together.
Sure.
And then you could leave afterwards, and then we'll interview Obsidian. So let's see, let me get this up.
I'll stick around.
Oh, sorry, TJ, for cutting you from your dinner.
Hello.
Hello,
Hi, Obsidian.
Hello.
welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
So I guess right now,
so
since we
for-
have 2 staff members from BronyCon on, I guess guys want to tell us any special news about BronyCon? Any new updates?
Special news from BronyCon. Well, as most people already know, of course, we released our schedule, which is very exciting for us. There was definitely, we tried to make it very dynamic this year, and we're very proud to have Eiley Monty coming and performing for us during opening ceremonies. That's going to be fantastic. She's even considering doing a original song for us, just written just for BronyCon. So that's very exciting. And we also have just a couple of surprises that we're not really going to release just yet, that are going to be coming up. So
Can you give a hint as to what the Sunday at 1:30 secret panel is? Because that's going up against my TumblrPon panel. And we feel like we're going to lose.
okay, well the super secret panel is it's really awesome because it's so secret. You understand, and it's so secrety, and that just makes it really cool.
You have a portal to Equestria, don't you?
Well, I'm not at liberty. Actually, we do have a portal to Equestria. We actually have a whole room that is actually, that's what it's called, Portal to Equestria. So you found us out. No, actually, the super secret panel, you should be able to be reading the blurb on that very shortly. But I'm not at liberty to say what it is, other than it is definitely going to pack the main hall. It'll fill all 3,000 some odd seats that we have. It's really worth attending.
It sounds exciting, and I know that that hall is very big because I've been there a few times for OliCon. So, yeah, if you guys could fill that would be amazing.
My money is on Tara Strong being there. That's my guess. That's my prediction.
Well, I know one thing you guys have recently released we were talking about this earlier, but you guys are now doing that cake class with Charm City Cakes, which I think is amazing. Like,
yes,
It's
that is
going to be a lot of fun.
yeah.
That is going to be a lot of fun. That is something that my department definitely cannot take credit for. That was I believe that was Josh Dean, if I'm not mistaken. And if it was, phone call. um, and if it was somebody else, I apologize. But I believe it was Josh Dean in public relations that set that up, and that's going to be absolutely amazing. I'm actually thinking of attending myself. So.
Okay, well, let's see. You guys have any last-minute BronyCon stuff you guys want to talk about before we start our interview?
Yeah, it's really exciting. We actually, sorry, I'm just confirming this before I say anything, but we are actually right around 5,000 badges sold right now.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, and that's just pre-registration closes July 15th, so we still have time to get plenty more people registered for that. If you haven't bought your badge, I'd suggest you do so.
Well, that means it's going to be the biggest BronyCon convention. Yep. Yeah,
it's going to be big. It's going to be fantastic. I'm really excited.
And you guys have one of the largest convention centers on the East Coast too, so it's very good.
Your goal was 6,000 badges. Is that correct?
I can't speak to any goals. I'm sure our goals are as many people as we can get.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my audio dropped. Was there a question towards me? I couldn't hear anything.
No, we were just talking about the badges. Selling 5,000 right now? Over 5,000?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, we just broke 5,000.
Oh, awesome! I'm just hearing that for the first time too. So
it just happened. This is a really, really recent thing within the past hour. So
that is great.
You guys are hearing it first.
Because you guys just broke like 4,000 a week or so ago. So.
Well, we had hoped.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
We had hoped that, of course, every single time you release new information, you get a little bit of a pickup. And, of course, we managed to sign, or rather our VIPR department, Fulner, managed to get, 2 out of 3 of the CMC. So that was a big deal. And so we've got Maddie and Michelle coming. And also then we released our programming schedule, and a lot of people kind of wait because they don't know what's really happening. And so I'm really excited that because our feedback for the schedule has been really phenomenal. There's something happening like all the time, and then we've got a bunch of new panels that are coming. We've got children's programming in the room we're calling the Crusaders Clubhouse. That's just for kids, trying to remember where the show was originally directed. We don't want it just to be this is all for adult bronies.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sorry, guys. I'm going to have to head off now, but it was very nice to speak with all of you.
We want to thank you for joining us, first off.
All right, sure.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, well, I guess now it's time to move on to, the second interview of the night. I guess if you guys need to take a break, TJ, did you need to take a break beforehand?
No, it ain't gonna happen.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, well, I guess for everyone just joining us, this is a special edition of the TumblrPonCast. We're taking a break from our normal podcast to cover the whole entire Sweet Apple AcreCon situation. Please note that the views of our guests are not representative of the views of our host. However, we do intend to give a fair and balanced view of the situation, so we will allow every guest to express whatever views and opinions they have. And we will also be taking questions after the initial interview process we have with TJ. So, TJ, would you like to introduce our second guest officially?
Yes, Miss Obsidian, is it Ryder or Winter? I got confused. Winter, my bad. I'm probably going to say Ryder at some point in this interview, and I'm going to smack myself when I do. But can you tell us what your role was with Sweet Apple Acres Con to start off with?
Oh, of course. And I'd like to also mention that I gave the TumblrPonCast here permission to ask me anything they want, so there is no filtered questions, just so everybody knows that. My role, actually, the short version of it, started when I first found out there was a convention in Nashville. I was in a BronyCon chat room. Somebody mentioned Sweet Apple Acres Con and mentioned it was Nashville, and that's where I live. So I immediately jumped on the opportunity. I was thinking, of maybe jumping on programming staff, helping out a little bit. And they had just lost their programming head. So they kind of bumped me up to that. Now, this was only a month before the con. And when I got in there, there was some issues. And I helped to kind of, because this was, keep in mind, it was a first year convention. And a lot of the first year folks, there wasn't a lot of convention experience. And working with BronyCon and some other cons in the past, I was more than happy to lend that to them. And eventually, due to some other issues that came up, I ended up Tim Starr ended up moving to chair, and I ended up moving to vice chair.
Okay. Can you tell us the exact date that you joined the convention staff?
I honestly couldn't. I could tell you that it was sometime. I took over as vice chair right after Fiesta Equestria, and I was probably on staff maybe a week before that. So sometime about the end of June.
Okay, so you haven't been on the staff for too long then?
No, I hadn't been on the staff hardly. I mean, I probably have. It's probably been less than a month that I have totally been on staff.
How deeply involved were you with the convention in that sense then? And how deeply were you involved with the staff?
I was part of the administration. I was responsible for negotiating their contract with the Holiday Inn, and negotiating their price and things like that.
Now, the Holiday Inn, was that the first or second venue, for those that don't know?
That was the second venue. Hang on just 1 second, please.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I'm back.
Good baseball game today, Coco. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I've got my little girl with me.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Yes, the Holiday Inn was the second convention. Yeah, sorry, it was the second venue.
The venue.
Yes, the first venue was the Millennium Maxwell House.
Okay.
I actually do want to say first off that you said you're from Nashville, right?
Yes.
So it's nice that you're actually coming to help your local convention, even though you're involved with so many other conventions at the moment right now. And are you, I guess, involved with the Nashville Bronies, and are they the ones who set up this convention?
Yes, baby, you can hang out with me. I'm sorry, guys. The joys of motherhood. Anyways, sorry about that. No, the Nashville Bronies, this was something that was done separate from the Nashville Bronies. We did have some Nashville Bronies as staff.
Okay.
But the Nashville Bronies, this was not a case of a meetup that decided to become a convention like what we've seen before in the past. This was honestly, this was Fuchi Hooves, who I really do need to give a shout out to, because he has a great heart. He has a great heart. Most of the mistakes that were made at this convention were really honest mistakes. They were lack of experience mistakes. There was no malicious intent. There were, it wasn't like a LPU where some money hungry guy went out and tried to make a bunch of money off of the bronies. It was, his heart was very much in the right place. It's just a lack of experience and direction. That was one thing. That was why we lost the first venue with the Milmax was, some issues with the contract that weren't really understood, and then again with the Holiday Inn with the Holiday Inn Vanderbilt, it was the same situation. So,
can you talk about the experiences of the people on the staff? Were they seasoned veterans of running conventions, or were they people that were kind of new to running the convention? How experienced were they in running conventions when they came on the staff of Sweet Apple Acres?
my impression, and I can only speak on what I was told, and from what I've understood and being in the rooms and stuff, is that there was very, very little of experience on the staff. This was a very green staff. When I took over programming, I went to my staff with BronyCon and asked them for some help. I said, "Hey guys, this con's in some trouble. Their programming needs some help. Would anybody like to help?" And there were, several people that, because I mean that's what we're known for in this community, helping out and just trying to help each other. And there were several that jumped on and helped get programming straight. And that was another appeal to bringing me on. And earlier you had Sheva on, and she was another one that was brought on later that was BronyCon staff to just try to help. The whole goal was to try to save the convention, because at the point that we were brought on, it was going down. It wasn't going to happen. I actually urged a cancellation after being there a week. So
the people that were being brought on, were they picked for a reason, or was it just the first person that you could grab that was willing to help?
I think again, according to, and please understand, this is what I've been told. This is not like I sat down and interviewed these people personally. Is that it seemed that a general call went out because yes, we did. The Nashville Bronies was, we use that as advertising. That we need staff. Some folks that were a part of MTAC, the Middle Tennessee Anime Convention, they were advisors unofficially. But yeah, it was pretty much, if you had art experience, then, you went to design. If you had, I know that one of the things that was concerning to me, and again, please understand, I'm just answering the question. I was concerned that their head of security had no security experience. So it was. I think that this was more of just trying to fill in roles than it was anything else. And again, that's not to diss or hate on the people that were making decisions at the time. I just think, again, that he wanted to put on a con. He didn't really know where to go for the people, and he was just looking for volunteers.
Was the desire to keep the convention going kind of clouding some judgment as to what the best interest of the convention should be?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question for me?
Did the desire to still run the convention and to still have that going, did that cloud some judgment as to what the best interest of the convention should be?
I think actually, to me, the question was more the best interest of the community should be, if that makes sense. When I brought up canceling the convention 3 weeks from the date, there were some people that were on board and, agreed. And then there were other people that had said that, no, we're going to do this. We've worked too hard. One person's direct quote was, I've spent a year of my life planning this, and I've, lost money from jobs, and I don't want to let, my vendors down. So it became a thing where there was an unwillingness to really let go. My concern was, of course, any resemblance of an LPU too, because that never helps the community. I thought that canceling 3 weeks out, that everybody would understand. Because Bronies, the community is very understanding. They're very understanding. I felt they would have understood a cancellation than have it get to like what happened the day before and suddenly there's no venue.
When you brought up canceling the con 3 weeks before, was that the first discussions of the convention being canceled, or were there talks previously that you might have been aware of canceling the convention?
I have no information that says anybody brought up canceling the convention. It was just moving on as we were. And when I was in the chat, it was, oh, excuse me, let me get something to drink. When I came on, it was, I was surprised by how much had not gotten done yet. There were things like, audio visual, that hadn't been arranged or even talked about, just a few weeks out. There were folks that hadn't been paid. There was just a lot of things that, and another man was brought in, Larsis. I'm sure you've seen his name running around. A phenomenal man, a good man. He came in and he managed to get, because originally there were no even accesses to the finance department didn't have access to finances. There were no checks and balances. There was no way to know what was being paid for. There was no purchasing. Larsis got in there and asked for those and made sure that BJ, who is head of finance, was able to get in there and do his job.
Well, but if the finance department didn't have control over what was being spent, how is that possible? That the finance department doesn't know what's going on with the convention's finances?
Well, I think that Fooch was. I think that he had spoke in the open chat one time about having a bad experience with being betrayed by somebody, and he was worried about giving out that kind of power. And I think that was the reasons why he didn't share that with finance. Now, obviously, I mean, I understand that sounds a little silly, but I'm not him. I didn't have that experience, so I'm definitely not going to chastise him for it. But that's what the fact of the situation was, is that finance did not have access to the bank accounts, to the corporate bank accounts. Again, this was an LLC that was putting this on. This was not like, a mom and pop, using Fuji's personal accounts.
Did it feel like that one person was controlling everything in that sense then, about what was being done, what was being dictated, what was being spent on? Do you feel that there was unbalance in power and responsibilities?
There was heavy imbalance. There is no question. Tim Starr was a very good example of this. Tim, and Starlight, he was technically vice chair, but he really wasn't. He had never been really given the authority as a vice chair. He had the name, but he didn't have any of the powers that came along with it. When I came in, it was very much, it was one person that was directing everything, and I felt really bad for Fooch because of that. He really distrusted, and he really wanted to make sure that this was a good show, so he tried to do everything. And of course, with conventions, you can't do that. You'll drive yourself insane. So my recommendation when I got in was to delegate. When I took over BronyCon programming, I was the third programming head with BronyCon. And the first thing I did was delegate. And I told Fooch, I said, that's what you need to do, is you need to delegate. And once that happened, which, I mean, it was too little too late at this point. Tim was able to really step up as a leader and try to get things done. Larsa stepped up. Once BJ had access to the accounts, he stepped up. I mean, everybody really stepped up their game. Sheva came in, and Sheva was amazing. I know I didn't get to hear her interview, but she really came up and really took PR. And just, everybody tried, but at this point, it was literally like throwing a convention together, an entire convention together in 1 month, is what it felt like.
How long were you on the staff with Foosh then, at the same time?
Until I resigned, which was due to the whole Final Draft thing. I resigned after a conflict with Final Draft. I got tired of arguing with people, with the staff. I was, I will be the first one to admit, I can be very difficult to work with, because when I see a problem, I go after it. And I'm definitely not going to paint myself as the saint that was in there trying to we need to do that. No, I was like, listen, we need to get this done. We need to get this done now. Let's go. And decisions have to be made now, and we don't have time to keep voting on stuff. And because that was the way how the decisions were made. The decisions to pay, to pay what was being paid to venues and all that. It was all voted on, and by people who didn't really have experience in what were good prices. So it was until the last week of June until probably about 5 days ago was my tenure with the con.
In your time that you were on the staff, how did you feel communication was between staff members? I know you talked about getting things cleaned up and organized and such. Sheva talked about how she felt the communication was great. How did you feel it was when you first came on? How did you feel the interactions between various staff members were?
When I came on before Sheva came on, but not very much before. I felt that actually communication was too much. Like a very good example, and I hate to keep mentioning them, but it's the best example I've got with BronyCon. The communications are very, very smooth. Every department's, we've either got IRC or Skype, or we've got our own emails, things like that. And Sweet Up LakersCon could have had that, but really what it was just everybody and every department in one room. And instead of one thing that I told people, I said when we were trying to design our badges, I said that's design. I said I don't want to be part of the discussion of how's this design look? How's this design look? I want you guys to design it, bring to me a finished product, and let me look at it, and then we can see if that's something that we need to do. But it was just, there was so much clutter and so much confusion, and you had departments that really had no say. Like, I'm going to use this as an example. This wasn't something that happened, but as an example, it's like security coming in and saying, well, that design I'm not really keen on. I personally don't like that design. It needs to be redone. Don't go with that. And then while everybody else likes it, and then design saying, well, security doesn't like it, so let's go back to the drawing board. I felt that it got to where it was so much chaos. The communication was definitely in abundance, but it was very chaotic in my opinion.
Moving on, I assume you were aware of the problems that the convention was having when you came onto the staff, correct? Yeah, you previously mentioned it.
I was not aware of the extent. I joined as a volunteer. I did not know that they were in as much trouble as they were in when I first joined.
Okay. What did you know about the problems the convention was having when you first joined? What were you aware of?
That they needed staff. That's it. had a call in for, I was talking to Starlight, and they needed staff. They needed volunteers. So I was like, hey, local pony convention. I'm all about that. I was looking to get some more experience because I haven't been to cons in a couple of years, and was wanting to kind of get my feet wet before BronyCon. So I did Fiesta Equestria, and I was looking at doing Sweet Apple Acres, and I thought it would be good to volunteer and have some fun. That's all I knew, is that they needed volunteers.
So Starlight was the one that brought you onto the staff, then, correct?
Yeah, Starlight. Of course, he works BronyCon public relations, and him and I know each other. And he thought I'd be a good fit for a volunteer programming staffer. So that's what I was going to be.
How transparent about the convention was he when he brought you onto the staff? You mentioned you were a volunteer, but how transparent was he? What did he tell you about the positives and the negatives of the convention at its current point when you came on?
Well, I think he told me about as much as a staffer should know. I was not on their management. I was just a volunteer. So I didn't really expect to be told of any of their troubles. And I don't think that's unreasonable, because again, I know if I personally was part of a big company and it was having major troubles at the top, I probably wouldn't go to my employees, my volunteer employees, and say, "Whoa, guys, listen, this is what's happening." So I wasn't really told anything until I actually got to see the programming schedule and saw its condition, and then I started to inquire. And once I became head of programming, I was allowed admin access, and then that's when I saw everything that was going on.
How bad was it when you were granted administration access?
Well, I think I mentioned that earlier. It was bad. It was really bad. It was right about the time that they lost Milmax, and it was just, again, it was exactly. It was it was very much like trying to put together an entire convention in a single month. Like if BronyCon decided, sorry, phone call.
Okay.
It was like if BronyCon decided they wanted to go to Texas, in August instead, and said we got to start all over. Okay. That's exactly how it felt to me personally.
Okay. So then you became aware of the problems, and that's when you suggested that the convention should be canceled or postponed then. Is that correct?
Right. When I saw how much was left to do, and I understand that some things are not done until the last minute. I do understand that. But when I just saw how negative just things were, and how chaotic, I honestly felt that the best thing to do was to save face and try again next year. I felt that the company, the LLC Darcadia Entertainment, and the Sweet Apple Acres brand was still salvageable, and that people would understand, and we could just take the staff we had, because at this time we had Larsis. Tim Starr was firmly now in the vice chair position, and Fooch was getting some really good advice now. I felt that we could definitely do it next year, and put on a really good show that would really represent the community well.
When you were suggesting the cancellation or postponement, were you the only one that was suggesting it, or did you have people backing you up in that regard as well? And when you were suggesting it, what led you kind of also mentioned that the desire to keep the con going was a major factor in keeping it going. So were there any specific factors that they said that we have to keep this going? We want to put on a good show. We have to keep this going.
There were individuals who said that they felt that we were too far in, that at 3 weeks out it was too late, that the PR, there would be no recovering from the PR. That was the main thing. Larsis is a very logical individual. He wanted some of the more firmer numbers because, again, when he joined on, he had this huge cluster of information that he had to deal with. He was neutral on it. He saw the wisdom in both staying and going, and Tim was also neutral. He saw the wisdom in canceling and also keeping it going, but there were some that were vehemently against it. Like, again, the vendors, people were worried about breaking their word about having a con. And my argument was, well, I think vendors would appreciate it better if, they don't spend their money. Yeah, maybe there's going to be some money that's lost because they purchased flight tickets. But, it's better than coming out and not, because a lot of vendors, they depend on the money they make at the con to recoup expenses. And I thought it was better to tell them, don't waste the time to come out, spend the money on your venue, on a hotel room, and all of that, and then to let the VAs know, listen, we're sorry, we're just going to try this again next year. I really had, very, very little support in that idea. It was pretty much just we need to push on, and just because we said we would.
Okay. I want to move on to another topic now, another major point.
I guess what people have been waiting for.
Sorry, I had to throw my cat there. So, the contract with Everfree Network. That's been one of the biggest talked about topics with the convention, and some say one of the reasons it's gone down, but we'll ask you about it. I don't know how deeply involved you were with this process, but can you explain how the contract between Everfree Network and Sweet Apple Acres went down? How did that come about?
I was not part of the negotiation of that contract.
Okay. How aware are you of the contract and such?
I've read it. It was when I read it, I had my opinions of it, which are pretty well known. And they're just the contract did not sit well with me because it mentioned some exclusiveness that would have made it really impossible for anybody else that wanted to come stream. And that didn't sit well with me, but I didn't sign the contract. So, I mean, that was one of those things that, what can you do? You can't really do anything.
You mentioned the exclusivity of the contract. Do you feel having a contract like that is bad for conventions, especially a first-year convention that's trying to get off the ground?
I'm sorry, are you asking me if I think it being exclusive is bad for a convention?
Yeah, having one media outlet just having exclusive access to everything instead of opening it up to all potential media outlets. How do you feel about that?
I feel personally that a first-year convention needs all the advertising it can get. I can talk about that. With the Holiday Inn. This was when I saw that contract. I personally believe, and I know that there's not a lot of conventions that believe this. I do believe that housing, at least a roof over your head, should be provided for a lot of your bigger names in the community, your really hard hitters. I don't believe that travel should be covered, but I think if they can get there, that you should throw them a line. And I talked to Silver Eagle and asked him. I was like, if you guys could get, if the con paid for a separate internet line, because that's what we would have had to have done in order for them to stream, would you all be willing to come out here? And if we were to cover at the very least your rooming costs. And he said, yeah. And I jumped on that because I felt it was really important. And there was a little bit of what would you call it? A little bit of hesitation on wanting to agree to that. I personally feel that, Everfree is a good network. It does a lot of very good things for the community. But I thought that having the travel covered and the room covered and everything was a bit excessive. Especially when no one else was being offered anything remotely like that. I'm really against anything exclusive, particularly with small cons, because small cons really need the exposure.
So you felt the contract was one-sided then, in that sense?
I felt it was very one-sided. As far as I knew, there was no bid. There was no record of a bid, I guess is what I should say. I wasn't a part of the con at the time. It was just, here's Everfree Network, here's, up to $3,000, for travel, and here's three bedrooms, three hotel rooms, separate hotel rooms, which I thought again was a little ridiculous because having gone to cons, usually you try to pack your guys in, 3 or 4 to a room. Things like that. It was things like that made me think that it was a little bit slighted. And again, this is me speaking as, at the time, the vice chair of Sweet Lakers Con.
The amount that was being comped to Everfree was a large amount. I believe someone quoted it somewhere in about $5,000 range. Is that correct, Coco?
Yeah, I believe so. That's what we heard.
That's actually exaggerated.
Okay. What was the actual comp cost to Everfree Network then?
If you were to, I think that even though they were contracted to have, really, that's the number that was available to them. That was what was available to them. I'm sorry, hang on. Okay, sorry. The total amount that was available to them was around 5,000. I think out of that 5,000, and this is again if you're counting the comped room, which really shouldn't even be counted because we were given a certain amount of rooms with the contract with the Holiday Inn, so that was already factored in. I would say probably they used maybe 3,000 out of the 5 that would have been available.
Do you still feel that was a high amount, though, the $3,000?
If you look at what they were, I think that it could have been cheaper if we wouldn't have given them or weren't going to give them 3 rooms. I think that if we would have given them even just 2 rooms, which is eventually what I pushed for. I pushed to give them 2 rooms and give Ponyville Live 1 room. And that's at the time that I left was going to be what was going to happen until the whole explosion with the issue with Final Draft came and I resigned. Considering we were going to have like 1 main hall room and 1 panel room, yeah, I think that's a bit excessive because you don't really need a whole huge crew for that. PVL was going to come down with just a very few handful of people, to do this at a fraction of the cost. And that was at their personal cost. They weren't actually charging for the event at all. And for a first-year con, I think it's really important that if somebody comes up to you, and let's assume for a minute, and please understand, Ponyville Live, if you're listening to this, I am not saying this, but let's assume that the community, as to what it's been saying, let's say PVL is substandard, which they're not. I've seen them. I've seen their equipment. They are not substandard. They have great equipment. I've watched their feeds. I like their feeds. But let's just say they were a little bit substandard to EFN. If you are just starting out and you have one guy that says, I want to do this for you for free, and we're going to post it everywhere, and we're going to get you all this advertising, you don't have to pay us, we're going to stream you. I didn't understand why not go for that, because then that would have been $3,000, or I mean, even let's just even say just $2,000 that could have gone towards some other expense, or could have gone back to paying the loan, or could have been done on more advertising. I don't understand, the need to pay for the big boys to come out for a first-year convention.
Okay. I had it on the tip of my tongue. Go ahead, Coco. Go ahead. I had it.
Okay, well, I know one of the things that I guess one of the rumors that stemmed from you, people try to form around you, was that you leaked a lot of the documents and stuff. I know you tried to explain yourself on the live stream with Snowden Pony, but I guess for viewers who haven't listened to that video, could you explain what the rumors were and what you said in that video?
Yeah, I'd be absolutely happy to. When I resigned, I was pretty upset when I resigned because of how Final Draft had talked to me in that chat. And I'm going to address this I'm going to answer your question in two parts. First, I want to address the phone call, and then I want to address the documents, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. The phone call, I got this very angry voicemail, and I shared that with a friend of mine because I was like, can you believe this guy? I mean, can you believe this guy? This is absolutely ridiculous. And the phone call, that message, and I did the same thing with I was actually on a Skype call at the time that I told my friend, I said, hang on. I was upstairs at the time. I went downstairs and I called back Final Draft. And we were talking, and our phone call dropped. And when I was pretty agitated at this time, because he was threatening to not come to the con because he was afraid. He says that it was hostility towards the admin, and it wasn't hostility towards the administration. It was hostility towards PVL. He was afraid that PVL was going to be hostile to him. And he said, well, you saw how they were at Fiesta Equestria. And I said, no, I didn't see. They stayed in their corner and you guys stayed in your corner. And he said, well, that was just backstage stuff. And that may be true. But I assured him that things were going to be okay. Well, I'm wandering around the house because I do that when I'm agitated, and I come upstairs. And my friend hears this conversation, and my partner is, kind of mouthing what's wrong. And so I turn on my speakerphone and I let her hear it. Not even thinking about my Skype call that I've got on with my friend who's recording this. And that's how, and after the phone call was over, the one part that nobody, there's a part of this that has never been leaked, and it was, and I won't use it. I won't use the exact phrase because it has an explicit, but as soon as I hung up the phone, I said, man, that guy's a blank hole. and to be fair, that is something that has never been released. And that was out of anger. And I apologize for using that. I was very angry at the time. And, anyways, so the phone call was recorded, and I shared the voicemail in confidence, and I'm not going to say who it was that recorded the conversation, and I'm not going to say who it was that I shared the voicemail with, because we've got enough drama going on. It's suffice to say that it was an error in my judgment. I shouldn't have vented to anybody. I should have kept it to myself. I was just angry, and I wanted somebody to talk to about it, other than my partner, because my partner has to deal with everything else that I deal with. But I take full responsibility for that phone call,
Were you were you
being leaked.
were you aware that the phone call was recorded at the time?
At the time, no. I was informed of it later, and I don't, and I still don't think. Actually, no. Actually, it's not. I don't think. I can tell you that that phone call was leaked. And it wasn't even leaked. It was shared in confidence as well. Um, it was, with some people that we knew, and it was an individual that took it and ran with it, and we don't know who that individual is. It was honestly an accident that phone conversation. I know how that sounds. I know people are saying, "Oh, that's bull crap," but that's honestly how it went down. It was all of that was shared out of frustration, and it honestly was an accident. It was never meant to jump out there and cause Final Draft issues. Actually, Final Draft and I got along at Fiesta Equestria. I had no issues with the man. He's we're working together at BronyCon even. So I had no reason to try to harm him or to embarrass him or anything else. I'm not part of the anti-Final Draft crowd. I actually just believe in fair media, but I actually think Final Draft's a pretty cool guy. So that's how the phone call happened.
Okay. Did you actually see Final Draft's video response shortly? I guess it was a few days ago when I think he did a yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
What was your opinion on that?
My opinion was that he should have let it be what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a Sweet Apple Acres Q&A.
Okay.
And it wasn't. It was more of a bash PVL thing, and it was funny because people were trying to ask questions to the Sweet Apple Acres crew, and at one point somebody, you could barely hear it in the background, but somebody, either Tim or Larsis, actually spoke up, and you could hear him say, "Can I answer this question that somebody asked about Sweet Apple Acres?" I felt that was not the right course of action to do at the time, because it started out with when you have a Q&A, it should start out with questions like, "Okay, here it is. You guys got questions? Let's hear them. What do you got?"
I think there's actually a good question posted earlier in the chat by Gray Brother. He said, when I guess Everfree Network tried to pull out their contract, why didn't Sweet Apple Acres allow that and just go with Ponyville Live?
Okay, Ponyville Live was banned from Sweet Apple Acres for a long time. And it wasn't until later that they became unbanned. And Everfree Network says that they tried to pull out of their contract. The only reason they tried to pull out of their contract was because they heard Ponyville Live was going to be in attendance. And I did not have the authority to authorize them to pull out. That was something that was the contract was signed by was signed by Tim. Tim was the chair, and it was not my place to supersede that. To say, "Oh, well, fine, you know what, go ahead." That, and also it was a very upsetting conversation. He was heated, I was heated, and you should never base business decisions off of a heated conversation. I hear this, "Oh, we tried to pull out," but it was that they tried to pull out because Ponyville Live. If he really wanted to pull out, he should have talked to Tim. He should have talked to the chair, since that was the one that he signed the contract with, and said, "Listen, we know you're in trouble. We don't think we should be here." That's not what happened. That's not how they tried to pull out.
Now, about the banning of Ponyville Live, any reason behind that? Was it just because of, I guess, Final Draft pushing for that?
I can't comment on that.
Okay.
Okay.
And I hate saying that because I know that I just know that's a really bad answer, but I honestly am not at liberty to talk about that.
No, it's understandable.
How
Okay.
how much did the contract and the demands and all the fallout affect the cons?
The fall. How did it affect the con? Um,
In terms of logistics, finances, anything like that. How did that
oh,
affect the con with the contract
it
and what Everfree was saying that they were going to do and pull out and anything like that? How did
actually
that con? Yes, go ahead.
sales went up. People started. They really started rallying. I mean, and of course, um, um, Final Draft has got a lot of friends in the community, and I can't stress enough. I really can't stress enough that phone call was not meant to be heard by other people, and he was angry when that phone call was going on. And everybody knows out there, everybody knows that when you're angry, you say crap you don't mean. So I think that the community or anybody that's out there, you know, beating him with a stick over some of the things that he said when he was angry needs to take a good long look in the mirror and ask themselves if they've ever said anything that they regret when they were angry. And I think that needs to be said. As far as the question, their sales went up. I heard that they had sold several sponsor passes because that's the wonderful community that we're in. They heard they were in trouble, and people started trying to rally behind them. I think what got people angry at the end was of course the loss of venue, and it wasn't that the venue just canceled. That's not what happened. The venue didn't just come to us and say you didn't cancel. It was they weren't paid. I mean, they just weren't paid. I mean, of course they're going to cancel.
This is the second venue, right?
This is the second venue, yes. Okay. Everybody believed Larsis, Tim Starr, myself at the time that I left, because we had asked, who all has been paid, what all has been paid, has these artists been paid? Yes. Has these people been paid? Yes. Has the venue been paid? Yes. And then I'm hearing, that it's the venue's fault. It's, the venue broke contract. And no, I mean, I can't think of a single convention or really almost any place that I've been that allows you to hold your event and then you pay them. Because what's to stop people from being, oh, hey, I got my event. Thanks, guys. See you later. Right. It didn't make any sense. So I went, I made a phone call. And because as somebody who was going to attend and was like, what's going on? And they're like, no, we didn't get paid for our services, a day or two before the event. So we figured that they weren't interested and we canceled. So that's what happened with that.
Okay. Talking about, I think we've hit everything on Everfree, haven't we?
Sorry.
Coco.
Wait, sorry. What was your question, TJ?
Any other thoughts about the Everfree contract and the interactions with them that you wanted to get out?
No. Sorry. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
I thought you were asking me that question.
No,
sorry.
Well, both of you in a way. So,
my final thoughts on the Everfree thing is that, the community, and as widely projected as the cons are to everywhere across the world, would not happen if it were not for Everfree and what they started. I think Final Draft deserves all the respect in the world for that. I think that we need to remember that, again, that conversation was not meant to get out. And I think that I do think that he means well. I really do. The business practices, that's for other people to decide. That's for other people to debate. The feud between the PVL and EFN, that's something else. I know that I'm looking forward to working with him at BronyCon and seeing what the future holds for both companies, for PVL and EFN.
Great. So
Okay.
no hard feelings between you and Final at this point, right?
Well, there's no hard feelings with me. I know he's pretty pissed.
Okay.
So,
Well,
so, but no, I was really surprised. Everybody rallied with him and stuff, about the phone call, and I was kind of felt for a couple of days. I'm like, guys, I'm the one that he, was complaining at. I'm the one that he was yelling at and stuff, and I just got kind of swept under the bus because of the whole leaked documents thing, which was the other part of your question. But no, I have no ill will towards Final Draft. I actually issued a statement on my Twitter publicly apologizing to Final Draft and also denouncing Snowden Pony.
okay. Well, that's good. We don't need it. I guess we don't really need too much conflicts in this fandom. Like,
Exactly. Less conflicts, the
No,
better.
there's plenty.
it's a girl show for like this Rainbow Color Forces. We should just all have fun. Yeah.
I want to talk more about leaked documents. Another set of
Actually,
leaked
that's
documents
the thing you brought up. Snowden Pony. We really don't know who Snowden Pony is. Do you have any clues who Snowden might be?
Well, I understand that Snowden is the Prism guy. I think he's in Russia right now. That's all
Okay.
I know about
How
Snowden.
did he get in contact with you initially?
Actually, this is where the misconception comes in. Is that there have been two investigations into me. One performed by Tim Starr and Larsis of Sweet Apple Acres Con, and one internal investigation with BronyCon. And in both of those investigations, I was found to not be the leak because I am not the leak, and that is the honest to God truth.
All right. If I could ask you some more questions about the leaked documents, because another major part of that was the financial spreadsheets that were leaked out.
Hmm.
If I can find my questions on that, um, how much of an impact did the leaks have in the decision to postpone the convention? I mean, we kind of had that answered earlier with Sheva because she said the site pulled out, the venue pulled out, pulled the rug out from under you guys. But did the leaking of the financial documents, what kind of role did that play on the decisions and logistics of the convention?
As far as I know, they didn't. It was the only thing that stopped the convention was the venue. When the leaks happened, according to some friends that I know, they, as I said, their sales went up. People started really rallying with them because they saw the debt. And I mean, I don't know too much about it because at the time of the leak, because it coincided with my resignation, I was getting hammered from everybody. I spent literally like 2 days just in my room on my computer trying to defend myself. It was an absolute nightmare because everybody was so sure that it was me. It had to be me because it coincided, and then it turned out not to be me. And so that was. But no, the con didn't really suffer anything other than, I mean, they're they were upvoted and they were liked in Facebook. They were their sales went up, their sponsorship badges went up. There was a huge rally in the community. I know Traveling Pony Museum. Matter of fact, I saw them just today. I went down to mingle with them, talked to Fooch and Starlight and Larsis, which we're all getting together tonight. And we're actually doing another stream tonight, all three of us. And again, I mean, everything. I mean, the con was looking up. It was still going to have its troubles, but what sank the con was the venue. That is what it all comes down to. It was the venue. The documents, actually helped the con.
How much of a positive impact would you say? How much exactly did the registrations and funding go up as a result of the leaks? Would you say?
The only thing I was told, the quote to me that was given was several. That's it. That's the only number I know. At this point, I wasn't involved with them, so People were telling me that were still involved with SAAC, and they were just, on the side like, oh, hey, these leaks, we've had great response and we've sold several sponsorship passes. That was all that was said to me.
Prior to that, how did the financials get so low with the con? How did it get to the point that it was struggling? Was it higher expectations than what you were hoping? How did it get to the point where the con was needing around $21,000 just to keep it afloat?
Okay, well, this is actually a two-part question. Okay, the original post that was made a long time ago from Sweet Apple Acres needing 21,000, that was when we were trying to keep the mill max, because that's what we owed when the convention was unable to book all of its rooms. The room blocks that we had, the deal is that if we could fill the room blocks, the convention space was free. Well, in the contract, and it was a very, very bad contract. If you didn't meet that, not only did you have to pay for the convention space, but you also had to pay for the rest of the rooms. And that's where the $21,000, that's where that number first came from. Which was a ridiculous number. We actually could have gotten the Gaylord Opryland Hotel for just a couple thousand more than what we got the Holiday Inn. But all that was negotiated before Tim was vice chair and Larsis was involved and I was involved. So,
what was the major source of income that the con needed? I assume it would be registration. That would be the biggest source of income, correct?
Well, the biggest source of income, if you look at the leaked sheet, was, and that's why I can talk to you about it, is because it's out there. Otherwise, I couldn't. Was loans, credit cards, and then the registration was being used to pay back the loans and the credit cards.
Okay. About registration, were the registration numbers about where you were expecting them, or were they less than what you were expecting, or even more than what you were expecting? What were the expectation levels for attendance for the con?
I honestly don't know what their expectance was. By the time I joined, I was in, oh my God, kill it with fire. And then when nobody wanted to kill it with fire, it was, okay, let's just try to... It was one of the little gifts that we would use was the all the ponies around the table in the Crystal Empire singing there, we got to get this right. We have to make them see.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was that was very much the attitude at the time. I have no idea. I heard some numbers of maybe like 600. But I don't know if those were the actual expectations or not.
How many would have to have attended to make it a successful con financially?
Oh my God. I don't even know. I don't have those numbers. That would be a question for Larsis, and he's not here.
Okay. In the previous interview, Sheva mentioned that first year cons typically go in the red, and it's a normal occurrence, and they use cons in future years to make up that deficit. Is that true? Was there kind of some expectation that this con would be in a little bit of debt?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, first year cons, it's that, I mean, that's why you use loans, or that's why you'll use a business account, is because you do go in the red, and then you use your ticket sales to slowly pay that back over the year, and then as you get bigger and bigger and bigger, you're able to eventually start getting into the black. Not so much that that you're making profit, but enough, like profit is in like you're paying your staff or something. But, you eventually get to the point to where, you end up with excess and you can use that surplus to, offer better perks to your panelists and your musicians, or maybe get a nicer venue or whatever. But yeah, most conventions when they start out, they do end in the red.
This first year con, Sweet Apple Acres, did you feel that in that sense of what they were offering, that they were giving too much, that they were trying to go further than what their budget or expectations allowed them to?
Um, I feel very much so that they were trying to do way too much. They're offering too many perks. I mean, BronyCon a lot of people look at BronyCon's success and they say, well, we can do that. But what they forget is that BronyCon was really a fluke. It was a lot of just almost impossible circumstances that came together to make it successful. You had the Brony Doc, which brought, a lot of VAs, a lot of attention to it. It was in a good location. When Purple Tinker was putting it together, I know that a lot of people don't like to mention, her name, but I mean, the way she was organizing it, initially, I mean, it started out as a small meetup group. And a lot of people forget that that's the roots of BronyCon. It was a meetup group, and then it got larger and larger until they needed a convention space. And then they just exploded. And this was, of course, when conventions were all new. Now we've got something like 33 conventions in a single year. And all these meetup groups thinking, hey, we can do a convention, we can do a convention, we can do a convention. When really, all you need is... you've got BronyCon that's an international now because we got people coming from all 7 continents, including Antarctica. That's really trippy. Yeah, we got a guy coming from Antarctica. That's a scientist down there. You guys didn't know that?
No, I heard about that. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, so we are literally the first. I mean, actually, we may even be the first. One of the first conventions, period, or at least in a very selective group that can say we have attendees from all 7 continents.
Call Guinness.
So we even got the guy to take pictures of the South Pole point.
Wow.
And he put some brushables and some other figurines and some stickers around it and took a picture as evidence. It was really cool. But anyways, BronyCon grew step by step by step, where a lot of these other cons, they just kind of jump into the, okay, we're just going to have a big convention. And you can't do that. You got to build up your rep. You got to start small, just have 1 or 2, VAs, build up your panels, get, network, talk to your panelists, and do it that way. I know that there's some talk right now, actually, about there being another convention that will be taking place in Nashville next year. That will be completely rebranded. It will have a new management structure, and it'll be done right.
I'm sure. I guess people have been saying this over and over again, but it seems like our community is really oversaturated with ponycons, and look at almost every other fandom or fan culture out there. You don't see this many Star Wars conventions or Star Trek conventions. You don't even see popular animated shows like SpongeBob or Avatar or Last Airbender like having multiple conventions like My Little Pony. Do you think we're going to the point where it's just going to really have to shut down and just have one pony convention? Or I don't know, what do you think is the future of I guess the PonyCon business?
Actually, you know what? I think that there's room. I think there's room in this fandom for one for each region. I think, of course, you have Everfree Northwest, Seattle. You got BronyCon, which takes the East. And really, Everfree Northwest, because of where it's at, It's it's right there at the edge of the country. They are really good for taking international individuals. They're an airport hub. Uh, the Baltimore area, that whole northeastern part of the country, that's really great. To have a con. Fiesta Equestria, I could definitely see taking, uh, you know, Middle America. TrotCon and Fiesta both have got, good locations. What we don't really have is one for the South. And I think that's what Sweet Apple Acres was trying to be, was one for the South. And I know that the people that are behind planning this other convention, I know there's a convention called DerpyCon, and I don't know what they're supposed to be in New Orleans.
Right.
Nolans, excuse me. I don't know if they're going to be successful or not, but I know that this group that's coming on to do the new Nashville convention, hopefully next year, is very experienced with conventions and will have a very good financial backing to start with. So that's something that's the goal. That's kind of the only piece of the puzzle that's missing. The rest of these smaller conventions, I honestly think, guys, just save yourself the heartache. What happened here at SAAC was a really good example of what happens when you have people that's heart is in the right place. They just want to have a PonyCon. They don't want to have to drive 13 hours to get to one, but they don't have any experience in it. And, the best of intentions cost people hundreds or thousands of dollars, and it's just not worth it, guys. It's really not. Try to jump on board with one of these conventions that are, like Everfree Northwest, BronyCon, Fiesta, ones like that. Try to jump on and give yourself a helping hand in there, is what my suggestion would be.
Do you feel Nashville is the right city for the Southeastern Con? Because I've heard suggestions that Atlanta would be a better location for it.
Well,
You are from Nashville, so I'm sure you would have some bias for Nashville too.
actually, no. Actually, I'm not really partial to Nashville, other than we have the Opryland Hotel, which is an absolutely gorgeous venue to have a convention at. It's not just a convention center. It's you know indoor rainforest, an indoor river. It's amazing. The idea came up and is still being discussed about the convention in Atlanta. The problem is that there are so many conventions in Atlanta. There's a ton of conventions in Atlanta. Um, Anime Week in Atlanta, good example. There's several. There's Western Comic Cons down there in Atlanta. It's a difficult place to try to find the right dates that you want, because there's conventions happening there constantly.
And
Um,
not only with conventions in Atlanta, there's a lot of sports events that happen down there too. A
exactly. So
lot.
you have to combat the convention scene, the sports scene, and try to find a room block that you can actually have your convention, and that really limits when to have it, because you don't want to contend. You don't want to contend with like look where Sweet Apple Acres Con was this year, which was completely by accident. It was 2 weeks after Fiesta, and it's 3 weeks before BronyCon. That is a terrible place to be, because people are either, I mean, between Fiesta and us, there wasn't even a paycheck period. For people to get paid every 2 weeks, and then there's people, of course, government workers get paid every month. So most of the people that were close, they spent their money at Fiesta Equestria. And then, of course, you have people that are this close to BronyCon that are really saving up to go to BronyCon and, go spend their money there. So when you put all of that together, competing BronyCon, sports events, and the other conventions in Atlanta, it really limits what you can do there. And like some people said New Orleans, and I'm like, no, no, that's probably not wise. The airfare there is very expensive. Nashville is the other best airport hub and the Gaylord Opryland Hotel, which is Marriott operated now. Marriott's very friendly to conventions. I know that that's the target venue for next year, if we're able to do it.
So you kind of alluded to the future of the con. What is being done? I don't know how you're aware of this information, but what's being done to make good on what's happened for this year? Getting all the debt paid off, taking care of what the convention may still owe going forward, eliminating the debt. Is there any plans in the works to handle that from what's happened this year?
If there is a new convention, it will be a completely separate entity. There will be, nobody that it was. Well, let me phrase this very carefully. Like Fooch would not be in management, obviously. I would still like to see him in the PonyCon scene because his heart's in the right place. But, he still has a lot to learn on that regard. But as far as the Sweet Apple Acres convention goes, it's... I honestly think that it's done. I don't think there is recovery from it. This new convention would be different people. It would be different company. It would be, different management. It would be starting completely from scratch. It would have nothing to do with Sweet Apple. I think Sweet Apple is unfortunately it's done. I don't think there will be ever another Sweet Apple Con.
What is going to be done to take care of the fallout that happened from Sweet Apple Acres Con and handling what debts and bills and loans that they have? Do you know of anything that's being done to take care of that entity?
I honestly don't, because I'm not involved with them. When I resigned, I threw all that behind me.
Okay. Moving on to kind of another topic. You mentioned Foosh. Just wanted to address a rumor that we heard about who exactly brought down the convention, in a way. We know that you said that the venue pulled out from you on Wednesday, and that forced the cancellation of the con. But there were some rumors about people playing a role in this and potentially setting events in course to kind of eliminate. Some that we've heard was Foosh doing it, or someone called Silverhoof as well. Can you address the rumor that, because from what we heard, Foosh was expelled, Silverlight took his spot, and a week before the con, he was out and Foosh came back. And I apologize if I got the second name confused. We've heard Silverhoof or Silverlight. It's Silverlight, is that correct?
It's Starlight.
Starlight, okay. Is there a Silverhoof involved in this somewhere?
No. There was
okay.
a rumor. There was a rumor that Silver Eagle with PVL had something to do with Tim Starlight being removed as chair, and that's a false rumor.
Okay.
So many Silvers.
As a matter of fact, I think he's actually standing by to talk to you guys.
Yep,
if you want to bring him in.
Silver Eagle will be in shortly after your interview concludes.
Okay, he's the PVL guy. Is that correct?
So notice there's so many Silvers involved with this thing. So weird.
Yeah, it's gold.
Stop with your puns.
So now we know you said that the venue pulled out from you guys. That was the reason for the con being canceled.
Yes.
Is there more to that? Were there events that you would feel done by individuals or a group of people that led up to its downfall? If you had to point to one specific reason besides the venue pulling out, because they have to look after their interests too, what would you say a specific incident or incidents or situations that led to this happening? What would you say that could be?
I honestly believe, with the information that I have at my disposal, that it was the lack of payment of the venue. I think if the venue would have been paid, that we would be sitting in a convention hall right now. I don't think there was a conspiracy or a group of people that set out to sabotage. Whoever was responsible, which we have some ideas as to who it was that leaked the documents, which I can't divulge. But I don't even think even that person set out to sink the con. I think that it honestly, at the end of the day, was a case of, if you don't pay your bills, you don't get your service. That's what I honestly believe it was.
Okay. All right. We're gonna open up to a few audience questions. I know we need to get Silver Eagle on here as well. So if we have a few questions from the audience, go right ahead. And
just post your questions. We'll probably answer I guess the best 3 or 5 questions, because we need to move on to the next interview. So if you guys have questions, post them in italics. I guess you could ask her about almost anything, even if it's not related with Sweet Apple, but I guess everyone wants to hear about that.
Can I ask a selfish BronyCon question?
Sure.
How do we get our panel in the Tumblr panel spotlight? Because it would be kind of ironic if ours wasn't on the Tumblr spotlight.
Actually, there are no more spotlights. Spotlights were taken away. That's why you guys didn't end up with a spotlight, was because after so long of doing them, which we did them on a almost first come first serve. I had a list that I was going down. Eventually, there was a point where Josh Dean with PR, when I handed over the schedule, said that we're going to start doing that a little bit differently. So, but I take responsibility for that. I was the one that made the ultimate decisions as to who got spotlighted, but I did it by a list that I had that I just went down. So, but yeah, I'm sorry guys, there's no more spotlights.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, I guess, we could save BronyCon questions for later, because I'm sure we would love to have you back on just to talk about BronyCon itself. So.
Oh yeah,
we'll have a preview at some point.
Yeah,
I would love to come back and talk to you guys. You guys, this has been an awesome and thorough interview. If you, I don't know if you guys want this or not, but if you guys want me just to kind of hang around while Silver's doing his, just in case there's any cross questions, I'd be happy to do that too.
Yeah, sure. Silver, as long as Silver's okay, I guess we could have you on. So
do we have any questions from the peoples?
Let's see. Fire Envy said, "What's your favorite color?"
What's my favorite color?
Yes.
I like darker colors of the color spectrum, so dark green and dark blue. My if you look at my OC, she has dark blue colors on her.
Okay. I'm dragging Silver in on right now, so.
What's your favorite pony?
Who's my favorite pony? Well, that's like an easy question. I got 2 favorite ponies. I've got the wonderful and best Princess Luna, and it's a toss-up between Rarity and Applejack, but Luna's best princess, that's all that matters. The Gray brother has one.
Go ahead.
How do you feel about starting a new con from the ground up versus starting a meetup first to gain experience? If this new con happens, it's going to start with very, very, very low attendance, expecting it'll basically be a glorified meetup. I think anybody that's thinking of doing a con should follow the BronyCon model, because BronyCon made it very successful. So I think that start as a successful meetup. maybe get a VA, open up to some tickets, expect small numbers, and if you end up getting surprised like BronyCon did and end up, with more people than you thought you'd have, great. Just build up year after year.
Okay, any more questions? If not, Silver, are you on right now?
Yeah, apparently my connection's being a little spotty, so if you can sort of half hear me, let me know. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Yeah.
Ah, good. Very good.
Okay, well, I guess
Okay.
we'll move
yeah.
on. Wait, what, TJ?
I was just gonna say, move on. If you can, for those that don't know you, Silver, can you introduce yourself and what you do?
Here, hold on. I'm trying to get my internet connection to not be terrible right now, because it is always terrible whenever I'm right in the middle of the streams.
I guess before we start with your interview, I guess we want to say thank you to our previous guest, Obsidian Winter. In case you drop out during the call, we just want to thank you for coming on and giving us your opinions and I guess your experience with this whole entire event.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and I'd be very happy to come back at another time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Well, just to give you guys a brief introduction, my name is Silver Eagle, and I'm the network director for the Ponyville Live Media Network. So Ponyville Live is a fairly new entrant into the pony media world, but we are the fastest growing media outlet in the pony world. In the last 6 months, we have grown from a small organization with just a few stations to a very large organization covering almost every convention going on in the at least domestic U.S. And even abroad, including PonyCon Australia, Galacon this year, and a number of others. And so we're very happy to provide a service to the Brony community and to be able to give them more access to the convention experience, along with music, video, and podcasts like we do every day.
So, what is the full range of services that you provide on Ponyville Live?
Ponyville Live is just sort of an all-encompassing multimedia organization. So we're a confederacy, essentially, of a whole bunch of projects that all operate independently, and they all just sort of represent together the Ponyville Live organization. So all of these projects all sort of share a certain ideology. We all sort of share a certain viewpoint on, how we should interact and what we do inside of the pony community. And so we've all decided to work together to save each other all the time of doing all these things that we all have to do independently. So, for example, think about like every radio station that forms has to have its own broadcast system, has to have its own website, web hosting. It has to do its own press passes for conventions. It has to, get all of the agreements and everything else worked out. Well, Ponyville Live helps to sort of consolidate all of that into one easy process. So if a station joins, then we help take care of a lot of that for them. So we take care of a lot of that bureaucracy, so that all they have to do is just be a creative organization and exercise their creative talent and produce awesome content for the Brony community without having to worry about all that other stuff that we take care of for them.
What inspired you to want to start this network? I know you talked about what the goals and such were, but why did you want to start this network? What are your goals and expectations with it? Why did you want to start this up?
Well, the goal of Ponyville Live is a little bit different from any other network of its type out in the community right now, mostly because one of our big tenets, one of our core values is autonomy. And autonomy is a huge thing for us. Making sure that each of our organizations is allowed to sort of thrive and flourish on its own merits. Without us exerting creative influence over the program and saying, well, here's how you should do this. Here's specifically how, we want this to look, things like that. We don't do that. And our level of promotion, how much we promote a program, doesn't depend on whether we have control over it or not. We're just happy to support each of our programs and help them reach a wider audience. That was one of the big sort of guiding philosophies behind our organization, when we were first formed. Sorry, hold on. I'm just having food delivered to loudly. Hello. What? Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, it's an apple. I have an apple. Okay, anyway. Thank you.
How ironic!
That is ironic. Anyway. So when we formed Ponyville Live, that was one of the biggest reasons that we did that, is because we thought that we had a unique approach as an organization, and we thought that there were a lot of projects out there that could benefit from it. And we have been proven very much, in my opinion, right about that. That all the projects that work with us, we all share a very common interest. We all want to make a positive impact in the Brony community, and really, I'm very proud of the work that we've done so far.
So when you go to a convention, or when you have your presence at a convention, what do you provide? How do you go about providing that? And what do you want to give to the people that may not be able to go to a convention like this? Or any convention, really?
Well, Ponyville Live's goal when we provide coverage for conventions is to be as thorough as possible and to create as much of an archive, a singular location where we can store all the information about that convention, enough to let somebody essentially sort of relive the convention experience from our website. That's our goal, is to provide enough coverage of all the panel rooms, cover all the main events, cover everything, special interviews, special programs that go on the side. All of that, is part of what we cover inside of Ponyville Live. You can tell, a recent example would be the Fiesta Equestria coverage. Oh my goodness, everybody picks right now to send me messages on Facebook, and sorry, and everybody's like, "Hey, I see you on the interview." It's like, yeah, I know, but my ADD does not do well with Skype being on and everything else. So sorry, I apologize.
No worries. I was watching baseball coming up with questions for the interview. So
yeah, I'm I get so derailed on these things, and I apologize. But anyway, yeah, Fiesta Equestria is a great example. We have this Fiesta Equestria archives page, and you can find it from the Ponyville Live homepage. And one of the big things that you'll notice is that we don't just include Ponyville Live's footage on there; we actually include Everfree's as well. And our goal for doing that was to provide a single place where Bronies could go if they were curious. If they didn't get to make it to Fiesta Equestria, they could go and see, well, what did I miss? And next year when it comes around, what am I going to be in for? But if you did go to Fiesta Equestria, odds are, since there's only one of you, you couldn't have made it to all the panels that you wanted to go to, because maybe two were side by side. So you can go back and you can watch the panels that you missed, and you can get a whole picture of the convention. And that's really what we're all about when we provide convention coverage.
That's actually a good idea to record all the panels, because I remember at the Cloudsdale Congress I was giving a panel and Lee Tokar was very interested in seeing it, but he wasn't able to attend, and he was wondering if there was any recordings of it, and sadly none. So it would be great if you could get all the panels recorded for most of these cons.
That's partly why we're doing it, is because we've seen a lot of conventions, especially the smaller ones, that don't have this big media presence. So they don't have a lot of people, a lot of media outlets, clamoring to provide coverage for them. And so essentially the convention, unless somebody carries a camcorder on their own, is forgotten, as far as what happened at the convention. So there's no video memory there, and so if somebody says, well, I really wanted to see this Q&A session, I really wanted to see this contest, or I really remember this and I wanted to watch it again, so that kind of stuff, that's what we're trying to avoid, and we're trying to make it so that there is a reliable archive. So,
and that's kind of the mindset we had for our Tumblr panel at TrotCon. We knew that no one was going to stream anything. There really wasn't that much of a media presence there. So Will just whipped out his laptop, turned his webcam on, and recorded the entire panel from that, and it's on YouTube. So that's where the now popular joke of "What do you think, Will?" came from.
Yeah, and we do that, except on a much larger scale. Ponyville Live is, by all means, despite what you may have heard this last week, we are by all means a professional organization. We operate with business-grade equipment that is very high quality, records in full 1080p HD with beautiful audio, and we are very happy with the quality of our streams and the quality of our recording. And when we go to any convention, we bring all of that equipment with us. So we provide that service, with no expense to the convention that's hosting the event or to the Brony community. We do that out of just our love of the community, and it's just a labor of love.
Let's talk about Fiesta Equestria for a bit,
Sure.
And what happened there. I want to first off by asking this: how would you feel your relationship is with the other media outlets in the fandom, like Everfree Network, Celestia Radio, Equestria Daily, Derpy Hoops News? How would you feel your relationship as Ponyville Live is with those other outlets?
That's a very interesting question, and really to address it, you would have to sort of isolate. We don't have one uniform relationship with all the media outlets. We don't just think, well, every media outlet is exactly the same. That's not us. The media outlets have responded to our presence in the community a bit differently. I would say some of the stations, like for example Celestia Radio, which has a little bit of overlap with what we do. They're a radio station. We have radio stations. They have actually responded very positively to us being in the community with them. They're happy to work alongside us. There have never been any difficulties. We have not found that to always be the case, unfortunately. We have found that our presence as a new and upstarting media network has led to a bit of, in my opinion, uncalled for aggression. In the belief, and I think the mistaken belief, that we are trying to compete for limited resources. That the conventions only have one audio feed, and every media network can't just all jump on it all at once, and that conventions also are going to have to pay us, or that there's going to be a heavy expense involved in bringing both of our teams, and the only case we try to make is that it doesn't need to be that way. That we can we can do the job we do well, with very strong devotion to quality and competence, without the conventions needing to worry about whether they're picking a favorite. Which station do we go with? You don't have to worry about that. We'll show up regardless. Happily. We're very happy to do that, provided that the convention, opens its doors to us and says, well, here, yes, by all means, come and stream, come and record.
So you would say the main problems you've had has been with Everfree Network then?
I don't want to get into, an interview, and I don't want to have this be a repeat, to be honest with you, of the stream that we heard 3 days ago, where we have one network just sitting there spending 2 hours talking about how bad one other network is. Right. That is exactly not how Ponyville Live operates. And really, the whole time that we were dealing with this issue and trying to respond to a lot of the comments that were made, in particular, some comments to the effect of, Ponyville Live is unprofessional. They're a subpar. They're not even real competition. They're, things like that. So those types of issues, we popped up solely just to address those issues, and for that to be that. For us to clear the air, and for us to say, well, no, we believe ourselves to be a highly professional, highly capable organization, and very much a valid member of the pony media world.
And you feel like you're filling in some holes.
We are, honestly. Not every convention is covered by the existing media networks, and even conventions that are covered by the existing networks aren't often covered as thoroughly as we cover them. So in that case, absolutely, we fill a void that the community didn't have before, and to me that only reinforces the idea that, well, of course, we have every right to exist. and really, the community support has been largely in our favor.
How do you go about wanting to coverage a convention? You obviously got to talk to staffers and the heads of the cons to try to get permission to do so. How do you go about it?
Yes.
Do you approach them or do they approach you? How does that work?
It depends on the convention a little bit. Now, most of the big conventions, your Everfree Northwests, your BronyCons, your Fiestas even, your large conventions, we'll typically approach them because they have a uniform process for dealing with press. Sometimes they have a specific person whose job it is to deal with press. In the case of the very large conventions, they have entire teams dedicated just to media relations. So we typically will approach those groups and we'll say, here is what we need to be able to provide a stream. And really, it's the basics. It's all the common sense stuff, right? So we need a table that we can put a laptop on. We need an internet connection, with some degree of upload speed. We don't need the craziest upload speed because, our streams are all adaptable. They can handle a little bit of a dip in connection, and we need the ability to plug our cameras in, which means, we need like an extension cord, which we bring our own extension cords. We need to have access to the line audio, which we bring our own mixers and splitters. So really, we make it a zero-sum thing for the convention. We do everything we can to make sure that if the convention has it, that we can connect to it without it hurting any other media outlet, without there being any mention whatsoever about exclusivity, and that we can do our jobs, without interfering with anybody else. We don't put our cameras in anybody else's way. We just have them alongside the other media outlets.
So you were the ones that approached Fiesta Equestria about coverage then, correct?
We did, yeah. And when we approached Fiesta Equestria, initially, actually the response wasn't as positive as we would have expected. And this is a common theme. And the question, I suppose, on my end is do you attribute this response when we keep getting the same response from a lot of conventions all at once? Do we start to detect a pattern? Do we call it suspicious? Do we get conspiracy theory crazy on it? Well, I don't know. But the conclusion that I've drawn is that it would appear that the rhetoric from our competitors is that you have to choose one. You have to choose one outlet because this is, after all, an aggressive business. This is sheer raw capitalism that we're dealing with here, not cartoon horses and a personal passion that we all just enjoy. This is actually just a stone cold business, and there's no room for fairness or equality. When we hear from conventions that repeat that line back to us and they say, well, no, we're only going with one outlet and you can't even show up, and you definitely can't stream and you definitely can't have a table and things like that. Well, unfortunately, we are very discouraged by that. And at first, that was kind of what we heard from Fiesta. It's what we heard from Fiesta Equestria the first time is they said, well, we have an official streaming partner, and that is that. Stay home. And we said, we're not charging you. We paid for our own hotel rooms. We paid for our own travel expenses. We have our whole team here on our dime. We would just like equal access to the resources that you're providing. This is not at an expense to you. We're willing to incur any expense. So if that includes internet access, which at most convention centers and hotels is on a per drop basis. So even if one drop is saturated, then you just get another. But in the case of Fiesta Equestria, it was not an issue at all. So it was completely concocted from the beginning, right? There was no shortage of internet. We had probably 30 megabits upload on at Fiesta. But that's all we asked for. And unfortunately, it's been a bit of an uphill struggle. In Fiesta's case, we were very lucky because one of their team members got back to us and said, you know what, actually, you're right. Here's everything you need. And said, here is a list of things that this is all the resources that you need. No expense. The convention didn't pay for me to fly. They didn't pay for me to have a hotel or anything else. They just said, you can stream. And then we took it from there. And Fiesta Equestria was a phenomenal experience for us. We had a great time. Convention treated us extremely well. And really, the evidence speaks for itself if you look at our archives.
Okay. Now, at the convention itself, how many people did you send there?
We sent about 9 people to the convention.
Okay. And when they were you a part of the 9 people?
Yes.
Tell us your experiences at the con, being at the same con with Everfree, and how your groups interacted and such. If you interacted at all, was there positive experiences? Was there tension? How did the interactions go down between your group and theirs, from your perspective?
Well, to be fair, there was some tension, only because of the issues that we've been facing with other conventions, the issues that we had been facing with Fiesta in particular. We were a bit concerned that when we plopped our cameras down and when we hooked our audio in, that somebody else would show up next to us and start waving a contract in the air in our faces and saying, well, no, you can't do that, you can't do this. Actually, that never happened. The tension was brief, short-lived, and then followed by a completely pleasant working interaction between us at the convention. So we worked together to share the internet connection. We had 2 wireless hotspots, one for PVL, one for EFN on the same connection. The level of collaboration there was actually great. Both of our streams went off without a hitch. Both of us were able to collect all the recordings that we needed, things like that. There was no difficulty, which is, yet again, sort of interesting. Then, that in this leaked phone call that I heard, there was a mention that what Ponyville Live did, to cause hostility at Fiesta Equestria was backstage stuff. It was just little stuff, and I don't recall it. If it happened from our team, either I wasn't there, or I didn't sign off on it. So the relationship, as far as I saw, was actually one of our more productive, more healthy relationships, and really, from an outsider's perspective, would have seemed like media collaboration as it should be. I think the public watching us and how we interacted with each other would have gone, yeah, that's exactly how we kind of thought it would be. 2 pony groups doing pony footage. How dramatic and how complicated could this possibly be? They just go, no big deal. And there also wasn't a backstage, which is the funny part of that comment. There was only an area slightly behind the stage, 3 inches behind the stage, but the animosity wasn't there. The only animosity we experienced was at the very tail end of the convention when, I got a mouthful. I got an earful, I should say. Yeah. From the Final Draft came over and talked to us at our table, and it was a bit of an obscenity-laden dispute. Right in front of the Ponyville Live table. I wasn't a big fan of the method of delivery. Perhaps the message, perhaps the frustration was justifiable, but I was definitely not a fan of exposing my team to that. I didn't consider it anything that I would have done. So, there's that.
Would you feel the convention was a success on your end then, despite some of the trouble that happened?
Oh, absolutely. It was both a success and a learning experience for us. Every convention's a learning experience because they all go a little bit differently, and they all present you with a whole lot of, well, I didn't think that was possible type scenarios. So in the case of this convention, big difference between prior conventions. The main events room, I don't know, a quarter mile away from the rest of the halls, the rest of the panel rooms. You had to actually walk into a separate building, walk completely across the lobby, past the elevators, down the, so you had to go, a good distance between the panel A, panel B, panel 1, panel 2, and the main events room, which meant if we had people over there recording the main events room, well, how do we get a hold of them? We don't want to call them on their cell phone because then it's going to screw up our recording. and I have somebody in the background going, "Hello, yeah, it's working," so that kind of thing. But little lessons like that, we're adapting in future streams. Those will all be covered. But yeah, things like all in all, I mean, the amount of footage we got was 250 gigabytes of footage.
Wow.
An insane amount of. Somebody was joking. They said, "Well, you would have had to record the bathrooms for you to get that much footage." Like, no. The amount of footage we collected, considering it was all HD, it's all 1080p, that kind of stuff. We had to sift the next week or so through a huge volume of footage.
Okay. Talking about Sweet Apple Lakers Con now, I
Yes.
assume you approached them about streaming and doing stuff with them. Is that correct?
We did, yeah. We approached them actually many months ago, and this is a matter of it was, I don't know, March or April. It was about March or April that we first approached Sweet Apple Lakers, and we said, well, we'd like to provide coverage if we could just discuss press passes and other sorts of things. The first response we heard back was, sure, why not? Absolutely, you'll have all the press passes you need. Don't worry about it.
Now, was
Basic
this before or after the contract with Everfree?
This was sort of contemporary to it. Like, the contract with Everfree, as far as I know, was being signed, being negotiated sort of during the same time period. So I don't know when it was specifically signed. I don't know. Is there a date on that contract that got leaked?
I believe the date was April 10th.
April 10th. It would have been just before that.
Is that
let me
correct,
find the
Coco?
contract.
Yeah, so we were discussing things just before that, and we assume everything's on the up and up. And it's around April that it's mid-April that we send a message back to them just confirming that everything is fine. And we say, just wanted to make sure that there's no additional information we need to provide you. There's no questions you have for us, anything else. And we don't hear anything back. And we think it's a little suspicious. And
how often did you check in with them?
About I don't know, every week, roughly, after that. So we check in. We don't want to be too persistent to the people who are running these conventions. After all, they're probably have much bigger concerns than us. But every week we would ping them and say, hey, by the way, just wanted to follow up on my previous thing that I said. Are we okay? Do we need to provide any other info? Can you confirm that we have our press passes? Yada. And we kept hearing nothing back, and this went on for a month with Sweet Apple Acres. And then finally I catch one of the representatives, this same fella who's been brought up a few times, Tim, Starlight Ironhoof. I catch him in IRC, and I ask him, is there any particular reason why we're not getting responses to this? Is there a problem? Is there something we need to do? And he said, oh, you didn't hear? We banned you. And I said, we didn't get the memo. No. We hadn't gotten that memo. Why? Apparently, the whole thing had to do with one of our people, not me. One of our staff members at PVL had made a comment in a private conversation that he was frustrated with the way that Everfree was handling their contracts. And he was frustrated with the Everfree, having to deal with that over and over. And this conversation had been copied and pasted and leaked over to BronyCon, of which Tim is a member. So Tim is he's a staff member at BronyCon, and he had caught wind of this and sent it straight back through to Sweet Apple Acres, where he proposed that Ponyville Live be uniformly banned from attending the convention. So Ponyville Live affiliate staff, any members, be banned from being present at the convention.
Not even if you bought a badge.
Not even if we bought a badge. If our names, if Silver Eagle showed up on that list, they would have shown us the door from day one. And it was a uniform ban on us.
Now let me ask you a question. The person that told you that you were banned, was this the same person that said that you were good to go with the streaming and the press passes and all that. Was that the same person?
Yes. It was the same person who originally told us that we were confirmed to attend the convention, and it is also the same person, you will note, whose signature is on the Everfree Network contract from the same time period as that we were banned. You'll notice in the Everfree Network stream about this that Sweet Apple Acres was asked about this 3 or 4 times, and every time this is the one situation where they said they would refuse to comment. I think it's fairly apparent why. But I think it's all the more ironic, in my honest opinion, it's all the more ironic that the attempts of the stream, the Everfree stream's point was to say that, well, Ponyville Live is creating a hostile environment, or that Ponyville Live was responsible for, in some way, shape, or form, ruining Sweet Apple Acres, when Sweet Apple Acres barely even let us go. We had no authority. We had no pull or push or anything else with Sweet Apple Acres. In fact, it was our lack of authority, or our lack of influence to even be considered a network that deserved to exist that was bothering us. So this is all the more mind-boggling to me.
Okay. So there was a lot of confusion over it. Did you ever get a straight-up answer as to why you were exactly banned? I know they said they were being vague about it, but was there any inclination or any answer that you received as to why this happened?
We did find out that, and this is what I had mentioned just a minute ago. The specifics of it were one person from Ponyville Live, not speaking on behalf of or officially on behalf of Ponyville Live, but a member of Ponyville Live, had expressed their frustration with Everfree's aggressive contract practices, and the perception that the way that Tim phrased this to me is he said, well, it makes it seem as if we're a danger to the convention. And he actually worded it that way, that you are a dangerous presence at this convention. And we think that you would not be a healthy group to have at this convention, and we don't want you here. And so we didn't have an opportunity, of course, after a month of the silent treatment, we had never had any opportunity to really defend ourselves, to appeal the ban, to explain ourselves. We were given no opportunity, except that, we learned a month later that we had been banned because apparently we are a dangerous group to have at conventions.
All because one person made concerns about Everfree's practices.
In a private conversation that no one else should have seen, and that were leaked to BronyCon and then indirectly through to Tim. This is the biggest issue, is they based the banning of Ponyville Live on a conversation they should have never seen that didn't represent us, and they never contacted us to ask us about what the real truth of the matter was. Those things all added together are, in my opinion, really embarrassing to a convention. As well they should be. If the conversation right now is about professional ethical behavior and who's demonstrating it, that is by all means a fairly clear lack thereof. And really that sort of is the beginning sort of defining characteristic of our interaction with the convention. Now, to explain why is it that we were later unbanned, it was because apparently this whole time, and this is the fun part, apparently this whole time, Fooch, the head of the convention, was unaware that Ponyville Live had ever been banned. And he said this, we finally find Fooch because we think, oh, this can't be right. This is really suspicious and kind of smells corrupt. So let's find the head of the convention and talk to him. So we find Fooch. He says, this is news to me. I was not aware that you were banned. And he goes and confirms that the vote happened without him present, that he was not, the vote to ban PVL happened without him being there. He didn't know about it. And so he says, immediately, this is a nightmare. Let me make this right. And so that's when he unbans us. He says, officially, you're unbanned from this convention. And at this point, we think, well, hey, this is going to go over great. And we think, well, now we're excited. So we buy our plane tickets and we hightail it up to, we get ready to hightail it up to Nashville. Because now we're excited. We're going to, with the convention head saying, yes, you'll have great treatment. You'll be treated very well here. Don't worry about any issues. This is a full 180 from you can't show up.
What was the convention going to comp you? Were they going to comp you in any way? Were you asking for anything to be comped?
No, and in fact, we actually do share our contracts. We're a little bit different. We tend to operate under the sort of more of like a non-profit organization type thing. That's more of our philosophy. So we actually do, in the case of contracts that conventions let us do this, if the convention is okay with it, we'll share the contract. We'll say, yes, this is what we signed. Only because there is no mention in any one of our contracts, especially Sweet Apple Acres, of compensation of any sort. It says you will have a table, you'll have internet access, and you will be able to set up your cameras and hook them up to our speaker system. And that is it. 100%. Well, we even have notes on the bottom. We actually have an what's the word? Boy, I'm totally blanking. Anti-NDA. We have a disclosure at discretion clause, which is if either party wants to share it, they're more than welcome to. Because personally, I don't lose any sleep at night letting the public see those contracts, because those contracts look great. It's not coming out of the convention's budget at all. So when we signed that agreement, we were tickled, and then the convention changed hands again, and this is the leadership change that happened fairly recently. With the convention, this is the one that sort of started to concern people, I guess, about Sweet Apple Acres, is that they, 2 weeks out from the convention, switched leaders. Right. Fuchs steps down, at the pressure of the rest of the team, steps down from his position, and of all people, Tim, the guy who banned us, steps up. And we are very quickly concerned that our contract has just been nullified and voided, and that everything else pretty much is going downhill. So it was at that point that we sort of said, we probably won't be flying out to this convention, but we'll still try to make it work.
Okay.
Yeah.
So after this whole experience, is there anything that you took away from it in terms of going forward in the future with cons and how to deal with convention staffers and other networks, really? What did you take away from the Sweet Apple Acres experience?
Yes. And one of the things, and let me be really, I want to state it, I can state it 100 times, because one of the things is, we disagree. Ponyville Live disagrees with the assertion made by some of our competing networks that this is a business only. That we are all business people, all providing one service, and that conventions have to pick one contractor. That they have to pick one service to go with, or else there's just this whole smorgasbord and every media outlet is there. Actually, every media outlet generally is at some of these bigger conventions, and there is literally no deficit. There is no harm done to the greater Brony community when we adopt that philosophy instead of the winning at all costs business philosophy. We do not care. Ponyville Live doesn't care whether the contracts with other media outlets involve them getting compensated for their time and money spent on providing coverage. This is the accusation, and this is the miscategorized accusation. People say, well, they're mad at Everfree because Everfree makes money. No. In fact, really, it's kind of relieving to think that some of us are making money. We're not making money. But it's kind of nice to hear that somebody's not going broke doing this. That's okay. The process that bothers us is the corporatization of the fandom. Not the monetization of the fandom. It's converting it into this aggressive, cutthroat business where someone has to come out on top at the expense of the other media outlets. Where someone has to have the sweet agreement, someone has to have the exclusive partner contract with the convention that gives them the red carpet, and other outlets have to not have that. That is what we speak out against. That's what we don't like. We don't think that's necessary or healthy to this community. And that's really the entirety of our philosophy is that no, this community does not have to be based on that kind of aggressive competition. And just because we don't play ball like that, just because we don't play hardball and we don't, sign these contracts way ahead of time behind closed doors with our friends inside of conventions, just because we don't do that does not mean that we should be locked out of those conventions or denied opportunities by them. And call me naive, but I think the more conventions agree with us, the better off the community will be. And the less that they decide to keep telling us, well, we're going with one outlet and we don't need you, the more options the community will have, the more angles, and really the better off we'll all be.
So I think I'm going to use my radio experiences to kind of explain this. From what you've been saying, you see yourself as like an NPR type station.
Yes.
And you see Everfree as like a commercial station, like
a Fox affiliate.
890 AM up here in Chicago. Kind of
Sure.
like that. Okay.
Yeah, and NPR, nobody ever... There are people who hate NPR, and who don't want them to exist. They don't think that it's good for the free market for there to be a government-supported... There's people who hate on NPR, and NPR's sole purpose is to provide a service to the community, that is benign. At its very core, it is benign. There is nothing to hate about what NPR does and the service it provides, and we feel the same way. We feel that the service we provide is not a thing that's worthy of people's anger, that it's definitely not a thing that's worthy of people's attempts to stifle or destroy us. That's not what we would consider a rational response to our existence.
Okay. Going forward now, I assume you guys will be at BronyCon, correct?
Do what?
I assume you will be at BronyCon this year, correct?
We will be present at BronyCon. We have a large team. BronyCon is obviously a large convention. We're happy to be present. We are, in all honesty, facing similar circumstances at BronyCon to the ones that we have feared we would be facing at Everfree Northwest and Fiesta. And the situation is a simple one. BronyCon signed a contract months before they ever spoke with us that gave Everfree the position as the partner, the streaming partner. What that means to us is that they have told us, well, you won't have internet, and you won't have a table, and you can't go backstage, and you maybe won't get media, like maybe you won't get line audio from the outlets. It just sort of depends on whether we want you to or not. And really, they've put us in a very back burner position. And every time we say, well, can we just get parity? We're just asking for opportunity parity, equality, not at their expense, not on their dime. We're just asking for treatment. The response is, well, Everfree won the contract, so suck it up. And in our opinion, it is it's really making life hard for us. we're a little concerned about how our experience is truly going to be, how positive our experience is going to be at BronyCon this year. And we're hoping, we have our hooves crossed that everything works out, that, they get back to us and they say, well, don't worry about it. You have nothing to fear. But so far, every response we've received from them is actually, you have plenty to fear. Actually, you're barely going to make it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I think we can open it up to audience questions now. Coco, if you're paying attention.
I'm posting you stuff right now.
Are you?
Oh yeah.
Go.
What? Oh, sorry, my thing was on mute. I was trying to talk the whole time.
Coco's he's in the chat there.
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. So, yeah, I was posting you stuff, TJ. Let's see. Oh, Obsidian Winter wanted to point out that you left out the part where she got you back on the con and set you up with a room. So.
Yes. Well, I was just shortening the story essentially because really the last thing that happened, the last 2 weeks were a big back and forth of, well, you're coming and now you're not, and you're coming and you're not. And really it's one of those things where at some point the volatility is what got to us and what made us eventually just cancel our plane tickets, and say it appears that things are so up in the air that we don't know if we want to be up in the air on the way to your convention. We're not going to be 100% sure if there is a convention when we land. And after all the leaks and everything else, and then after their hotel situation and all this other stuff, it's pretty clear we were okay to stay home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And she also, I guess you said, asked me to ask you what her association is with Ponyville Live. So you guys having two associations together?
Yeah, and actually it's just one of those situations. Very recently we've started working together after this whole situation, and it actually makes kind of good sense if you think about it, because what prompted her to leave Sweet Apple Acres was her interaction with Final Draft, and she considered it. And from the call, I can somewhat understand, and I can definitely identify with this. She considered it to be such an aggressive conversation that was, so seemingly paranoid about Ponyville Live, despite us having no influence in the convention, that she thought it was really apparent that we needed a little support at that point. And that we needed, obviously we needed somebody to help us out with those situations, to help us, keep from getting in these nasty situations over and over again. And so she has joined the Ponyville Live team, helping us with our marketing and external relations, and that has been a direct byproduct of her most recent experiences. So, she didn't come into the Sweet Apple Acres team already a PVL employee or anything else like that. Not really employee. We're all sort of unpaid interns. But that all happened after all of this. So there's no, real controversy there. It's just one of those. Yeah. It's like, well, your experiences sort of made you pick a side. And so, we're happy for any help that we can get.
That's great. Actually, I have one other question before we move on to viewer questions. I know from our friends in Derpy Hoops News and Bronyville, they said that you guys are involved with a Pony Free Press. Can you talk a bit about that?
The Pony Free Press gets brought up a lot, although unfortunately not in the light that you would expect. But the Pony Free Press, the whole group, and this is not this big Illuminati organization, it's just the press groups that all share a unified philosophy about how the media should be in the pony world, and we aren't the same type of organization. We aren't all under one organization. The PFP is not a amorphous blob of, we don't all govern each other. There's no leadership inside of that group. It's just a group of like-minded people who run these networks, discussing what's going on in the fandom and how we adapt to that. So, for example, if we feel like we're being given the runaround in a situation, the opportunity there is just to share it with our peers in Pony Media and to say, here's a situation we're running into. Do any of you guys have any advice on what we should do? How do you want to respond to it? And really, that's Ponyville Live's interaction with the Pony Free Press. That group is just a sort of support group for people who believe in equality in Pony Media. It's a place for a lot of us to vent our frustrations when that equality isn't always what we run into, when we run into uphill battles and difficulty. And really, that's the whole point of our existence. So there is no, big blackout conspiracy, where we deliberately shut out conventions, who don't treat us well. The idea is, if a convention keeps telling us, well, we're going with your competitor and we don't even want you to show up, or we want you to show up and have subpar treatment, you're going to be, treated very poorly, then we just don't go. We don't go to that convention. We don't cover that convention. We don't give them attention on our homepage, because what they want is for us to give them free advertising, and they're not willing to treat us well. In all fairness, that's just how you respond to a situation like that. Someone puts you in a bad situation, you just respond not by slamming them in public. And you'll notice there is no Free Press Twitter that goes around and says, this convention's terrible, this convention's terrible. We just don't go. And there is no grand conspiracy to that. It's just, we just don't go to places where we don't think we're going to have a good time, because what we're all about here is promoting happiness inside of our team and creating happiness inside of the community. And if we don't feel like we can do that because we're going to be so upset at that convention the whole time we're there, because we're going to have hoops to jump through and contracts to freak out about, then we don't go. And that's it.
Okay, couple audience questions here. Zeta
Yes,
asks,
I've been looking at some of these.
are there opportunities to join Ponyville Live?
Yeah, the PVL staff it's composed largely of its stations. So one of the best ways to support Ponyville Live is to, join one of the stations that it's composed of. So like, Philadelphia Radio, Luna Radio, Alicorn Radio, Fractured Frequencies, Brony Radio, Sonic Radio Boom. We have all these stations that compose Ponyville Live. And the best way to support it is actually just to be there on the station level, contributing to those stations. And every contribution to that is in a very direct way supporting Ponyville Live, because it gives us awesome content, which we can then provide to the Brony public. Now, if you want to be a camera operator, well, you can just talk to me. Because our camera operation team is a little bit of a different wing of our organization. We coordinate that on a per convention basis, so it isn't like one station doing it. We actually do it all as a big group. So that's one of those where we all work together on that. And so if someone's interested in helping us with that, by all means.
Okay. Gray Brother asks, what would you say to conventions who would seemingly prefer to compensate Everfree for their services over going with other networks who are able to pay their own way?
This is a good question, because we don't. The idea is the phrasing of that sentence is exactly how we disagree, right? Is when you say we would prefer to compensate EFN over going with other networks, there's your problem. Now, if you say we would prefer to compensate EFN and go with other networks who are able to pay their own way, we have no problem whatsoever. We're not going to cause a fuss because Everfree is getting paid. Everfree has longer tenure than us in the pony community. They can negotiate their own contracts however they see fit. And it is very much their own business. The issue is when they start telling conventions, or when the conventions start telling us, that it is a matter of picking one, that you have to do one over the other instead of one and the other. That's when we start to take issue. And what we tell conventions is just simply switch it. Just open it up to a broader audience. Equality and parity are important values of the Brony community. And things that we should all be representing, no matter whether one or two entities inside of this community wants us to become a business. We don't need to we don't need to give into that behavior and become business people before pony people.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that you try to cover every convention that you can with streaming and such. Do you think there's too many of them? Nathan asked.
Nathan's question here, do you think that there is a glut of conventions? And boy, let me tell you, judging by our own calendar, my goodness, there are a whole bunch of conventions. It depends, in my opinion. Are there a glut of conventions? It depends on whether you mean, are there too many conventions that are overly ambitious, that are overly estimating their sales and attendance, and then they're bringing way too many VAs to a convention that won't be well attended? Yeah, there seem to be a few too many of those. But when you think about other conventions, like Little Brony Fest in Texas, or Brony Fanfare, which started off little and then became enormous, you look at these conventions that set very reasonable expectations, and they go, we're a regional meetup that is big. We're just a big regional meetup at a hotel. We're going to have a great time. We don't have a whole lot of show staff. We're just going to all have fun together, get to meet other people, things like that. There's literally no problem with there being 50 of those, because they're so small and so reasonably budgeted. And really, it's just a matter of covering the hotel, because you're not really paying VAs. You're not really paying VIPs. There can be, there's no reason why more of those can't exist. I think Sweet Apple Acres' perhaps biggest issue was in their perception of whether their numbers were the former or the latter type. Like, they might have thought that they were a big convention, that they were, a tier 1 top convention, and they didn't have the empirical evidence to support that would say, previous year sales indicate that, or population in the area that are bronies indicate that. They didn't have all of that, and so, they didn't live up to their expectations. However, if they had started off with what they are now, which is just a big meetup, where they go and have fun and just share experiences with other bronies, there would have never been a financial crisis. Nobody would be in debt. It would just be a great time, and then there would probably be another one next year, and it would probably be bigger. So think about it that way. It's just a matter of whether you overinflate yourself because you've been working on your own convention so much that you think, well, our convention must be huge because I've invested all this time into it, and I've poured my heart and soul into it. Of course thousands are going to show up. Well, you got to be humble. You got to start small. And the next question, which is a follow-up, I assume, to the first question, is, do I think it's dangerous? And how long before the cons start repeating themselves, i.e. the VAs have nothing new to say and all the same questions are asked? I'm starting to see that already, actually. I'm starting to see that when we go to interview the VAs, they've been asked every question we have already. And the panels that they have, they've been asked a lot of those same questions. I think, however, despite the questions sort of repeating themselves, the experiences, like them getting to meet the fans of the show and getting to hear their stories of how Pony changed their lives or how their particular character that they play influenced their lives, those don't stay the same. Those are unique every time. And really that's what they walk away from these conventions remembering is, they go, oh yeah, I know this one person, they said that, I was having a really tough time in my life, and then I thought about, maybe I should be more like Fluttershy and I should be more nice, and really my whole life turned around. Things like that. No, there's no cookie cutter for that. They'll get a different one every time. So we may run out of new questions to ask them, but they won't run out of new experiences. So.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm reading through all the questions. Feel free to interrupt me.
That's okay. Obsidian asks, what is your opinion on the SAAC Q&A held by EFN?
Well, hold on. We missed a couple there.
We did.
Yeah, which is actually, I guess, Obsidian is rephrasing Muffin's question here, which is, what do you think about how EFN reacted to this whole event? And then, what is your opinion on the SAAC Q&A held by EFN? And to be very honest with you, it was originally a Q&A about Sweet Apple Acres, and then became a Q&A about how terrible Ponyville Live is, and how we are ruining the fandom single-hoofedly. We are aggressive and anti-EFN hate group, created specifically to destroy them from the inside out, and that our conspiracy, that every waking moment of our day is devoted to making sure that Draft cries. It became way, way worse. It became, in my opinion, sort of inflammatory. And that's why, PVL would have just sat there and watched it, and we would have said, "Oh, okay, no big deal." We wouldn't have felt the need to have a response stream had we not thought that things were getting a little out of hand, as far as how we were being treated, how we were being pinned. Part of SAAC, Sweet Apple Acres was being pinned on us, and yeah, we had to speak up and say something, just to clear the air. And to demonstrate that, again, we are a benevolent force in ponydom, and we are not 170 people didn't deserve for them to sit there and talk about us the way that they did, and to divide this community even further than it already was. We don't think their audience really got an accurate picture of our organization. And to the question there is what happened, and actually I don't believe that they have published their stream. We've published ours. If you look at Ponyville Live's Twitter, we published our response stream already. We published it a few days ago, but we haven't actually seen the original stream, the one that started all this, published. Now, of course, if I were to venture a guess as to why, it is because perhaps in hindsight they realized maybe they would have come down a little harder on us than they wanted. Maybe it sounded a little meaner than they expected, and maybe it really raises more questions than it does answers. Maybe. I don't know.
Would you prefer to just ignore the drama, the back and forth arguing and such, or would you just prefer to address it and deal with it?
Well, I wouldn't be doing all these interviews about it if I thought that it was best to sweep under the rug, because what will inevitably happen is if somebody says something about our organization, and we don't have the opportunity to respond to that, to really set the record straight, then it's going to come back the next time we talk to a convention. They're going to say, "Well, aren't you that group that is evil and antagonistic?" And we're going to say, "No, where did you hear that?" Like, "Oh, a few months ago, and nobody ever said anything back." Like, well, no, we're not evil. So it's sort of our unfortunate requirement at this point to just say, "Hey, wait a minute, no, we're not." So that's how I prefer to deal with it, is to get it all out and dealt with now, so that it doesn't simmer under the surface, and we don't later have people coming up to us and telling us, "Hey, I heard this a long time ago about you. What do you have to say about it?" Months from now.
Okay. Any other questions in the chat? I don't see any.
I guess you did talk about the the Q&A session that you guys posted shortly after. I actually surprisingly listened to the whole thing this morning. I guess if you want to summarize for the people, I guess most of the stuff you talked about on there, you already talked about.
Yeah, already. I've sort of repeated myself a little bit between that Q&A and this one, but what I was trying not to go on for 3 hours, but I can't help myself sometimes. For all the troopers who sat through that one, that's the ultimate challenge. That's pretty awesome. But yeah, no, I was essentially just repeating the same thing, saying that Ponyville Live does not exist to exert negative influence, to be a hostile environment for networks like EFN. We have nothing but the highest esteem for our peers in Pony Media. The request that we would have of them is that they call us our peers in Pony Media instead of not really competitors, unprofessional, aggressive children who don't deserve to exist as a media network. We would prefer that the dialogue change, that we are respected peers in Pony Media, because that is how we perceive them. And we think that that's a two-way street. That, you know, our professional has been a bit of there's a term for words like this, that when they get used, they bring out all this emotion that sort of is someone trying to say something they're not actually saying. Professional buzzword, essentially, yeah. That they're saying, you know, we are the only, and we keep hearing this, some of the dialogue from our peers, is we are the only professional media network. And that is something that you might say if you're trying to outsell your competition, if you're trying to, outperform in some sort of ruthless business environment. But really, the truth of the matter is, I don't see behavior on the part of myself or the rest of my team at Ponyville Live that is indicative of unprofessionalism. Any more so than just us being composed of a bunch of people who have emotional responses to things at times, and really that kind of thing. That discussion has been very negative toward us, to say that, well, we are the only professional media outlet out there. If you want the best, you go with us. Otherwise, you get this cheap, subpar service. That dialogue is not. That doesn't imply respect. It doesn't imply mutual understanding that we are colleagues, that we are peers. Yeah, I guess that's. Sorry, I'm ranting on that one too. But now there was one point that I did hear. I heard a phone call. Final Draft, his phone call with Obsidian. I heard the leaked phone call, I guess, from Edward Snowden. Coming out of the Russia airport, he decided to leak this conversation. And I heard this, and in this conversation, he says, well, Ponyville Live's not really competition. You can't just, not every group can, spring up out of nowhere and say that they're a media outlet. But the truth of the matter is, A, we are. B, Everfree did the exact same thing when they got started. They sprung up out of nowhere and said that they were a media outlet. And so, yes, that is possible and completely plausible. And C, the only world in which we are not a legitimate competitor, in which we are not a joyful competitor, a proud alternative, is the world in which Everfree would prefer that we not be one. And that's somebody made that comment, and they said, well, the only way that you would say that they're not competitors is if you don't want them to be. And I think that really speaks volumes about the real issue here, is nobody wants, to have competition when you believe that it is a winner-take-all environment. You really would rather the competition either join you or be destroyed by you. And so we don't understand there's a conflict in the statements that we hear from Final Draft. When we hear a statement that says, PVL is a valid, we have no problem with them streaming, but they're terrible and they're not really a competitor. It sounds like, yeah, they actually do have a problem with us streaming, and they really do think poorly of us, and they don't respect us. But yeah, I guess they'll allow us to exist, which is very kind of them. So anyway.
Okay.
let's see.
We'll take one final question here from Grey Weather.
Sure.
Would you compromise with other networks in covering a convention if it meant a decline in the quality of your work, such as sharing bandwidth inadequate for multiple streams?
Now, this is an interesting question, and I know that it is a very pointed one because I think that this is the case that Everfree has been making this whole time, which is that resources are extremely limited, at these conventions, and really there's only enough room for one of us, which really I fundamentally disagree with. For one, conventions typically don't have such terrible Wi-Fi. At least major convention centers don't have terrible wired internet connections or Wi-Fi that only one stream and only one stream ever is possible. Two, our stream is, and I would presume that theirs is as well, they're responsive streams. So our stream is responsive enough to say we adapt to the quality of the bandwidth being provided. And so if the bandwidth changes or fluctuates, which it does in almost every scenario, the idea of dedicated bandwidth is sort of a myth at a large convention center. But we adapt to that. And so the stream rises and falls in quality depending on what the resources are around it. Now, in my opinion, from what I've seen, really, I think that it's not the kind of deserted island of internet that it would be made out to be, and that if there is an expense involved, and if it means, if they say 2 conventions. If they say 2 media outlets streaming is going to mean that we have to pay for a second internet connection and that's $150 or something, if they say that to us, we will write them a check. And that is it. So we want to make sure that every issue that a convention might have with our presence is mitigated. That they don't consider us a financial liability, that they don't consider us a reputational liability or anything else like that, that they consider us a beneficial service that is good to have at their convention. And really, that's, we don't do anything, in my opinion, that warrants anything other than that. PVL is not a historically aggressive organization. We're not. We're a new and very fast-growing organization, yes, but the amount of time and money that we dedicate to this doesn't call for that reputation. In fact, it calls for quite the opposite. And I think if you ask the Fiesta Equestria team, if you ask them how they perceived Ponyville Live, I think that the response you'll get is positive. Is they were great to have around, and we're glad that they came to our convention, and we're glad that they felt like they had a great time at our convention. And that should be the more widespread perception. And really, this is our first year, so we're still establishing that reputation with conventions, but hopefully that's what we wind up with at the end of this year. Is other conventions thinking the same thing? So yeah.
All right. So one final question: what do you have in store for the future for Ponyville Live?
Ponyville Live always strives to not only expand its resources and expand opportunities, and add more podcasts, add more stations, add more video streams, or different ways to access those. We've got new features coming up on our website ahead of BronyCon, and really we're just uniform. We're all around very excited about our focus. We're going to stay focused. We're not expanding out into news. We're not expanding out into anything else. We're staying focused on our multimedia mission of music, video, podcasts, and supporting the artists that create those things. Those are all very core to our mission. We're going to focus on those, and we're going to continue doing what we do, and that also includes convention coverage also. So this year we already have a number of conventions lined up. We're going to BronyCon, and we'll see how that interaction with BronyCon goes. We'll see if it is a positive thing for us, or if it's something that we take as a lesson learned, is to just not I don't know, but we'll take that as it comes. And we have other conventions. We have Galacon this year that we'll be covering. Galacon in Ludwigsburg, Germany. I'm very excited about that. We have Brony Fanfare in Austin, Texas. We have Nightmare Nights in Dallas, Texas. And we have AppaloosaCon in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. So, all around, we've got our schedules packed for the rest of the year. So we'll definitely have our hooves full for this year.
All right. So thank you for coming on the show, Silver Eagle.
Yeah, my pleasure.
It was great learning about Ponyville Live. I was fascinated the whole time trying to learn about what your network was all about and such. So, any final thoughts, Coco?
No, I think we covered a lot. I guess if you want to hang out around, we're going to try to get Final Draft on and then do a final send-off.
Wait, we have to hang up?
Yeah, I think we have to hang up first, yeah. But
Wait,
what?
I had something planned in between while you were trying to get him.
Oh, what did you have planned?
Well, I wanted to tell about a special anniversary today.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, and enlighten the stream audience about it while you hunted down Final Draft.
Okay. I guess you guys want to continue the call while
Yeah. So am I still on?
Yeah, you are. Actually, I have to hang up probably to get Final Draft on. So I guess intermission right now, guys. So we will try to get back on in a few minutes.
I'll tell the chat about it.
Okay.
Coco?
Hello, yes.
Yeah, hold on. I'm getting right now.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Draft.
Yes.
Alright, okay, this is Coco with the TumblrPonCast, and I'm kind of being the go-between right now.
Okay.
Let me drag... are you able to talk with us?
Yeah, I can talk. I mean, I just only have a few minutes. I'm in Sturgis, South Dakota, so I don't know what my reception can be like, and I can't get online. I'm just operating on my phone. So.
Okay. Let me drag my co-host TJ, and he's going to be asking the questions.
Okay. Like I said, I'm on ADSL, so I have no idea how this is...
Are we on the live stream now?
Looks like it.
Yeah, live streaming now. Is that okay?
Hello, live stream people.
Okay. Okay, TJ, if you could get on, try to get back on. Let's see.
Now, like I said, I may drop out of reception because I'm in the middle of the Black Hills, and I'm on my cell phone. So if that happens, that's what's going on.
Okay, it's fine then. TJ, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I guess we want to do this quickly in case reception drops off. So, Final Draft, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Final Draft. I'm the network director and main host of Everfree Network. I basically run EFM. So, yeah, I think that about sums it up.
Are you the guy that created Everfree Network?
I did it with along with a few other people. Back in September of 2011, we put together Everfree Radio, and since then it's evolved into Everfree Network. So it was me and several other people.
Can you give us a little bit of a history of Everfree Network then? Why did you want to create this network? What your goals and expectations for it was? Just give us a brief history on what you wanted out of this network.
Yeah, well, when I created it, I should say when we created it, it was Everfree Radio, and it was just a podcast. We did this back in September of 2011, right when Season 2 started. And we named it Everfree Radio because the idea was that we were going to come at the fandom from an unnatural perspective. And that was that we had watched a lot of pony media and realized that there was no professional podcast out there that was, trying to, I guess, in a polished way, speak to the creators of the show and to try and, and so our goal was to create a website with a podcast attached to it that would, that could provide that information for people. But then as we grew, we made a lot of connections with show staff, and then we also started making connections with people who were doing other shows like Equestrian Inquirer, Brony Breakdown, and Dusty Cat came along and put together a show with him. And so really we had a collection of different shows that were independently run, as well as our own radio station. So really we decided around July of last year that it was more appropriate to call EFR EFN because it was more of a network than just a podcast. So yeah, our goal was to create a professional Brony website that could connect fans to the creators of the show. And then our goal is expanded to really be a central hub for the fandom to provide, not just streaming coverage for conventions, but also, information, news now, content posting, etc., in a responsible and journalistically professional way. I think that's a bit of a rant, but I think it kind of covers everything.
Is it safe to say that this network has exceeded your expectations then?
Well, I started off with the goal of doing the job right, and so we grew step by step. So really, my expectations have always been ambitious, but it wasn't anything that really, like, I tell people often that I'm not surprised that we've grown as much as we have because we put in that much work into it. The way we look at it is do the job right, and we continuously expanded our staff base and our scope, step by step because we wanted to do the job right. So has it exceeded my expectations? I think if you asked me right before I started EFR whether or not I would have expected to be running as large of a site as we produced, I probably would say no, but it doesn't surprise me looking back at it, just given that we've all worked so hard. And I really should give a shout out to everybody else who works on EFN. There's about 30 people, and they all do an amazing job.
A lot of questions have been raised about how you actually run a network, how hard you work, how much you put in, and how you operate the network. Can you tell us how much have you actually put into this network yourself? Because you recently came out with a post, I believe, saying exactly how much you've put into it, how much time you've sacrificed, how much money you've actually sacrificed. What do you personally put into this?
Well, I'll say that we all have sacrificed a ton for this. Yeah, it's been growing exponentially ever since we started doing more and more stuff. I mean, my role as network director is twofold. One, it's to manage all of the staff of the sites and to make it, and two, it's to coordinate the programs. And both of those jobs are effectively full-time. I've often joked that I never get a vacation because at any given time I'm being texted or tweeted or called, or there's something that needs to be organized, or there's some sort of crisis that has erupted. So I want to say that, I mean, it's not a regular 9-to-5 type of job, but I definitely put in well over 40 hours a week. Furthermore, I don't get paid, and neither do any of the staff. It's a fully volunteer site. So yeah, I recently did point out, we all pay out of pocket for most of our expenses, especially 8-Track, who is our tech director. He's paid out of pocket for our independent server, as well as, hosting fees and domain fees and all the other fees for well over a year and a half now. And so in terms of sacrifice, it's been a lot of time, it's been a lot of money. And there's a really nasty misconception that because we run a professional website, that somehow we are raking in cash. But I urge people to look at our site and to look at our media and ask, where would that cash come from? Because we don't operate our site with banner ads, with the exception that we have a T-shirt site that we've sold maybe 40 shirts total. That barely covers any expenses. We don't operate with banner ads. We don't charge for our podcast anywhere. The really only source of income we have is either the odd donation we might get or some of the monetization on our videos, and that doesn't even cover half of our server costs. So we've been operating at a deficit for a long time. And some people will say, well, then why do you keep doing this? And that's because we all believe in the value of what we're doing. We all believe that the recordings that we do at conventions and the programs that we produce are valuable to the community, which is probably why the other day when I did my, albeit poorly put together live stream from Canada, I was very frustrated with the accusations that were flying because, we all, I don't make any money off of doing this, and neither does anybody else who works with me on it. So it's frustrating for us because we pour in all that time and effort, and oftentimes we get misconstrued as some sort of, money-grubbing group, which is totally false.
How much of your own money have you exactly put into this network? And
Thousands of dollars.
Can you justify
Thousands of dollars?
Can you justify spending that amount for just a pony fandom where you might not see much return, if any?
Well, here's the question. I mean, I imagine you're right now in a live stream that you're not charging for people to attend, right? But you're doing this live stream. Yeah, I mean, nobody does. Well, nobody in this fandom does. That live stream, though, has a value to you, though, doesn't it? Because that value is you get to talk to people, you get to share information with your audience. And that's the thing we approach EFN. It's not a monetary value that I get out of EFN. It's really a life experience value. I've spent thousands of dollars on airfare and food and hotel to do the conventions that we've done. In terms of equipment, I've bought several $100s worth of equipment myself. 8-Track, again, our tech director, has bought thousands of dollars worth of equipment. And the reason we do this is it lets us cover events and meet people and travel in a way we never could have before this fandom. So it's kind of like the fandom is the catalyst for us to pursue digital production. And I've always said, I know I've mentioned this in a million different interviews, etc., but I'm a speech and debate coach, and I talk about that all the time. My crew rolls their eyes when I say it. But the reason I bring that up now is that one of the things I coach my students to do is I say, you got to find a job in life that instead of draining your energy, gives you energy. And I have found, and I think a lot of us at EFN have found, that what we do, despite the drama, gives us a lot of energy and gives us a lot of joy just being able to, broadcast to an audience. That's I'm sure you guys as broadcasters can appreciate that too.
Can you talk about how EFN is perceived in the fandom? Because the perception seems to be it's Everfree Network versus everyone else. Do you feel that same way?
It's funny because I don't look at it that same way. I really don't. And I'm often reminded of this. it really isn't EFN versus everyone else. It's a few entitled individuals who are so anti-EFN, they try to spam that ideology around, say, 4chan or, was it Tony Chan, the other Chans out there. They kind of spread this idea. I don't view myself anti-other groups. In fact, I work with lots of other groups. We work with Brony's for Good. We work with, we're going to be doing a Seats of Kindness live stream pretty soon with them. Just recently at Everfree Northwest, we were coordinating with the Daily Oak because they had wanted to do some film work, and we gave them, we worked where our cameras were going to be so that they could film and we could film. The different conventions that we've worked with, we work with them. We don't work for them, and they don't work for us. I talked to countless convention chairs and musicians and artists and voice actors. What's happened though is that a select number of people who decide not to behave professionally have gone and accused EFN of just really arbitrarily absurd accusations. And for the longest time, I would sit back and just watch it happen because it's not really a professional thing to get involved in, in petty drama. But because we sat back and didn't say anything while these accusations flew, they started to spread. It's the problem with the internet is that you're guilty until proven innocent. And so the second somebody says, well, Final Draft is, I don't know, out to destroy so-and-so's website, well, no, I'm not. But because I don't respond to that accusation, because I think it's so absurd, I'm instantly accused of it being true. It gets really frustrating. I think that really in the end, though, and I've actually polled around to try and find out what people think of this. I think what it comes down to is that some of the other media groups lob accusations my way, and because I don't respond to them often, I come off as aloof. And that's something I'm personally working on. And that's something EFN is trying to work on, too, because we're not just a bunch of robots hidden in a room. We're people. We're bronies, and we love and care about this community as well. And but my overall impression is that a select few people raise a stink, but the overwhelming majority of the fandom either doesn't care about online drama or is more concerned with, the shows that they love, and we're going to keep providing that material for them.
One of the main complaints people seem to bring up about Everfree Network all the time is the exclusive contracts that they have at these conventions. Can you address that?
Rumors. That's one of those rumors. I'm almost glad, I'm frustrated, but I'm almost glad that contract for Sweet Apple Acres was leaked, because that is effectively what all of our convention contracts look like. There was the word exclusive in that contract. I think it may have been edited in, but if it was not, then it was in terms of convention bandwidth, which it very specifically convention bandwidth. It's true. I have asked at times for the conventions to assign internet bandwidth for our exclusive use because there's not enough bandwidth to host multiple streams. Just physically, there's not. That was the biggest problem with Everfree Northwest, is that their last convention had barely enough bandwidth for us to provide a standard definition stream. Whereas if you look at Fiesta Equestria, for example, we had a contract with them, but Ponyville Live was streaming as well. And the reason why was that there was plenty of bandwidth to go around. In fact, there was tons left over that had an impossibly high amount of bandwidth. So this idea that there's contracts out there where we claim media exclusivity is utter and complete garbage. It's just blatantly untrue. And in fact, I've publicly and privately argued multiple times that I don't believe in media exclusivity and that I fully support other media groups attending and recording and covering events, because in a fandom where none of us makes money off of viewership, more coverage means more buzz and it grows this community. So that claim that I sign exclusivity contracts with conventions is blatantly untrue. And in fact, I've argued with multiple conventions who wanted to make it an exclusivity contract so that for them it's easier to manage who's filming what. I've argued with them and said I won't sign those because, this is an internet-based fandom. And, I mean, I guess for anyone listening right now, I would ask you to think about it this way. Let's say, theoretically, I wanted to have media exclusivity at a convention. How in the hell could I pull it off? This is an internet fandom. Everybody's got smartphones. Everybody's got camcorders. They've got audio recorders. What would I do? Argue that the conventions have a camera check at the door? I mean, it's just absurd. It's impractical, it's absurd, and it doesn't do anyone any good. So no, I do not ever sign exclusivity contracts. What I do, and what is commonly misconstrued, is I argue that certain resources should be allocated to EFN as a primary streaming source, because we do the job the best in the fandom, I believe, and I strongly stand by that statement. We do the job the best in the fandom, which means that, and I've said this too, and in fact this leaked conversation out there has this snippet in there too. You know, in any professional environment, you're not going to hire multiple groups with the same resources to do the same job. But that's not to say that you're going around and shutting down other businesses either. You know, Sweet Apple Acres, which I know has been the spurring point for all this, Sweet Apple Acres wasn't going to go and hire 6 venues just because one of them, you know, instead of one, because the other 6 were saying, well, it's not fair you hired, you know, this venue. They only needed one venue. Of course, they had problems with that. But similarly, you look at when we had an agreement with them, the idea was that since bandwidth costs money, and since AV resources cost money to a convention, if they want to have their convention streamed, it makes the most sense for them to assign those resources to the most capable group with the strongest streaming record. And what happens is that competing groups look at that and say, well, we're trying to force them out. No, it's more that we're trying to make sure we can do the job we need to do with the resources that the convention can provide, because conventions simply can't afford, in general, to provide 7 different groups a hardline connection for their stream, and it's a redundancy for them either way, which is why we worked with them. But then people say, well, we're trying to kick out other cameras. No, we're not. And if they can find like their own method to stream as well, then by all means. Like I said, at Fiesta, we were able to work with PBL at the same time, and we both streamed at the same time, and it wasn't a problem.
Can you address a Fiesta Equestria, though? Because there were rumors of problems happening between the two networks at that convention. Can you tell us your side of the story of what happened there and where exactly these problems came from?
Well, okay. I would say in general there weren't problems. We had to share a router just because there was only one hardline port. So we had to decide whose router we were going to use, and they looked at us very quizzically when we set up a router, but we made sure we both had the administration password so that nobody could pull anything on anyone. For the most part, during the convention, our cameras didn't get in the way of each other. I heard rumors, and I don't know if this is true, and I haven't had a chance to check the footage. I heard rumors that people were yelling at the PBL staff was squabbling because I personally was in a few of their camera shots during some of the VA panels and whatnot, that they wanted to cut me out or something. Again, I guess the footage will prove whether that's the case or not. I haven't had a chance to look. That was just something that I was told at the convention. And then I guess the biggest problem was during the concert, during the Saturday electronic concert. We set up our camera on stage. They set up their camera on the opposite end of the stage, but for whatever reason, we had a spotlight and they didn't, which meant that their footage was lacking because the lighting was low. That was no decision on my part. We just had a spotlight available, which we used, and they didn't have one. But then they never really asked to coordinate with us on that. So in terms of how Fiesta went, I mean, we both did our own separate streams. PBL recorded a few more panels than we did. But then again, they recorded some panels we wouldn't have recorded anyway because we try to keep our content ratings pretty strict because we are viewed by children and families. But at the same time, there was plenty of resources to go around there, so it wasn't a matter of trying to haggle over bandwidths or audio jacks. And so they did their job, and I feel we did our job better, but of course I feel that way. I'm a little biased towards my own group.
How do you feel about the other media outlets in the fandom? How do you feel about Canterlot Radio? You talked about Ponyville Live a little bit. Derby Hooves News, Equestria Daily. How do you feel about
I think their records show for themselves. The stats of those different groups have track records of, and not all of them, don't get me wrong. I should tell you that I have a lot of respect for a lot of the people at different groups. Like, for example, Derby Hooves News, several of their contributing writers came over when we started assembling our news site, which is still in progress, and we're hoping to premiere in the next few weeks. But, they came over, and I worked with them great. Talafi over at Derby Hooves News is an amazing guy who has helped coordinate tons of charity work, and, I've always told him that, I would love to work with him more. I look at the other media groups, and in fact, I should repeat, too, that there have been other groups that have come to us out of those media groups saying we would rather work with EFN. I look, though, at the track record. I look at, the public record of how they behave. And I look at, the sorts of things they post and the sort of quality they have. And I feel like, I strongly believe that EFN is the most professional group in the fandom. And some people accuse me or say that that's a bad thing. And I think it's a great thing. I think the fandom deserves a good, solid, professional outlet that everybody can rely on. That's, that's safe for families to view, but it's also, it's also quality. And it's entertaining. And, that's not to say these other groups can't do that sort of work. And it's not to say that every other podcast out there is somehow inferior or, incapable or what have you. I should also point out that, the Roundtable is a great example of a news organization that I have massive amounts of respect for. And I'm really good friends with Dan Vincent, a.k.a. Kafka, who's the head of that group, who's just, he's an amazing journalist. And, and I'm looking forward to coordinate with his group as much as possible. But they're an independent group, too. So I think that's another misconception, that I look at every other media group as some sort of enemy, which is not the case at all. I would like, in an ideal world, I would love to work with these other media groups as much as possible, but I think what's happened, for whatever reason, is that EFN's success has bred a lot of petty statements publicly on their part, and a lot of, recorded and unrecorded examples of them spreading misinformation at times. That's not to say all these groups have done that. They certainly haven't. But there are groups among those that you mentioned who have done that. And I mean, you can take a look at the Tumblrs associated with the websites. You can take a look at their Twitter accounts and elsewhere, and you'll see examples of what I'm talking about. It's something that I really am proud of with EFN, that we don't do that and we don't abide that kind of behavior. So when you say, what do I think of the other groups, I still believe that we are by far the most professional of those groups. But that's not to say that we hate everyone else or that, those guys aren't doing good work as well. It's just that at times I think they let their emotions and their, I think that's the best way to put it. They let their emotions overcome them in how they behave publicly.
Can you address some words that were said by Silver Eagle of Ponyville Live, where he accused you of saying that Ponyville Live was trying to destroy Everfree Network on the inside, trying to take Everfree Network down?
No, I never said that.
Those?
I never said that.
What did you say exactly then?
Well, I don't know in what reference he's talking about. The funny story with Ponyville Live is that we originally were going to try and work with them, and in fact, they wrote up and signed an agreement themselves, which I know Silver Eagle would want released publicly at some point because he's made it very clear he likes releasing all of his agreements publicly, which I haven't out of professionalism, but if he agrees to it, I will. He wrote up an agreement back in March where Ponyville Live was going to become an autonomous part of EFN. And part of that agreement was that he was going to coordinate with EFN in terms of conventions so that we weren't doubling up on resources, et cetera. And he pretty quickly broke that agreement in every regard. I don't think he was trying to destroy EFN from the inside. Frankly, I don't think he could if he wanted to. We're a pretty tight-knit group with very confident and very reliable staff members. I mean, all the staff I work with are incredible at what they do, and I trust them intrinsically. But no, I don't accuse him of trying to do that. I don't think he was, and I don't really know where he got that impression. If he thinks that that's what I thought he was doing, I don't. I do think that some members of his staff have tried to stir up drama online, and I am objectively against drama, so for me to even say that, you know, it's one of those things everybody listens like, oh no, he's stirring up drama himself. I think his staff has tried, but I don't really care, and I don't really think that he himself has tried to infiltrate or destroy ESN. When we were working together, it was clear that wasn't his goal. I mean, I think he doesn't really want to work together, and that's why he broke his agreement. So that's the way I view that situation.
To what extent would you say Everfree Network is willing to work with these other media outlets, to collaborate, to work together, to bring the best possible coverage of events to the fandom?
Well, you know, I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. The term collaborate is a very loose term. And I'm not saying that in a politically correct sort of way. I mean, does collaborate mean that I give over half of my cameras to another group because that's fair? Does collaborate mean that we all have to split one shoddy internet connection and nobody can stream? I mean, I'm willing to coordinate with other groups, but I have to be honest, my experience when I've tried to work with other groups such as TVL or Bronyville or Celestia Radio, at one point we were providing relay servers for them, has been that we just kind of get spit in the face in return. Whenever I've tried to help out another group, with the, you know, and I have to really point out again, I worked closely with Roundtable, and we also, you know, when we redeveloped our site, we decided to not have as close of an association, just so that it wasn't misinterpreted that Roundtable was somehow a part of EFN. It never was. I've never had bad relations with those guys, so I want to make that clear. Like, there are groups, like, for example, Daily Odegon, where I've never had any problems working with them. And I try to work with other groups. I do. I mean, we worked with the Traveling Pony Museum in the past. We've worked with, again, I tried working with DHN at one point. But every single time I've done this, whether it be for personal reasons or for reasons I can't quite grasp, we've been burned online. We've been attacked and often passive-aggressively tweeted out, etc. So I have become guarded. I have, because the track record is hate from other groups. And so I've just decided, I've kind of taken the attitude of, you know, I'm going to do my job, and I'm going to do my job right. And, you know, I'm going to be cautious when I try to work with other groups, because the other groups I've mentioned have been really difficult to work with. I think one example of a group that's been incredibly difficult to work with, that gives you an idea of where we tried to collaborate and it just didn't work out, was EQD. Because for the longest time, we'd send them our podcasts, and we'd send them our interviews, and they would post them, but then they started not posting them. And I asked, well, okay, what's the problem? And they said, well, it's not fair to the other groups if we're only posting your stuff. I said, well, what's the solution here? How do you guys post our stuff? They said, well, make a compilation post. So we made compilation posts. They were supposed to go up once a week. Those never got posted. And finally, you know, I finally asked Seth, I said, you know, why aren't you posting our things? And he said, well, we don't have to. And that was it. And since that time, stuff like our live streams, stuff like our, you know, our interviews, stuff like Dusty Cat's show, who Dusty used to be good friends with Seth, none of these things have been posted for reasons, I don't know. Maybe they have something personal against me and EFN. And it's funny and ironic that oftentimes people associated with those groups will accuse us of media exclusivity, when in reality that's the way they're behaving. You know, I wish that I could work closely with these other groups. I wish that they would behave in a professional manner, but as of yet, they have not wanted to, and they haven't ever wanted to coordinate in a way that, yeah, that would maintain professional standards. So that's where I stand on it. I'm open to suggestions. In fact, I get suggestions all the time. We just recently launched a show called KPNY, which was originally on PVL, and they came to me and they said, we want to work with you. And I said, for sure. And they're like, well, we're already being posted on PVL. And I said, well, I don't mind. Let's post it both places. Next thing I know, the PVL is not posting them anymore.
Can you? Oh, I'm sorry. Finish up.
Well, I got one more example that I'm not afraid to mention publicly. I did a public call for news staff when I tried to, when we were setting up the news site, because we needed more people. To run a really professional news site, you need a ton of people. So I posted it publicly, and the number 2 person that I tried to get into the chief editor position was from DHN. She applied. She had an impressive resume, and she had even a degree in digital journalism. And 1 week into our project, I was sent a chat where where she had been making fun of EFN News and how little she had done. And so I sent her a message that basically said, you're not. I don't want to work with you if basically I fired her in a kind way. I just said, I hope that your future endeavors go well, but it's obvious you don't want to work with EFN. Well, she wrote back that she found that the pony fandom was dying and that my head was up my ass and all this other stuff. That's what I've been dealing with when I try to work with some of these other news groups. And I haven't talked out about it publicly very much because in the end, it kind of belittles and brings down the tone of this entire community. And it's focusing on a select number of incredibly negative people who really shouldn't have that kind of attention. I'd like to think the fandom is more about, kindness and generosity and loyalty and whatnot. But I think there are select members of this fandom who use it as a platform to try and get themselves attention online. And to some sad extent, that's working for them.
Can you address some of the rumors of actually how much control you have over who actually gets on Everfree Network or not, to the point where you decide who goes on, who doesn't, and even to the point of potentially splitting up people on established shows? Can you address that rumor?
Okay. What I do is as network director, approve or disapprove show proposals. Most of the time our shows are brought to us as proposals, and I approve them or disapprove them. In terms of how the independent shows are operated, I do not meddle in how those shows operate. I have 2 standards for the shows that I bring on. One, that they air at the same time each week. That's just a matter of, it's the Futurama effect. If you change the airtime of a show multiple times, you're going to end up with, a loss of viewership because nobody knows when to tune in. The other thing I say is keep it broadcast clean. That doesn't mean PG, squeaky, whatever. It just means keep it from being too rated R. 1 second. Yeah? Okay. Well, we just arrived at our location. So I have those 2 standards for my shows. I've only had 1 case ever where I've messed with the staffing of a show, and that was Reading Rainbow, when I received I got a group complaint from a group of well-known fan VAs who were saying they were being treated poorly. They came to me as a group and, expressed their concern, and I said, okay, this isn't working for us anymore. And I said, all right, if you want to stay on EFN, you're going to have to work with someone else. And then they went and said, no, we don't want to stay on EFN. As far as I know, they took their show to PVL, and, well, that's between PVL and them at this point. Because the shows have the option of leaving at any time, of course, and we don't retain control over their, what they do with themselves. It's just that I have 2 basic standards for if they want to be broadcasted on my website. So in terms of, Brony Breakdown, Dusty's show, EQI, any of those, I have absolutely no say, or I don't really express any say over how they run their show. I bring them on already having faith that they know what they're doing. And I feel like micromanaging a show ruins that show's energy, because I could do that, but then it wouldn't be, it wouldn't be Equestrian Inquirer if I told Joe Stevens what to say. It wouldn't be Brony Breakdown if I told, Saber who he could talk to, who he couldn't. I let them operate very independently and autonomously, and they all know they can leave at any time. So there you go.
Okay. I understand you have to go here. Any final thoughts? Anything you wanted to clarify, get out there, or anything like that?
Well, I imagine there are some people, I don't know how many people are tuned in. Like I said, I'm on a phone. I just pulled into a ranch in the middle of South Dakota. We drove Cowboy Dave home. We were originally going to be at Sweet Apple Acres this weekend, but that fell through. So I guess I'll make a public statement in regards to Sweet Apple Acres. I think it's a damn shame what happened with them. I went through a hellish process over the last 4 days, which is still up. You can hear my voice is kind of scratchy. Where we went from expecting to be in Nashville this weekend with tickets in hand to be there to being stranded in Vancouver, where I'm and having to work off of Wi-Fi hotspots to try and figure out a last-ditch way to get home. And the call, I think what everybody's interested in is the call that was leaked. That call was a phone call I made to Obsidian Winter because I was concerned by rumors I had heard that the convention administration had been changed around because the con chair was too close of a friend of mine, which made me think there was an anti-EFN bias there, and I basically was saying if there was an anti-EFN bias, not that there were other media groups, but that if there was an anti-EFN bias, that would create a hostile working environment for my people. That specifically is what I called Obsidian about. Halfway through that call, the call supposedly dropped, and when the call came back, this was on phone, by the way, this is not on Skype. When that call returned, and I was standing in Stanley Park, Vancouver, paying about $1 a minute for this, Obsidian, came back and said, no, the call dropped, whatever, and we finished our conversation, and I find it interesting that the transcript that's been released is from the period after the call dropped, so I have to assume that she was recording at that point. That's what that call was about. I stand by everything that was in that transcript. I should say I stand by the words that's on that call. I think the transcript is a little bit shoddy because it was, I get the feeling it was voice to text or something. But either way, but it was stressful because as we're sitting in Canada, we're getting endlessly bombarded with hate messages talking about how bad of a group we are and, how dare we sign contracts with conventions. And it's just this endless hate. So that's where I decided, okay, I'm going to do a live stream. But by that point, I had called so many members of different staffs of different conventions to find out what had happened that my voice was gone and my brain was gone, and I rambled pretty incoherently about the situation. And I think in the end, what I would say is that what I've learned from this experience, first of all, I hope that everybody who went to Nashville for Sweet Apple Acres has an amazing time, whether or not the convention happens in whatever form it happens. And to be honest, I've been driving all day, so I don't even know if there have been major updates today. But, I feel really bad for, especially for Tim and Larsa from the board of directors there, and partially for Fooch as well, because I know they cared a ton about this convention. And I was looking forward to it because I've never been to Tennessee before. And, we all had high hopes for this thing. I know that the VAs I've spoken to since all this came about said they really wished it could have worked out. So I mean no ill will towards Sweet Apple Acres, and at no point when I signed any contract was I aware that they were in fiscally impossible straits. I would have never signed a contract, and that's actually a majority of the reason why I broke the contract and let them, refund our tickets and all of that, because nobody wants to be the cause of a dead con. So I guess my final statement on all of this is that I am very frustrated that a private phone conversation I had with Obsidian was leaked publicly. There's only one way that a phone conversation can get leaked publicly, and that's if one of the parties records the call and hands that call to someone, which gives the recording party responsibility. It's illegal what happened, but, Obsidian has released an apology, for the situation, and I hope she means it because it was incredibly disconcerting. Anybody having a private phone conversation can appreciate what that's like. I also am very frustrated that, a private contract I had with the convention was leaked publicly. But at the same time, I'm hoping that people who read through that can understand really the scope of what we've ever asked for, and can appreciate that, no, we never really do have these evil schemes with God. We just want to be able to stream the best that we can. So I guess in the end, final statement, I hope everybody who's in Nashville this weekend is having a good time. I feel bad that I wasn't able to go and it wasn't able to work out the way it could have, because there were amazing people who were going to be there. But at the same time, I think it really goes along with something I released in a video I called my reality check, which is that conventions have to be responsible. And it's really suspect that there were 3 convention venue changes in a matter of days. And I'm really strongly hoping that future conventions or smaller conventions that are planning to happen this year can learn from the mistakes of LPU and Sweet Apple Acres, so that we can have a stronger convention scene in the community, because these conventions are amazing events, but they suck if they're falling apart. So all my best to the people in Nashville. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, and at this point we finally got Cowboy Dave home after a 2-day unplanned journey. So I'm going to see him off here.
All right.
But
thank you very much for your time.
Stuff up. Yeah, and again, everybody who's tuned in, I don't really have an interest in dumb drama, and I would just ask, whether you like me or you hate me, look at the facts. Just look at what's out there, and, ask yourself whether, I always say use Occam's razor. Usually the simplest solution is the best one, and a lot of these conspiracies out there are just impossibly dumb, and the facts are quite plain. So, all right, well, thanks for having me.
Yep.
All right, thank you for your time, Final Draft.
All right, catch you later.
All right.
Okay. And thank you, Draco, as well, for hosting this.
Oh, not an issue. Like I said, it's the only way, because he doesn't have Wi-Fi, and yeah.
That's fine. Okay.
All right.
So next we actually might have Snowden Pony, and
Can I depart with some final thoughts from today?
Oh, sorry, TJ.
Because I assume this stream is ending soon, correct?
We have Snowden and some other people joining us next, but you probably need to go, so we're going to bring someone else. We're going to bring Ahmed.
Yeah, I haven't. It's 11 o'clock, and I haven't eaten since 1:30. So, final thoughts from tonight. Disco Demolition Night was an ill-fated baseball promotion. There's a lot of con drama lately. There's a lot of it. There was an analogy I used in one of the Skype chat rooms the other day. I look at these conventions in the pony fandom like golf tournaments. You have your major tournaments on the yearly golf schedule. You have the Masters, the US Open, the British Open, and the PGA Championship. I feel like pony conventions are the same way. BronyCon is your Masters. Everfree is your US Open. And so on and so forth. Equestria LA is another major. And this might be my personal opinion, but I think TrotCon is the other major convention. And all throughout the schedule, too, on the golf schedule, you have these smaller tournaments that doesn't get that much attention. That's where all these other conventions come into play. There are some tournaments on the schedule that are more important than others. Like, you want to win a major golf tournament. That is your career goal, to win one. Just like it is in everyone's interest in the pony fandom to try to attend at least one major convention. The BronyCon, the TrotCon, the Everfree. Do you see what I'm saying here? You still have smaller cons that are still higher up on that list too. Fiesta Equestria, I'd say, is one of them. That's your Players' Championship of the pony conventions. Everything else is just a smaller golf tournament. Everything else is... Okay, Ahmed has a good point too. The European Con, Buck and Galacon, those are starting to be your major tournaments as well. You have all these just big cons and small cons. Like you have big tournaments and small tournaments on the golf schedule. The one that's going on this weekend, the John Deere Classic in Quincy, no, not Quincy, in the Quad Cities in Illinois. That's not a major tournament. If you win that, you win that. But unless you only win like one tournament, then it's not nothing to hang your hat on. Okay. Kind of like, oh, I went to so-and-so in North Dakota. I mean, I went to a pony convention, but...
TJ, I think we need to wrap it up because Draco can't continue hosting this call, so...
Okay.
And right, you need to eat, right?
I'm just saying, everyone just focuses on the major tournaments. No one really cares that much about the smaller tournaments. Take a similar policy with conventions. Just focus on the bigger ones. We don't need all these smaller conventions. Focus on your majors. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
And in our next podcast, I will talk about the comic book.
Okay. Well, thank you, TJ, for doing most of the interview questions for this podcast. And thank you, Draco, for hosting this call with Final Draft right now. I guess we're going to take a very short break, and then we're going to have Snowden Pony on, so stay tuned for that. Thank you, guys.
Have a good one.
Okay. Geez, I never knew this I never expected this podcast to run this long. We are already at 4 hours and 30 minutes. Okay. Let's see how this is going to work. Okay, so Snowden will not be able to speak to us, so he's going to talk. He's going to, I guess, type in the chat box, and I guess we're going to have we're going to read them out. Let's see. Wow, let's load. Okay, so I'm going to start this call right now. Hey, Ahmed, you here?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. So we have Snowden. He needs to keep his identity secret still, so we are just going to be talking to him through, I guess, text chat. And do one of you guys want to read off Snowden's responses?
I can be the narrator for Snowden.
Okay. Ahmed, do you have really good interviewing skills? Do you have any? Would you like to ask questions along with me to Snowden?
Snowden says hello.
Sure.
Okay. Well, first off,
yeah, just a quick question before we begin.
Sure.
Should I just have the Skype call avatars on this stream, or should I have something else on?
Whatever you want. That's fine. Yeah.
Alright, I'll just have the Skype thing on then.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, wow, we are actually hosting on 3 different streams right now. Your stream, Cloudstow, Cafe, and my stream.
It's gotten that big.
Yeah. It's crazy.
People will come out of the woodwork for pony drama.
Okay. Well, first off,
okay.
Snowden, would you like to introduce yourself? You should have some background music playing.
Probably gonna hear my AC in the background.
Hello, I am Snowden Pony, also known as Snow Pony.
Background music playing. I should have some Bane music playing in the background.
My job in this fandom is to report on information other ponies may be worried to leak. I assist in helping them distribute information anonymously without fear of repercussions. End intro.
Okay. Well, first, I'm sure a lot of you guys know Snowden Pony from the recent leaks behind from Sweet Apple PonyCon. I'm so tired of getting these things mixed up. Sweet Apple Acres Con. First off, before I guess we ask questions, because we're all really tired right now and not sure if we could ask the right questions. Do you guys have any anyone in the live stream, do you guys have any questions you'd like to ask Snowden first? So just type them in and we will ask them to him. Let's see. First, what?
Oh,
Sorry.
I was about to say I've got a preliminary one. What aspects of the upper echelons of the fandom are you involved in? Is it just related to Sweet Apple Acres Con, or are you involved in like major convention chats, news organizations? What are you based in? And here's his answer. I was originally involved in facilitating part of the Sweet Apple AcreCon leaks. However, given I exist, I will help facilitate leaks and leads I receive.
Ahmed, did you have any questions, I guess?
To be quite honest, I don't really have any questions to ask.
I guess we could, Snowden, I guess let's see, we know we want to keep your identity secret, so I guess we can't ask any specific questions, but when did Sweet Apple Acres come to your attention, and how, I guess, why did you decide to leak the stuff you did?
I decided to leak the Sweet Apple Acre phone call around the same time GCC leaked the documents. Any further information I withheld for up to an hour to help protect the identity of the leaker. My intentions with the Sweet Apple AcreCon leaks were to help attendees cancel plans if they needed to avoid fees and other heavy inconveniences.
Okay. Let's see. What will be? I guess. Okay. Well, I guess the next question I could pose while you're writing your response. What was the first part of the question again? Oh, I guess, forgot. Let's see, what questions do we have? I guess, how did you get involved with the fandom, and why did you decide to go anonymous and do what you're doing now?
I will decline to comment on what parts of the fandom I am involved with. However, I am anonymous because several people have had this information but were too worried for their reputations to be the first to leak the information.
Okay. Um, on the I'm on one of these Skype groups. I'm going to be reading questions from some of the Skype groups as well. Is there anything that pushed you to leak things? Like, was Final Draft the final straw or something?
As an addendum to his previous comments, he's saying that I am a whistleblower.
Okay. I'm actually surprised our fandom got to the point where we need a whistleblower like this. Yeah, still taking questions, so I guess put them all on the either Skype or on the live stream groups, and I'll be trying to visit all the live streams.
The reason I wanted to leak information was because I felt Sweet Apple Acre Con was not being fully transparent in a timely manner. "48 hours before the convention for it to take a turbulent turn is a critical time. The attendees should come first."
That's agreed. Okay, from the live stream, Nathan asked the question, would you consider working closely with one or more of the pony news groups, like Derpy Hooves News or Round Stable, to post your press release?
Just my cue.
Oh no, sorry. I'm waiting for his response.
Okay. Also, a quick question: is the call quality dropping for anyone over here, or is it just me?
I think it sounds okay. Is anyone having a problem with the call? Okay. Again, did you have his response? Right?
Ahmed's is cutting him in and out, but I'll try to be the voice as best I can.
Okay.
I will decline to comment on my involvement with other organizations to protect their reputations. However, any leaks and leads I stumble upon that I feel the fandom greater should know about, I will try to facilitate in the distribution of information in a responsible manner. I have a very simple way to submit information through snowponyleaks@gmail.com. Any leaks and leads will be investigated and researched before release. However, any time-sensitive information, such as the Sweet Apple AcreCon information with a 48-hour time window, I will release as unconfirmed rumors, before thorough verification is complete.
Okay. The next question we have from Skype says, has it ever dawned that the need for a pony whistleblower is really, really sad and reflects poorly on the fandom as a whole? Oh, and Derpy Squad asks, what must we sacrifice to please you?
I find this amusing, actually. There is much behind-the-scenes information that the fandom need not actually have knowledge of. However, information that is withheld by the upper echelon of the fandom, that is important, I feel, is strong to leak anonymously.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, so I kind of have a question. Do you
Sure.
feel that there is some kind of conspiracy in the in this upper echelon of the fandom to where they've put their own interests above those of the rest of the fandom?
Okay. And after that, we have some really good questions in the live stream I think we should address as well.
His answer? My job is not to speculate. My job is to release sensitive information. I refuse to comment on the speculated interests of the upper fandom echelon.
Okay. I actually think we have a related question to that. Obsidian Winter asked on the live stream, why would you release unconfirmed information that could cause panic? Shouldn't you wait until you know for certain? I think Snowden did say that he tries to clarify if all the information is true or not first, but we'll just hear his response. And Obsidian followed up saying, I'm concerned with the 48-hour comment.
Any unconfirmed information will be clearly marked as unconfirmed. That would be in the matter of very time-sensitive events. Unconfirmed information hurts my reputation as a trustable whistleblower. They would be as good as the octagon of 4chan.
Okay. Well, I think we also have another question. Yeah, here's a good one. Why do you have any idea why Ponyville Live was banned from Sweet Apple AcreCon?
Ponyville Live claims to have been banned by Starlight Ironhooves, also known as Tim, as discussed in multiple interviews before hosted by PVL. I do not have the tools or information to verify this information, nor do I engage in speculation.
Okay. We also have another question. We have a question concerning Las Vegas Unicon. Do you have any information relevant to the fall of Las Vegas Unicon and the murky events surrounding it, and or what actually happened and where the money went? So I guess what happened, if you have any information on Unicon and where the money went.
I do not have any new information regarding Las Pegasus Unicon.
Okay.
If I may, I'd like to do another question.
Sure, go ahead.
Since we don't, you're not doing speculation. You're relying on kind of what you get in. What exactly have you gotten in besides the Sweet Apple or the Sweet Apple PonyCon stuff? Should we be paying attention and watching, or is this kind of the end of the leaks for a while? And his answer: I have multiple new leads, however, none are time sensitive. I will report on information as it is verified.
Okay. We have another question. Do you know if Hasbro is aware of everything that's going on here, or what they will do, or will they do something about those events? So, do you know if Hasbro has any involvement or any knowledge of what's happening?
The voice actors and actresses' agents are easily aware of the situation. Other than that, I do not have any information on if the rest of Hasbro is aware. They likely are, but I do not engage in speculation.
Okay. I think we have a few questions actually related to Everfree and Ponyville Live, so I think we'll kind of combine them. I guess one question is, how do you have any views on the media groups? Are you more or less on the side of Ponyville Live or Everfree Network? And I guess what's your opinion is on specific networks having a monopoly over conventions and exclusive streaming rights?
I do not have any opinions on the media.
Okay. Obsidian Winter asks, can you tell us if the Sweet Apple leak came from within or came from an outside source?
Let me finish his answer here.
Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry.
I am responsible for releasing knowledge and information. I am not an editorializer, nor am I a pundit.
Oh, well. Ahmed, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
As for the
Sad to
next
be
question, I will decline to comment on any and all questions regarding the sources of my information.
The next question we have: what kind of information do you prioritize, or what exactly are you looking for? I guess in referring to leaked information.
I am interested in information that may endanger the fandom's ability in any way, and can cause harm to the fandom or its members. I am not interested in tabloid information. My interests are protecting the fandom proper from withheld information.
Okay. I think I actually have my own question. I just realized I've been streaming for about 5 hours, asking people, talking to people about a show that's meant for girls, about rainbow-colored ponies, and now I'm talking to some anonymous whistleblower online, so this is like really surreal. Do you really think that this is really relevant? I mean, yes, it's great that you're trying to protect the fandom, but is it really significant in the grand scheme of things?
The dangers of Las Pegasus Unicon were the possibility of voice actors and other guests not being able to attend other conventions for fear they may fail mid-con in a similar fashion to Las Pegasus Unicon. In addition, many attendees to Las Pegasus Unicon were financially burned.
I guess that's honorable, trying to protect the voice actors.
If information was out that Las Pegasus Unicon was financially unsound, perhaps many attendees and guests would not have been put in a serious situation like this. Sweet Apple Acre Cons, I felt, was a Las Pegasus Unicon waiting to happen. It's not just Hasbro VAs, however. Many fandom guests ended up paying their way. Or being assisted by the Las Pegasus Fund. Either way, that was money that did not need to be burned by a failed convention. The fandom ecosystem is fragile. This information should be known before disaster strikes.
Okay. Do you think Everfree Network and Final Draft are taking things too far at times? Like trying to get exclusive coverage? I think he answered similar, but let's see what he has to say.
I am not in the business of speculation. However, if Final Draft, or if anyone in the fandom actually, were to have harmful contracts they publicly claim they did not play a part of, and if that knowledge fell into my hands, I would do my best to verify that information and distribute it. I am not interested in harming Everfree Network or Final Draft.
Derpy Squad, the head of Derpy Hoops News, still wants his question answered about what we should sacrifice to please you. Also, he notes that he'll cut someone's heart out and eat it in your honor. What?
Nothing.
Okay,
I've actually got a couple questions after he answers.
Ahmed, if you have any questions, chime in as well.
I'll let you know if I do. Not them because I really don't.
Sacrifice as many ponies as it takes to get me from Moscow to Venezuela. Smiley face. Winky smiley face, actually. Anyway, the couple questions I had to ask. Since you are not or doing this anonymously, what the big thing with this is how can we trust you? Because for all people know, you could be a completely rogue vigilante on some backwater revenge mission against different individuals. Why are you doing this? What, that I think that's the big one. His answer: a pony may have an ulterior motive, but factual information does not. That kind of leads me again to ask, you're putting out rumors for the 48-hour thing. There's really nothing preventing you from just putting up rumors and saying that they're fact. So how are you verifying this information, and why should we trust it?
Okay. Let's see. Any more questions, I guess? Obsidian Winter. Oh, wait, are you still continuing? Sorry.
Through multiple verification sources and confidential contacts throughout the fandom I can trust, and with my legal advisors. If I have a track record of blatantly false rumors I leak as fact, that will make my word impossible to trust. My reputation is important for people to trust me.
I guess related to that, Obsidian Winter asks, do you fear someone trying to sue you over any of this? And another question was, so you actually have legal advisors working with you, question mark. Also, we get thank you Snowden Pony for all the information.
To answer both questions, I will refuse to speculate. However, I have my legal advisors.
Okay. I have a question, I guess. It seems like most of the leaks that I think all the leaks that came for you are just based around Sweet Apple Con. So does that mean you only had kind of the connections with Sweet Apple Con, or are you able to leak other information from other cons and, I guess, pony groups?
I was created in response to the situation of Sweet Apple Acres Convention. However, my leaks are trickling in. There is much to investigate. This is only the beginning.
Okay. I also, I guess, have a privacy question, like, you won't use any of the information people send to you for blackmailing. Like, if someone in the fandom has some pull but wanted to leak some information to you, you won't use that against them for blackmail. Is that correct?
I will release information I feel the fandom proper should know about. Whether or not it harms or gains the reputation of individuals, if the fandom or a large group of people are in danger of some sort, it is my responsibility to distribute the information. That is only morally fair.
I guess we have, since you leaked information on Sweet Apple, I guess people have questions about the other cons. We already asked you about Unicon, but do you have any information currently on Cutie Mark Con? And I guess to expand the question, do you have any new information that you have not leaked yet, or that you have coming in that you're about to leak soon about anything in the fandom?
I am a new creation. I have only existed for 3 days. However, the leaks are pouring in. I will not comment on what they regard until they are verified. There is no reason for me to start a panic on a convention with unverified information that can do nothing but harm.
Okay. Yeah, there were two questions, I guess, as a follow-up on my original question. I was asking about the blackmail, but the questions are, what about the sources? If people come to you in trust, would you expose them if it benefited yourself, or use them for blackmail? And also another similar question, if a confidential source leaked information to you that implicated themselves as well as others, would you admit that informant's name?
I claim I will facilitate leaks anonymously. I cannot morally break that trust. As for if I choose to omit the name of the source of the leak, that is actually a strategic question I will decline to comment on. But that is an interesting possible checkmate. Good question. Strategic in a way to protect the leaker while keeping the information honest. If I were to break my trust of keeping people anonymous, that would scare off potential leaks and leads, and destroy my reputation as a trusted whistleblower.
And for those who had questions about Cutie Mark Con, Chef Sandy sent me a link to a video talking about the con itself, so I posted that in the live stream chat if anyone was interested. Okay, so do we have any more questions? If not, we'll probably just wrap it up soon.
This, about the sense of morality. When you have to choose between, when you're going through these leaks and verifying them, when you have to choose between a convention and the people running conventions being harmed, or the people running a news site, or whoever being harmed, and the people on the ground potentially being harmed, how do you morally choose between that? What gives you the right? His answer, the most good for the most number of people.
Well, he sounds Russian.
That is the standard philosophy behind utilitarianism. Or util I probably didn't say that word right.
That's a Russian thing. Was it the sacrifice the few for the many? All that stuff.
Utilitarianism.
Yeah, I think so.
Two different things. So.
It's not a right, it's a duty. Okay. This has been very interesting. I think it's about time to wrap it up. So if we have any last minute questions. Okay. One question we have is, I have a question here. Why release these leaks? These kinds of things cause more drama within the fandom. Why should I care about a mysterious entity that doesn't give us sources?
Hiding problems does not make them go away. How would you feel if you spent $800 on plane tickets and hotel rooms on a convention, and it tanked mid-con? And 50 people in the fandom knew about this information and could have released it, but didn't. That is why I exist.
Well,
I was about to say, you okay there, Chaco?
yeah, I'm just. Yeah, I think most of the questions are people concerned about sources. They keep on saying, like you were saying, hiding problems doesn't make them disappear, but the biggest complaint is that you're the one hiding in the shadows. So how can we trust someone who hides in the shadow and doesn't even link sources?
To answer the sources questions. Because if I were to release facts that were verified externally after the release, and built a reputation of solid facts that are true, then I am to become a source to be trusted. Question from me. You said 50, in one of your earlier answers, you said 50 people in the fandom knew about the information about, and I'd just like you to clarify, was that about Unicon, or was that about the Sweet Apple Acres Con? His answer, that was a hypothetical number. If anyone knows information that could jeopardize in any way a significant amount of people, then that is too few people that know that information.
I guess we have one good last question from Archive Alicorn. If you could change one thing in the fandom, Snow Pony, what would it be?
His answer, liberty.
It's a good answer. Well, I guess we should probably wrap this one up.
Before we do, can I just say one more thing?
Sure.
actually haven't said anything at all. I got a question, but it's more directed to Gendit. Someone mentioned it earlier. Someone with a pen mentioned it in my live stream chat. He said, is there any chance for Gendit to do a short anti-drug PSA before the night ends, just for laughs?
An anti-drug PSA? That would go against
Because
everything
apparently
DHM
you sound
believes
like
in.
someone. So, you sound like someone who could do the voice.
I'd rather not. I'd rather keep things on a serious note and let people focus on what our guest is saying.
Okay, I think we have one final question from Teal, who has been asking a lot of questions that seem anti-Snow Pony, but okay, final question. What does the future of the fandom look like with all these leaks that you have in your hands? And I guess I will probably follow up on it because it's the whole entire trading liberty for security thing that Ben Franklin mentioned. Actually, I don't even know where I was going with that. I'm tired. But I guess a follow-up, how could we actually trust you specifically?
My leaks do not hold information that may train wreck the fandom. However, hopefully, I can set a precedent of transparency in the fandom as my leaks occur. This was already fairly evident during the Sweet Apple AcreCon events unfolding. Due to my continued release of information, and due to the efforts of GCC. The Sweet Apple AcreCon Twitter opened up to the answering of questions and being more transparent. I hope that I can have a positive effect on the fandom by keeping parts of it transparent that the fandom deserves to be transparent. Liberty and justice for all.
Okay, well, I think that wraps up our Q&A session with Snow Pony. We want to thank Snow Pony for joining the podcast and providing us with this much-needed information concerning Sweet Apple AcreCon and everything else. So, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for allowing me to give my insights and intentions.
And we hope we could stay in touch with you more, I guess, for future episodes. This might be good. And I guess after this, we have another surprise. We have some of the staffers, it seems like, from Sweet Apple Acres who might want to join in. So if you guys want to stick on and listen, then that's great. If not, it's getting late, so I guess you guys could head to bed now.
I'm probably going to cut out at this point in time.
Yeah.
So. Thanks for having me on. Mr. Snowden Pony, thank you for letting me voice you. It was an absolute pleasure.
Comments? So, yeah, thanks for having you on as well. If you want to stay up and listen, it's fine, but I'm sure you need to go to bed too.
I should have gone to bed like 4 hours ago, or 4.5 hours ago, but yeah, I just wanted to stay up and see what was going on.
Isn't this surreal? Jeez.
I'm not gonna lie, I've never expected any of this at all. It's somewhat mind-blowing to me right now. I just don't know what to think.
Like, I didn't know we'll have this many people on it. Like, I thought we just interviewed 1 or 2 people this week, and we got everybody on all the different sides. Just wow.
This has got to be the longest and most interesting episode of the TumblrPonCast.
So far, it's been going on for 5 hours and a half. So hopefully, this will all fit on YouTube. I guess we'll
have to cut it down to like.
Yeah, I don't know if I could edit it. I probably will get the raw file up as soon as possible, then get an edited one up later. I guess at this time we would like to thank our friends at Derpy Hooves News and Bronyville, because they actually helped link us a lot of the information that I guess all the random leaked documents and other stuff that I couldn't find. They helped provide that for me, so I want to thank them. And right now we're going to try to get on another call with Obsidian Winter. So I'm going to drag her in here. I guess Snowden Pony, if you want to stay on as well, you could put your commentary on the bottom. Chat. Welcome back.
I'm currently.
Obsidian, are you there? Hello? Is Skype not working? Let me hang up and try calling again.
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Hello.
Hey, yeah, we're the guys from SAAC. We're all sharing one microphone. I sent you a contact that you need to add
Okay.
in order to talk to all of us.
Let's see. Can you link me all the contacts again, I guess? I think, let me add him. I guess in the meantime, could everyone introduce themselves, since you guys are all sharing one microphone?
Well, the microphone is attached to the other computer. Hang on a second. Okay, here, this is, huh?
So that's your name.
Okay.
You know what? I think I'm gonna stay for a bit before I go to bed.
Okay. Yeah, sorry for dragging you in on this. Sorry if this is all weird and confusing.
No, dude, it's fine.
Okay.
It's completely fine.
We should be all here now.
Okay, good. I guess first off, would you guys like to introduce yourselves? And your
I guess we'll
positions?
start with me. I'm Vigilant Watch, completely unaffiliated with anyone. I'm just here basically acting as somewhat of a moderator on this end. With us we have 3 people who are in some way, shape, or form affiliated. Go ahead.
I am Starlight Ironhoof, or my real name is Tim Starr. Some people also refer to me as Barry Punch. I was at one point just the head of public relations for Sweet Apple Acres Con, then I was vice chair, then I was con chair for a little bit, and then just put down into guest relations only. And now to my left.
Hi there, I'm Larsis, also known as Matthew Testa. I started off as the head of AV for Sweet Apple Acres Con, and for a while there became head of finance. And to my left...
You all know me. I'm the infamous and famous Obsidian Winter. I started out as a staffer, was promoted to head of programming, and then was vice chair.
Well, I guess we've been asking questions all night, and I guess you guys basically, I'm not sure how much you heard of the different interviews, but I guess a lot has been said from all different sides. Is there anything you guys would just like to address up front and talk about?
We don't seem to have it. Well, actually, I would like to talk about today with Sweet Apple Acres Con because, some people still decided to come out to the convention. So we've been working with the local meetup group, the Nashville Bronies, to have little events around the town this weekend. And today we all went to Dave & Buster's at the Opry Mills Mall, and there was even a pony invasion of the carousel at that mall. And everyone there had a really good time. And Traveling Pony Museum came out, much thanks to them. I had told them actually not to come out because we didn't think there would be a convention, but they still wanted to come because they wanted to show everyone a good time, and I thank them for that.
I had actually made the decision to come out rather rapidly after EFN had decided to pull their streaming coverage. I decided to come out and see what was going to go on, as I think many other people in the moments following that EFN drop. When that happened, I decided to come on out, and I am very pleased to report that as a neutral attendee, not affiliated with the convention directly, I had a wonderful time today. I was at Everfree Northwest last week, and I had as much fun, if not more, today, and I'm looking forward to the events that they're going to put on both tomorrow and Sunday.
Sounds great. So how many people did you guys have in attendance today?
This is really just an eyeball estimate. First of all, only 35 people RSVP'd on the Facebook. I would say we probably had about double that show up, so about 70 people. That's just an eyeball guesstimate, at least.
And you guys have any special events planned for the rest of the weekend?
Yes, we do. Tomorrow we have found a small venue where we are going to be able to have some panel programming events, a little bit of a vendor hall set up, and the Traveling Pony Museum has some exclusive stuff planned for our convention, which they'll be releasing information on tomorrow and posting to their website. And it looks like we're going to be able to let Knights of the Crystal Empire perform a live concert for everyone that comes out.
Lunar Guard? The Lunar Guard.
I don't know what the Lunar Guard is.
Oh, they're performing too.
Okay, I don't know who they are. Apparently we have another group that's going to be performing called the Lunar Guard. I haven't heard of this yet, but I only work on... I actually had stepped down, but I'm only here to make sure that the people are still having a good time.
Yeah, everybody here is all former SAAC staff, so none of us here are speaking on behalf of SAAC.
If anything, I'm the one that's the most neutral here, and I say I probably had the most fun today.
Yes, everyone here is former SWAC staff, Vigilant Watch excluded, sadly.
Okay. I guess, are you guys going to be involved with a future convention in the Nashville area or something similar like that?
Currently, there are no plans for our involvement.
We don't know. None of us have really given much thought to that. I think basically we've all been focused on having a wonderful time this weekend with the people and the events and such going on this weekend.
And realistically, at this point, it's more about the community itself, making sure that members of the community who are here and who are attending the events have a good time. And it's not really about us at this point. We're just here to ensure that that happens.
Okay. Well, after this weekend, where do you guys think it's going to go from here? What do you guys have planned?
I'm going to Midwest Brony Fest in 2 weeks, and then I'm going to go to BronyCon. That's what my plan is for the next couple of weeks.
My plan in the next few weeks is...
there's another pony convention in 2 weeks, and then right before BronyCon?
In 2 weeks in Overland Park, Kansas, the Midwest Bronies are holding Midwest Brony Fest at the Overland Park Convention Center. I'm not officially affiliated with them at all. I'm merely an attendee, but that's what I'm planning on doing. And then, of course, in a few days, I'll be going to BronyCon after that, as I think most of us here are planning to do in some form or fashion.
I actually never realized this since I don't really
apologies.
Dogs, okay. Be careful of any monsters outside. But I never realized it. But after you guys just mentioned that you guys are going to another convention in 2 weeks, I just realized we have a lot of conventions. You guys were supposed to have Sweet Apple Acres this weekend, and we just got done with Everfree Northwest, and then there's another convention in 2 weeks, and then we have BronyCon. Don't you think that the fandom is kind of too many conventions, or kind of oversaturated at this point?
I actually would like to answer this question. I
kind of crazy.
do think it's oversaturated. I really do. In fact, when Sweet Apple Acres was first being discussed to me by the con chair, Fooch, I originally said there were too many conventions, and this was when we only had about 5 or 6 conventions. That's when this was being planned. And he just kept talking about it and talking about the Nashville area. I thought about it. The Southeast didn't have anything, so I told him, you know what, go for it. As much as I think it's pushing over the number of too many conventions, there is nothing in the Southeast.
I can't argue with that at all. I would agree that, yeah, there probably are a lot of Brony conventions, especially in the United States.
Let's just compare it to another animated show that was released around the same time that's also popular, Adventure Time. Does Adventure Time have even one convention? Not even like 30 conventions a year, but do they even have one convention? It's kind of crazy that this fandom has so many conventions, and most other animated shows or even genres or mediums don't even have this many conventions.
Well, I would like to talk about that actually, because I've been monitoring the Brony fandom since January 2011, and the one thing about a lot of the other genres that don't have these conventions is they don't have the kind of inspiration in the artistic side of the community. And this community is really built around our content producers, the artists, the musicians, and these conventions is where they get to showcase their work. And that's really what drives these conventions.
And personally, getting back to the previous question on the number of conventions, I mentioned to several people that looking at the list of the sheer number there were, if I was to attend all of the ones that I wanted to, I would have no time to do anything else whatsoever. It is true, there are too many of them.
I think we're definitely at a super saturation point as far as conventions. There are approximately 50 conventions in the United States this year, just in the United States.
I think it's more like 38, but that's still a pretty high number.
That's like almost one a week. That's still kind of crazy.
Yes, and it's almost sad to think that we have 38 in the United States and the entire rest of the world has 3, maybe 4.
And I understand everyone wants a pony event really, really close to them, but here's the problem. That puts a huge strain on the voice actors and writers that come out to these. It's a really big strain, even more so on the vendors who try to keep up to demand, because they can only travel so much, and some places they're going to do well, some places they're going to do awful. And you have to start picking. You can't go to all of them. And it's just really hard on all the people that aren't the attendees.
I would like to quickly say that Sigsy's, I may have pronounced that wrong, I apologize, posted a Google document that lists all the pony conventions this year. And I think merely looking at that document truly goes to show that we might have a few too many.
Let's actually just break this down.
Shown on screen.
Let's just break this down. Let's look at one of the first conventions, Las Vegas Unicon. That one was, of course, one of the worst failures of a convention ever. Not even within this fandom, just in general. And then let's look down. Cloudsville Congress was really good because they kept it small. They only had Lee Tokar and Michelle Kreber. Mostly made up of local bronies. They tried to keep it mostly a local event, and they made sure that they actually were out of the red when it started. So everyone gathered around and tried to make that good. But then the next con right after that, Big Apple PonyCon, the vendors, I was in the vendor hall, we did see signs of some problems there. And then just moving down the list, you have Canterlot Gardens being canceled, not making enough money. Another convention in Finland not making enough money and canceling. Cutie Mark Con, that one also had to cancel. And then now we had Sweet Apple Acres. So where do you think this leaves the state of pony conventions right now? You think we are leaving like a golden or bronze period and just going downhill to where we only have 1 or 2 local regional conventions?
Hopefully, that's where we're going. I know that some people, they talk about that, everybody should be able to have a convention. But, conventions are a lot more work than what a lot of people give them credit to do. I said earlier in my interview that, I would like to see it, down to about maybe 6. One for each about region of the correction, in the United States, I'd like to see it down to about 6. That's not including, of course, Buck and, Galacon, and because they, of course, should have stuff over in Europe and other countries, because everybody needs to be able to enjoy a PonyCon. But for the United States, I would say no more than 6.
And I think that currently, certainly Everfree Northwest for the Northwest area, Equestria LA for, the South California, and more of the, Las Vegas area, because that kind of pulls into there as well. Something in the Midwest, don't know what. Something in the South Central area.
I know Fiesta Equestria was really good.
Yes.
I know Fiesta Equestria was really good. Lots of people enjoyed that. Of course, lots of people enjoyed Everfree Northwest. And then, of course, in the Northeast, you have BronyCon, and we kind of have a gap in the Florida area as well. Whether or not the Northeast should be split into 2, who knows?
Well, maybe they could just go to Cloudstow Congress, because they've been kind of successful lately. So.
Right, and I think one of the reasons that Cloudstow Congress may have hurt a bit more was because there are so many conventions in the Northeast. Yeah. I mean, plotting, I actually have somewhere buried in my files as I was bored one day, a map of every single convention in the United States, and the density in the Northeast is kind of depressing to look at when you have massive gaps in the areas,
Yeah, don't you think it's really disproportionate? Like, for example, let's just look at Ohio. Ohio had 3 conventions planned: Canterlot Gardens, Cutie Mark Con, and TrotCon. And Canterlot Gardens was canceled, but TrotCon and Cutie Mark Con were within like the same half month of each other. And then you look at, I'm from California, and you look at California, we're the largest state. We have twice the population of Texas. Yet we only have 1 convention. So don't you think that it's kind of disproportionate how all these conventions are kind of scattered?
Well, I mean, somebody said here in the chat that saying that there are too many cons is just not good form, but there is no other fandom that I can even think of that has as many conventions as My Little Pony. You don't see it with the Trekkies. I mean, even anime conventions, and there's a lot of anime conventions.
Yeah.
You don't see 33 of them in a year. So it's not that I'm saying that competition is bad for cons. It's just there's only so much of the pie to have.
Yeah, you bring up.
I've always heard there's about 1,000 anime conventions. I've always heard there's about 1,000 anime conventions. There's a ton. I've been to probably 20 in a year, without really leaving a 6-hour radius.
That's true.
I have not seen that.
For example, I just look around Baltimore. We already have Otakon, of course. Then we have KatsuCon, Anime USA. We have a bunch of cons just in the. I think the stream is. Let me try to connect. It's trying to reconnect again.
Yeah.
I definitely think that there should be,
we have to pause it. Sorry, okay. Sorry, it's trying to reconnect the stream again. Okay, got it back.
No problem. Yeah, but yeah, definitely there should be one in every region so that people don't have to drive, 13 hours if they want to go to a con. I had to drive. I'm from Nashville, and I had to drive 13 hours to get to Fiesta Equestria, and even though I work for BronyCon and I'm going there because I work there, that's another one that's almost 13-hour drive. There is no PonyCon in my region, and there needs to be.
But you guys also kind of brought up a point. You guys were comparing this to anime
And while
conventions.
some will try to even say, just go to Midwest. That's not really for this area, even, the Kansas City area would cover, most of North and South Dakota, Missouri, but that doesn't really cover Alabama, Georgia. That's kind of one of the areas, and I'm actually going to, as soon as I get a map that's formatted somewhat reasonably, I'm going to post it in the chat here. That just kind of shows all the conventions. It's not an entirely complete list. I've taken LPU off. But it does just kind of go to show that the convention circuit for Bronies is heavily Northeast centered. And I don't even include the international ones.
And on top of that, I'm just talking about proximity there. I've been to both Las Pegasus and EQLA. They're both within 300 miles of my house in Arizona. And to talk about all of the larger conventions, they all, with the exceptions of EQLA and Everfree Northwest, many of them are on the East Coast. So someone like me would have to catch a flight because it's unreasonable to try driving that distance.
Okay, but like we were talking about, you guys were comparing pony conventions to anime and comic conventions, but those are conventions for a medium or genre. Ponies are only for one show. It's not even for the whole entire franchise. It's mostly only for one generation of the show. I can't think of any other show or fandom or franchise property that actually has this many conventions just for one thing. Don't you think it's kind of crazy? Like you guys are saying you want a local pony convention, but wouldn't it be just as good to go to a local anime or comic convention? Like, for example, I'm a South Park fan, but I know there'll never be a South Park convention, but I go to anime and comic conventions and meet South Park fans there. So, can't you do the same for ponies?
Okay, I'd like to not necessarily directly contradict your question, but I'd like to present a counter ideology to your question. Rather than this being a My Little Pony specific convention, as has been seen here at Sweet Apple Acres Con, or whatever we're calling it, what do we call it? Carousel Con today. MallCon, DBCon, Build-A-Con. It's less about the show itself and more about
Carousel Congress.
Carousel Congress. It's less about the actual show, and it's more about the community. It's about the artwork that's generated by the show. The actual show content at Everfree Northwest, for example, was noticeably less than what we had here, than what we had from the actual show itself. Sure, we had voice actors, but everything was fan-generated. The questions were fan-generated. Everything came from fan generation.
Well, if it's just for the community, can't you guys just have local meetups and meet once a month?
Yeah, but on the other side, and this is something that I have to kind of almost disagree with Vigilant Watch, is that there's only so much money that people can spend. Like a good example, I work for Spirit Halloween when I'm not doing PonyCons. And there's, so much competition that can be in the area. Like you have Spirit Halloween, you have Halloween Express, Halloween Town, so on and so forth. And there's only so much of the Halloween pie to go around before you start where nobody's making money. And cons don't make money notoriously anyways. They do good just to get in the black. So by having all these cons, you're spreading out all this money, and before you know it, people are too poor to really go anywhere.
And to respond to Sigsy's comment that population densities have an effect on this, if there are fewer conventions and people concentrate their attention on single conventions, like hypothetical situation, say BronyCon was the only convention in the Northeast, well, people would focus their attention on that one convention. That one convention would be able to make itself the best it could be for its umpteen attendees, because there wouldn't be worried about losing attendees to Big Apple PonyCon, any of the other conventions in the area.
Well,
sorry, we're laughing because my daughter is in the other room watching My Little Pony.
Target audience, everyone. Target audience.
That's a good point. That is the target audience. That's actually Actually, that's one of the complaints I have actually seen with conventions. Like, I've been to anime and comic conventions recently, but I only started attending pony conventions this year, and I've only attended 3 so far. One of the complaints I actually get a lot, I actually talk to other people who attend the cons, and weirdly enough, I actually talk to a lot of parents for some reason, and they always have their little kids around, and they actually complain to me saying, well, I thought this would be a kid-friendly thing to bring my kids to, but there's nothing for them to do. There's really no drawing room for them to draw stuff. There's really no like trivia game for them to test their favorite ponies. It's mostly for the adult fan base. So, do you think cons are trying to shift to try to accommodate the target audience?
I'm all over that one. If you were to look, one thing that I did when I came into programming was I wanted to have a very well-stocked programming schedule for children. And if you were to look at our schedule, you would see that our children's programming, which is, it's in an area that we call the Crusaders Clubhouse. You've got all kinds of stuff that's going on in there that are just for kids. We got things, we've got the Crystal Fair face painting. We're doing a Raise This Barn event where they make little barns out of popsicle sticks and stuff for the Apple family, and where they can do their best impressions and they can draw what they think their cutie marks would be. So, I think that conventions going forward, if they're not already doing children's programming, they need to, because these conventions are also sometimes family events, and you do have little kids that come, and we should not forget the core audience that even created this fandom.
Yeah, like that has been a concern, because there might be one or two, like for the cons I've been to, there are probably one or two, if any, panels for children, but 90% of the panels were for the adult audience, and the only thing, if like 2 of the cons didn't even have a room for kids. One did, and it was just a small, boring room with like really just boring stuff to do. Like, it's not worth paying for a ticket just to have your kids draw pony pictures or something like that. Shouldn't they try to expand more of the I guess convention scenes for the kids, like incorporate stuff so the kids can enjoy as well?
I think that one of the things that BronyCon is experimenting with this year is a cosplayer interaction with the kids, and what I mean by that is we have an event called Letters to Celestia, where kids actually write a letter to Celestia. They put it in a little mailbox, and we have a vetted and specially selected Celestia cosplayer who will read these letters. I think that the interaction is a really important part of this. And in the future, unfortunately, I took over programming, about March, and was already dealing with a lot of submissions. But next year, I would like to see, a little bit more of a children's programming, some panels and stuff. And as I said, we have at BronyCon set aside an entire room for them to go to and to play and to do artwork and just all kinds of cool things. We even have special staffers that we've selected they're really good with kids. And of course the parents, have got to be in there with them. We're definitely not a babysitting service in there. There's a lot of things in there that parents can interact with their children with. So I'm really excited about that. And I'm excited to build on to that next year.
I actually want to point out that some people who are listening to this live stream in Skype are telling me that you sound like one of the most sensible con heads they have ever heard. And if your ideas it's a shame that your ideas didn't come to fruition, because it sounds like you have a lot of good ideas for, I guess, managing the future of pony conventions.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you just said.
Oh,
Could you
I was
repeat
saying
it,
some
please?
people who are listening to the live stream in Skype are telling me that you sound like one of the most sensible con heads they have ever heard. So, and that
Oh,
it's a shame that
well,
your
thank
ideas
you.
didn't come to fruition because you have a lot of great ideas and actually understand the process of managing cons and where the fandom should be going.
Well, um, and it's nobody's fault that these ideas did not come to fruition. It was just that I just was not in a position that I could do them at the time. We were, when I took over, we were too far along to add too much more to it. But I would definitely expect, big things in children's programming from BronyCon next year. And if any other con ever wants to contact me and just do a hey, what do you think? Well, throw me some ideas. I'm in this fandom, for the whole, friendship and love and all that stuff. I would be more than happy to talk to those cons, and throw in some ideas. So thank you guys for the compliments. I really appreciate it.
And it's good to know that you're actually the head of the largest pony convention out there right now. So you're
head of programming.
Head of programming, and that's actually a big thing because I guess conventions are basically centered around their programming. If it wasn't for programming, then there's no reason to go to these conventions to begin with. So.
Well, I've been very blessed with this position, and I mean we've got a great chair in Nick Opals and the council I work with. They're good folk, and we are still, obviously this is a new fandom, so the convention scene is still new. We're still trying to figure some things out, but every year, and I think this applies to all conventions that are going to continue to keep going, that they're just going to keep getting better. So, and something I need to mention before I forget concerning PVL, about their issue they say on BronyCon about getting audio outs, is that they are going to have audio outs. They are definitely getting those audio outs that they wanted. And hang on just a second. Oh, and on behalf of Josh Dean with Public Relations, he has a message from the media liaison who wants to apologize to PVL because they've been so busy. So that's from our Public Relations department.
Okay. Well, I guess it is a shame that we weren't able to see what ideas you had for Sweet Apple Con play out, but now that you're in charge of programming of BronyCon, of course the largest and most famous convention out there, well, I guess I have a few questions. How long have you been on the BronyCon staff, and what ideas do you have for BronyCon that differ, I guess, from the previous head of programming, and some ideas you want to implement?
Actually, all I can tell you is just wait and see till next year. I don't want to spoil the surprise.
Also, I'm part of public relations, and I'm not letting her comment on that.
Yeah, I've got pony relations. I've got public relations sitting like literally like 3 feet from me. And
where were you guys?
Pizza from her hand if she answers.
There's nothing really I can comment. I've got a lot of really good ideas for next year.
I like to point out I'm between these two, and if it starts flying, I'm going to end up being in the wall behind me here.
Yeah, exactly. So I can't really comment. But as far as you said, what have I taken from the programming heads in the past? Is that what you said?
Yeah, and what are you planning to do different to kind of innovate the con scene?
Everything. I want to do it right. So that's that's not a knock. That's just
no. It's true because I think since my one panel I had that was approved back in December of 2000, so that was 2012. So that was like a few months ago. there's been like 3 different heads of programming since that time. It's been kind of crazy.
We just had some trouble finding a good fit. I mean, each one brought something positive to the table, but the convention management just wanted to go a different direction, and I honestly just happened to be in the right place at the right time. It was really luck. So, but now that I'm here, I plan to stay here as long as BronyCon will have me, and again, just wait and see. So I pass the mic to my other fellow people.
And apparently they don't have anything to say.
The question was directed specifically at you.
Yeah.
But now I'm saying.
Yeah, well, what you guys? You guys are also involved with BronyCon. So what are you guys trying to do that's different?
Not me.
Okay, I am the only other one here that is involved with BronyCon. I work public relations for them. I either write or review the press releases.
And my in-depth involvement with BronyCon is that I plan to attend.
As is mine.
Okay, let's just kind of move it to more casual, fun stuff. Like, you guys I'm very excited, personally, because I've been living here in Baltimore for college. I'm very excited to have a convention, actually, the biggest convention, which I've never been to. I've never been to BronyCon before, like, right at my doorsteps. Where are you guys? I actually never seen any BronyCon staffers. I go by the convention center a lot. You guys are not there. It's weird.
Are you trying to stop BronyCon staff?
But I'm saying, like, have you guys actually visited the convention center yet? I actually hung out with Fire NB a few days ago, and that was pretty nice. But what have you guys ever been to the Baltimore Convention Center before, and why did you guys choose this location for BronyCon?
All right. Well, first of all, I did not personally visit it. However, we have made multiple visits and as well as taken multiple pictures on site, shared it with the staff, and really big reason why we wanted to move to Baltimore is they could accommodate our needs for a convention as well as provide us opportunity for growth. I mean, you think of summer 2012, we had 4,000 attendees, which is great, but that was a capped attendance that sold out before even the pre-registration ended. And I've heard people rumor that one of the invited guests told us that from conventions they've been to, we should have really had 8,000. And also, there was a lot of sound leaks between the panel rooms there. The press rooms were terrible from my experience being in the documentaries press room. And, the acoustics situation was just not great at the Meadowlands for what we were trying to do with BronyCon. And the Baltimore Convention Center has facilities that will accommodate these needs much better as well as allow us to grow. I believe the maximum capacity is somewhere between 22 to 25,000 people. Also the city of Baltimore, the Inner Harbor area is just beautiful. And personally, I'm excited to go to the Liney's Lodge there because I'm from Wisconsin.
I'm going to warn you guys that, you guys could get mugged. Like, I've been living here, I thought I was in a safe area, and I was mugged last week, so I'm just warning you guys. It is safe. The convention center is nice. The Inner Harbor is beautiful, but if for anyone who's actually staying at a hotel downtown up north, just try to be careful and travel in pairs.
Well, to also answer your question on where we are, we have a secret tunnel system that is mapped across the United States that we utilize. So, yeah, I just wanted to just say that.
They never show their face until the convention starts.
Yeah, like literally, it's hard for anybody to find a picture of me anywhere. You see.
Get out the cameras.
Yeah, you see more pictures of my deputy,
Hold on,
by the way,
let me hit Twitter.
Spring Hope and my staff is absolutely amazing, but you'll see more pictures of her than me.
Okay, Ziagu actually just brought up a really great point. There was no at-con registration for summer 2012, and that is correct. That's a point that I forgot to mention, which is partly why it probably sold out so quickly. However, it still shows that there is a demand for growth.
Okay, I guess I just want to mention this for comparison. You guys just sold 5,000 tickets, like I guess in the past few hours you crossed the 5,000 ticket mark.
Yes, we did.
Oldacon last year for 2012 had 30,785 people. Like, that's a lot. So I'm just going to say, are you guys going to make use of the convention center? Because it's going to seem pretty empty compared to Olicon.
Well, here's the thing. We actually are not renting the full space, to my understanding. So, it's not going to feel like an empty convention because we're making smart use of a limited space.
Yeah, that's definitely, you got to remember, too, that we're directed at a very specific show instead of, like a genre. But the way that we have it laid out, like my one complaint with Fiesta Equestria, dang, was that it was so spread out. You had to walk so far to get to like the main hall and then to other panel rooms. With BronyCon, it's all in this nice little almost L shape. Actually, it's a U shape.
It's a squiggle shape. Cough break.
Yeah, cough break. But yeah, panelists and guests, attendees, they're all going to be, in this, just most of the 300 level, and then our wonderfully huge main hall is.
Yeah, sorry, it looks like the internet's cutting in and out. Sorry, let me try to get them back on. Call group. Oh, maybe that